For instance, I have few reasons to be unhappy versus I have little hope. Now, think of a sentence using one of these quantifiers. What will you create? Technology vocabulary is essential for our daily lives. Words like app, download, and upload come up frequently. For instance, you might say, I need to download a new app for my phone. Also, don't forget terms like connect and sync, which are important when talking about devices. You can use them in a sentence like, I need to connect my tablet to the Wi-Fi. What technology words do you use every day in your conversations? Finding ways to manage stress is crucial for a healthy life. Simple techniques like deep breathing or taking short walks can help calm your mind. For example, try taking a 5-minute break to focus on your breath whenever you feel overwhelmed. This can refresh your thoughts. What relaxation techniques have you found helpful in your daily routine? Agreeing and disagreeing politely can strengthen your conversations. When you agree, you might say, I completely agree with you, or that's a good point. If you disagree, try using softer phrases like, I see your point, but I have a different perspective. For example, you could say, I understand where you're coming from, but I believe there's another way to look at it. This shows respect for the other person's opinion. How do you usually express agreement or disagreement in conversations? Knowing how to respond in emergency situations is vital for your safety. Always have a plan in place, like knowing the nearest exit or keeping a first aid kit accessible. For instance, in a fire, stay low to avoid smoke and find an exit quickly. Practice emergency drills with your family or friends to ensure everyone knows what to do. Remember to stay calm and act quickly. What's one safety tip you think everyone should know in case of an emergency? Being politically aware means understanding how government decisions affect our daily lives. It's important to stay informed about local and global issues, as these can influence everything from education to healthcare. For example, knowing how a new law may impact your community allows you to voice your opinion and participate in discussions. Engaging in conversations with friends or reading trustworthy news sources can help you stay updated. What recent news story has caught your attention? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for good communication. When you agree, you can say, I completely agree with you, or that's a great point. If you disagree, try phrases like, I see your point, but I think, oh, that's interesting, but I have a different perspective. For example, if a friend suggests a restaurant you don't like, you might say, that sounds nice, but how about we try that new place instead? What favorite way to express disagreement politely? Cultural differences can enrich our lives and broaden our perspectives. Understanding customs like greetings or dining etiquette helps us connect with others. For instance, in Japan, bowing is a common greeting, while in many Western countries, a handshake is more typical. Learning these customs shows respect and curiosity about other cultures. Next time you meet someone from a different background, try to observe their customs. What cultural custom have you found most interesting? Giving clear directions is essential, especially in unfamiliar places. Use simple language and be specific. Instead of saying, it's over there, try go straight for 2 blocks, then turn left. The store is on your right. This way, your listener has a clear path to follow. You can also use landmarks like, it's next to the bank. Remember to check if the person understands. Asking, do you need me to repeat anything? Can help. What's the most confusing set of directions you've ever received? When talking about future plans, we often use will and going to, but they have different uses. We use will for decisions made at the moment, like saying, I will help you. In contrast, going to is for plans made in advance, such as, I am going to visit my friend tomorrow. Remember to choose wisely. What future plan are you excited about sharing? Small talk in business is a great way to build relationships. Start with neutral topics like the weather or recent events in your industry. For example, you might say, did you see the new trends in our market? Or, I heard the weather will be nice this weekend. This helps create a friendly atmosphere. Remember to listen actively and show interest in the other person's responses. What's your favorite small talk topic when meeting new clients? Starting and ending a presentation effectively can leave a strong impression. For an opening, you might say, thank you for being here today. I'm excited to discuss. This grabs attention right away. When closing, summarize your main points and add a call to action, like, to conclude, remember the key ideas we discussed, and let's work together to achieve. This leaves your audience with a clear message. Practice these phrases to enhance your presentations. What closing phrase do you find most effective? Linking and connected speech make your English sound natural and fluent. In casual conversation, we often reduce phrases like going to, gonna, and want to, wanna. For example, instead of saying, I am going to the store, you can say, I'm gonna go to the store. Practice these reductions to sound more like a native speaker. What phrases do you often hear reduced in conversation? Workplace conflict resolution requires careful language to promote understanding. Start by expressing your feelings clearly, using I statements like, I feel frustrated when. This helps avoid sounding accusatory. Next, actively listen to the other person's perspective, saying, I understand you feel. This shows empathy. This shows empathy. Finally, suggest a solution collaboratively, like, how about we try? This encourages teamwork. Practice these phrases in role-play scenarios to build confidence. What helpful in your workplace? Making suggestions can vary depending on the context. For casual setting, you might say, how about we grab a coffee? In a work environment, it's more formal. I suggest we consider a different approach. When talking to friends, you can be direct, like, let's watch that movie tonight. However, in a more formal setting, you might say, would it be possible to discuss this further at our next meeting? Practicing different suggestions helps you adapt to various situations. What's your favorite way to make a suggestion? Cooking can be more enjoyable with clear recipe instructions and measurements. Start by reading the entire recipe before you begin to understand each step. Use precise measurements like 1 cup of flour or 2 tablespoons of sugar to ensure your dish turns out well. Remember to follow the order of steps carefully. It often matters in baking. If a recipe says, chop finely, it means the pieces should be small for consistent cooking. Try practicing with a simple recipe this week. What's your favorite dish to cook at home? Using polite language in customer service can greatly improve the customer experience. Phrases like, how can I help you today? Or, I appreciate your patience show respect and understanding. If a customer has a complaint, responding with, I'm sorry to hear that, can help calm the situation. Remember to stay positive and helpful. What polite phrases do you like to use when speaking with customers? Understanding personal finance starts with key terms like budget, income, and expenses. A budget helps you track your income and plan your spending. For instance, if you earn $2,000 a month but spend $1,500, you can save the difference for future goals. It's important to review your budget regularly to make adjustments. How do you keep track of your spending each month? Pronouncing ed endings can be tricky, but it's important for clear communication. The ending sounds like T in walked, D in played, and ID in needed. For example, talked has a T sound, while called has a D sound, and decided has an id sound. Try practicing with these words. Which ed verbs do you find difficult to pronounce? Learning parenting and childcare terms can help you communicate better with others. Words like nap time, diaper, and playdate are essential. For example, nap time is when a child rests, which is important for their development, while playdates help children socialize and make friends. Understanding these terms makes it easier to share experiences with other parents. You can practice by using these terms in sentences about your daily routines. What childcare term do you find most interesting or useful? Collocations with common verbs can really improve your English fluency. For example, we say make a decision, do your homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Each pair creates a specific meaning that native speakers commonly use. You could say, I need to make a decision about my job, or let's take a break before we continue. Try using at least one of these collocations in a sentence today. Which collocation do you find the most useful? Shopping for clothes can be a fun way to express your personality. When you shop, think about your style. Are you looking for something casual or formal? For example, a comfortable pair of jeans is perfect for casual outings, while a nice dress is great for special occasions. Next time you shop, try to focus on items that represent your unique taste. What's your favorite clothing item? Understanding sports and games terminology can help you enjoy watching or playing sports more. For instance, in soccer, terms like offside and hat trick are common. In basketball, you'll hear three-pointer or fast break. Knowing these terms not only makes you sound more knowledgeable, but also enhances your experience. Next time you watch a game, try to notice these terms in action and use them in conversations with friends. Sports terminology do you find the most interesting or confusing? Friendship is a vital part of our lives, offering support and joy. To maintain strong social connections, regular communication is key. For example, sending a quick message to check in or inviting a friend for coffee can strengthen your bond. Sharing experiences, like hobbies or events, also helps build lasting friendships. Make it a point to reach out to someone today. Who is one friend you'd like to reconnect with this week? Weddings and celebrations are filled with joyful language that brings people together. Common phrases include congratulations and best wishes. You might also hear cheers when toasting to the couple's happiness. Using these expressions adds warmth and excitement to the occasion. Next time you attend a wedding or celebration, try using these phrases to connect with others. What's your favorite memory from a wedding or celebration you've attended? Creating a sense of community starts with simple language. Words like neighbor, help, and community event are essential. You can invite someone to a block party by saying, "We're having a barbecue this Saturday. You should join us." This builds connections and makes everyone feel welcome. Don't hesitate to ask your neighbors how they are or offer assistance when you see them. What's one way you've connected with someone in your neighborhood recently? Understanding technology vocabulary is essential in our daily lives. Words like download, upload, and stream are commonly used tasks. For example, when you download an app, you're getting it onto your device. Similarly, streaming allows you to watch videos or listen to music in real time without storing them. Familiarizing yourself with these terms will help you communicate better in our tech-driven world. Next time you use your phone or computer, pay attention to these words and context. What's your favorite tech term you use every day? Conflict resolution starts with active listening. When you truly hear the other person, it shows respect and helps find common ground. For instance, if a colleague disagrees with your idea, you might say, "I see your point. Let's discuss this further." This approach opens up dialogue and reduces tension. Additionally, using I statements helps express your feelings without blaming others. Try practicing this technique the next time you face a disagreement. How do you usually handle conflicts? Idioms about time can really enhance your English. For example, time flies means that time passes quickly, especially when you're busy working. Another one is the early bird catches the worm, which emphasizes that starting early can lead to success. When you say, "I'm on the clock," it indicates you're working and focused. Using these idioms can make your speech more colorful and engaging while discussing productivity. Which related idiom do you find most interesting? Understanding nutrition terms is key to healthy eating. Words like macronutrients, which include proteins, fats, and carbohydrates, help you balance your meals. Another important term is superfoods, referring to nutrient-rich foods like kale and blueberries that provide exceptional benefits. You might also hear whole grains, which are healthier than refined grains because they retain more nutrients. By familiarizing yourself with these terms, you can make better food choices. Start by noting down 3 nutrition terms you want to learn more about. What healthy food term do you find confusing? Understanding insurance and legal document terms is essential for making informed decisions. For instance, premium refers to the amount you pay for insurance coverage, while deductible is the amount you pay out of pocket before insurance kicks in. Another term is liability, which means legal responsibility for something. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you navigate policies and contracts better. What insurance term do you find confusing? Nutrition and healthy eating terms can empower you to make better food choices. For example, macronutrients include proteins, carbohydrates, and fats, which are essential for energy and body function. Another important term is fiber, which aids digestion and keeps you feeling full. You might also encounter antioxidants, found in foods like berries, which help protect your body from damage. Learning these terms can enhance your understanding of nutrition labels and meal planning. What's one healthy eating term you want to learn more about? Understanding decision-making process terms can greatly improve your choices. For instance, criteria are the standards you use to evaluate options, while trade-offs refer to the sacrifices you make when choosing one option over another. Consensus means reaching an agreement among a group, which is often essential in team settings. By recognizing these terms, you'll navigate decisions more effectively. What decision-making term do you find most useful in your daily life? Transportation options are essential for navigating a city. You can choose from buses, trains, bikes, or even walking, depending on your destination. When asking for directions, use clear phrases like, "Excuse me, can you tell me how to get to?" Or, "Is it far from here?" Remember to listen for keywords like left, right, or straight. A practical tip is to familiarize yourself with local transportation apps, which can offer real-time updates and route planning. What's your preferred way to get around in a new city? Small talk in business is a vital skill that helps build connections. Topics like the weather, recent events, or weekend plans can break the ice. For example, you might say, "Did you catch the game last night?" Or "What do you think about the new coffee shop downtown?" These light conversations create a comfortable atmosphere and encourage rapport. Remember to listen actively and ask follow-up questions to keep the dialogue flowing. What small talk topic do you find most effective in a business setting? Travel planning can be exciting but requires specific language skills. When booking a flight or hotel, it's helpful to use phrases like, "I would like to book a room for 2 nights," or "Are there any direct flights available?" Always confirm details by asking, "What is the cancellation policy?" This ensures you understand your options. Also, familiarize yourself with common travel vocabulary like itinerary, boarding pass, and check-in. What's your travel destination you would like to plan a trip to? Setting goals is essential for achieving success in any area of life. Use clear language like, "I want to improve my English by practicing daily," or "My goal is to read 1 book per month." Break your goals into smaller steps, such as dedicating 15 minutes each day to practice speaking or writing. This makes them more manageable and keeps you motivated. Track your progress and celebrate small wins along the way. What's one goal you want to achieve this month? Mental health awareness is crucial, and using the right language can help reduce stigma. Phrases like "I'm feeling overwhelmed" or "I need support" are important for expressing feelings. Encourage open conversations by asking, "How can I help you?" and listen actively when someone shares their struggles. Remember, it's okay to discuss mental health as openly as physical health. By using supportive language, we create a safe space for others. What phrases do you think are important for discussing mental health? Community involvement and volunteering can make a big difference in your life and the lives of others. By participating in local events or helping at charities, you build connections and learn new skills. For example, you might volunteer at a food bank where you can practice English while making friends and supporting those in need. This experience not only benefits your community, but also boosts your confidence. Have you ever thought about volunteering in your area, and what interests you the most? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. Sharing what you love can spark interesting conversations. For instance, if you enjoy painting, you might say, "I love expressing my feelings through colors," which invites others to share their creative outlets. Remember to ask questions like, "What do you enjoy doing in your free time?" This encourages engagement and helps you learn about different perspectives. What do you love to talk about? Cultural sensitivity is essential for effective communication in our diverse world. It means being aware of and respecting differences in customs, beliefs, and values. For instance, when traveling, understanding local greetings can show respect and build rapport. If you know that a handshake is not common in some cultures, you can greet people in a way that makes them comfortable. How do you show respect for different cultures when meeting new people? Using articles correctly can improve your English fluency. A and an are used for non-specific items, like a book or an orange. The am is for specific items, such as the book on the table. Sometimes, no article is needed, like in an "I love music." Practice by describing your day. What are some things you see around you that need articles? Managing stress is crucial for a balanced life. One effective method is deep breathing. By inhaling deeply through your nose and exhaling slowly through your mouth, you can calm your mind and body. For example, take a few moments each day to practice this while sitting quietly. You can even try it before a big meeting or exam. Remember, it's all about finding moments to relax. What relaxation techniques do you use to manage stress in your life? Small talk is essential in business as it helps build relationships. Common topics include the weather, recent events, or weekend plans. For example, you might say, "Did you enjoy the nice weather this weekend?" Or, "Did you see the news about that new restaurant opening downtown?" These light conversations create a comfortable atmosphere before discussing serious matters. Additionally, showing interest in your colleagues' lives can strengthen your connections. Next time you meet someone, try starting with a simple question. What's your favorite small talk topic in a business setting? Travel safety is vital for a worry-free trip. Always keep your belongings secure and be aware of your surroundings. For instance, use a money belt for your passport and cash, and avoid displaying expensive items. Additionally, it's wise to share your itinerary with a friend or family member. Remember to stay updated on local laws and customs. What safety tips do you find most helpful when you travel? Weather patterns are changing due to climate change affecting our daily lives. For example, we see more extreme storms, heavier rainfall, and longer droughts in many areas. These shifts can disrupt farming, increase flood risks, and impact water supply. It's important to stay informed about your local weather and understand how climate change is influencing it. You can take action by reducing energy use or supporting local conservation efforts. What changes have you noticed in the weather where you live? Knowing basic first aid can make a big difference in emergencies. For instance, if someone is bleeding, applying direct pressure can help stop the bleeding. If a person is unconscious but breathing, placing them in the recovery position can keep their airways clear. It's also essential to call for professional help if needed. You can take a first aid course to gain confidence and skills. Have you ever faced a medical emergency, and how did you handle it? Setting clear goals is crucial for achieving success. Start by making your goals specific and measurable, like saying, I want to read 1 book per month. This way, you can track your progress easily. Break down larger goals into smaller steps to stay motivated. For example, if your goal is to run a marathon, begin with shorter distances first. Celebrate each small achievement along the way to keep your spirits high. What goals are you currently working towards? Friendship is vital for our happiness and well-being. Building strong social connections helps us feel supported and understood. To strengthen friendships, it's important to show appreciation and make time for each other. Simple acts like sending a message or sharing a meal can deepen these bonds. Think about the friends who lift you up. How can you reach out to them today? The pronunciation of ed endings in the past tense can be tricky. There are 3 sounds, t, d, and id. For verbs like walked, the ending sounds like t. In played, it's D. Finally, with decided, it's ID. Practice saying these words to hear the differences clearly. Which ed endings do you find most challenging? Personal development vocabulary can greatly enhance your learning journey. Words like growth mindset, which refers to believing you can improve with effort, and resilience, the ability to bounce back from challenges, are key. Additionally, goal setting helps you create clear, achievable objectives. For instance, instead of saying, I want to be better at English, try, my goal is to learn 5 new vocabulary words each week. Using these terms can motivate you to take action. What personal development goals are you currently working on? Linking and connected speech make English sound more natural. For example, we often reduce phrases like going to into gonna and want to into wanna. This happens a lot in casual conversation. Instead of saying, I'm going to eat, you can say, I'm gonna eat. This makes your speech smoother and more fluent. Try using these reductions in your conversations this week to sound more like a native speaker. Which phrases do you think you'll try using? Understanding economic concepts can help us in everyday life. For example, the idea of opportunity cost reminds us that every choice comes with a trade-off. If you choose to spend money on a new phone, you might miss out on a new experience or saving for a trip. Think about what you might be giving up with each decision you make. Recent choice where you considered opportunity cost. Idioms are a colorful way to express emotions and feelings in English. For instance, if you're on cloud 9, it means you're extremely happy. Conversely, if you're feeling blue, it suggests you're feeling sad. These phrases add depth to your conversations. Try using one of these idioms this week to describe your mood or the mood of someone else. How do you express your emotions using idioms in your language? Public transportation etiquette is essential for a pleasant journey. Always offer your seat to the elderly or disabled, and wait for passengers to get off before you board. Keep your voice down, and avoid loud conversations or music. If you have a bag, place it on your lap or the floor instead of the seat next to you. These small acts show respect for others. What's one rule you think is most important when using public transport? Understanding basic economic concepts can improve your daily life. For example, the idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when making a choice. If you decide to spend money on a coffee, the opportunity cost might be the book you can't buy instead. Another important concept is budgeting, which helps manage your money effectively. Try keeping track of your expenses for a week to see where your money goes. What economic concept do you find most useful in your daily decisions? Gardening is a fantastic way to connect with nature, but it also has its own language. Terms like pruning refer to cutting back plants to encourage growth, while mulching involves covering soil to retain moisture and suppress weeds. Understanding these terms helps you care for your plants effectively. Try labeling your gardening tools with their names to remember them better. What's your favorite plant to grow in your garden? Giving directions clearly is essential for effective communication. Start with simple phrases like turn left or go straight. Use landmarks to help, like saying it's next to the bank or across from the park. Break the directions into steps to avoid confusion. For example, first go straight for 2 blocks, then turn right at the traffic light. Practicing with a friend can also improve your skills. Try giving directions to a location you know well. What challenges face when giving or receiving directions? Idioms are a colorful way to express emotions. For example, if someone says they are over the moon, it means they are extremely happy. On the other hand, feeling blue refers to sadness. These idioms can add depth to your conversations. You might say, I'm on cloud 9 after getting a promotion. Try using one of these idioms in your next chat. Which idiom do you use most often to describe your feelings? Family relationships shape who we are and influence our lives in many ways. Understanding dynamics, like how siblings interact or the role of parents, can improve communication. For instance, if you notice a sibling is quiet, it might mean they need support or space. Being open and respectful in these relationships is key. Saying something like, I'm here if you want to talk, can strengthen bonds. Reflect on your family dynamics and how they affect you. What unique family tradition do you cherish the most? Articles can be tricky in English, but they help clarify meaning. Use a before consonant sounds, like a dog, and in before vowel sounds, such as an apple. The is used for specific items, like the book on the table. Sometimes no article is needed, especially with plural nouns, like cats are friendly. Practice by creating sentences with each article. What's a sentence you can share using the correctly? Giving clear directions is essential for helping others navigate. Start with landmarks, like turn left at the bank to make it easier. Use simple language and short sentences, such as go straight for 2 blocks, then turn right. Always check if the person understands by asking, does that make sense? Practice giving directions in your neighborhood. What's a place you often find tricky to explain how to get to? Shopping can be a fun way to practice English. When you're in a store, use phrases like how much does this cost? Or can I try this on? Don't forget to ask about discounts with is this on sale? If you need help, simply say, excuse me, could you help me? Practice these phrases next time you shop and try to use them with store staff. What's your favorite phrase to use when shopping? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Use seasonal vocabulary like sunny, rainy, or snowy. You might say it's a beautiful sunny day, or I love the cool breeze in autumn. These phrases help connect with others. Try describing today's weather to a friend or family member. What's your reason and why? Good study habits can make a big difference in learning English. Use techniques like summarizing, which means writing down key points from what you've read. Another effective method is spaced repetition, where you review vocabulary at intervals, helping you remember it better. Flashcards are great for this. Try to study for short periods regularly instead of cramming. What study techniques do you find most helpful in your own learning? Using environmental consciousness vocabulary can help you express your care for the planet. Words like sustainable, renewable, and conservation are essential in conversations about protecting our environment. For example, you might say, I support renewable energy sources like solar power. You can also discuss conservation efforts in your community. Try using one new environmental word in a sentence. What environmental issue are you most passionate about? Understanding neighborhood and community language helps you connect with people around you. Words like block party, community garden, and local events can make conversations more engaging. For instance, you might say, I'm excited about the block party this weekend. These phrases show your involvement and interest in your community. Try to use one of these expressions in a conversation today. What's your favorite thing about your neighborhood or community? Scheduling meetings effectively is crucial in the business world. Start by proposing a few time options to accommodate different schedules. Use clear language like, can we meet on Tuesday at 10 a.m. or Wednesday at 2 p.m.? This shows flexibility and respect for others' time. Also, be sure to confirm the meeting details in writing so everyone is on the same page. Make it a habit to send a calendar invite afterward. How do you usually decide on a meeting time with colleagues? Understanding personal finance and budgeting terms is key to managing your money wisely. Familiarize yourself with words like income, expenses, and savings. For example, you might say, I need to track my expenses to save more each month. Using these terms can help you communicate your financial goals clearly. Start by creating a simple budget that lists your income and expenses and see where you can cut back. What budgeting tools or apps do you find helpful in managing your finances? Community involvement and volunteering can make a big difference in our neighborhoods. By giving your time, you not only help others but also learn new skills and meet new people. For instance, volunteering at a local food bank allows you to support those in need while connecting with fellow volunteers. It's a great way to understand the challenges in your community better. Try to find a cause you care about and dedicate a few hours each month to it. What local organizations do you think could use some extra help? Understanding nutrition and healthy eating terms is essential for making better food choices. Keywords like calories, nutrients, and balanced diet help you grasp what your body needs. For example, you might say, I aim for a balanced diet that includes fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. This knowledge empowers you to plan meals that fuel your body effectively. Start by reading labels on your food and identifying these terms. What healthy eating habits do you want to improve? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. We use it to talk about things we've done at some point in our lives, without focusing on when they happen. For instance, you might say, I have visited Paris, or I have tried sushi. This structure shows that these experiences are part of your life story. To practice, think of 3 things you've done and create sentences using the present perfect. What life experience are you most proud of? Personal development vocabulary can transform the way you think and communicate about growth. Words like mindset, goals, and resilience help you express your journey towards improvement. For example, saying I have a growth mindset means you believe in learning and developing over time. To practice, make a list of 5 personal development words and create sentences using them. This will help you better articulate your thoughts and ambitions. What personal development word resonates with most? Collocations are essential for sounding natural in English, especially with common verbs like make, do, take, and give. For example, we say make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Each of these combinations helps convey specific meanings and makes your speech smoother. To practice, think of 3 collocations for each verb and write sentences using them. This will help you remember and use them correctly. What's your favorite collocation with one of these verbs? Understanding project management terminology can greatly improve your communication skills. Key terms like stakeholders, deliverables, and scope are essential. For instance, stakeholders are anyone involved or affected by the project, while deliverables are the tangible outcomes you need to produce. Try using these terms in a sentence related to your projects. Which project management term do you find most interesting? Negotiation and persuasion techniques are crucial for effective communication. One useful method is the principled negotiation approach, where both parties focus on mutual interests rather than positions. For example, instead of arguing over salary, discuss the value you bring to the team. This creates a more collaborative atmosphere. Try applying this technique in your next conversation. What negotiation techniques have worked well for you? Asking for tourist information can make your travel experience much smoother. When you're in a new city, it's important to know how to ask questions clearly. For example, you might say, "Excuse me, could you tell me where the nearest metro station is? Or what are some must-see attractions around here?" Remember to listen carefully to the answers, as they often include useful tips. Try asking for directions or recommendations in your next travel conversation. What's the most interesting place you've ever asked about? The passive voice is often used in everyday situations, when the focus is on the action rather than the doer. For example, they eaten instead of John ate the cake. This can be useful in conversations where the person doing the action isn't important. Try using the passive voice in your next conversation. What's a sentence you can turn into passive voice? Understanding home and household vocabulary can help you feel more comfortable in English-speaking environments. Words like kitchen, living room, and bathroom are essential. You might say, "I need to clean the kitchen," or "the living room is very cozy." Learning items like sofa, table, and lamp helps you describe your space better. Try labeling items in your home with their English names to practice. What's your favorite room in your house and why? Public transportation etiquette is important for a smooth and respectful experience. Always offer your seat to those who need it. like elderly people or pregnant women. Keep your voice down and avoid loud conversations or music. If you're blocking the aisle, be ready to move aside for others. Remember to keep your belongings close and not take up extra space. What's one etiquette rule you follow when using public transport? Talking about career goals helps clarify your ambitions and motivates you to pursue them. Consider what you truly want, a leadership position or maybe starting your own business. For example, you might say, I aim to become a marketing manager in 5 years. Write down your goals and create a plan to achieve them. What's your biggest career aspiration? Airport and flight vocabulary is essential for smooth travel. Start with words like boarding pass, which you need to get on your flight, and baggage claim, where you pick up your luggage after landing. Don't forget terms like departure gate and security check. Knowing these terms can help reduce stress at the airport. Try to memorize a few key phrases before your trip. What's one travel-related word you find interesting? Conditional sentences help us talk about hypothetical situations, often using if to create scenarios. For example, if I won the lottery, I would travel the world. This structure lets us express dreams and possibilities that aren't reality. Another example is, if it rains tomorrow, I will stay at home. Practicing these sentences can improve your conversation skills. Try creating your own conditional sentence about a dream or wish. What's a hypothetical situation you often think about? Shopping vocabulary is key for a successful experience. Remember phrases like, can I try this on, when you want to fit clothes? Or do you have this in a different size? To find what you need. Also, using I'm just browsing can make it clear you're not ready to buy yet. Practice these phrases next time you shop. What's your favorite store to visit? Airport and flight vocabulary is essential for smooth travels. Remember terms like boarding pass, which you need to get on the plane, and gate, where you wait for your flight. When you arrive at the security checkpoint, you might hear, please remove your shoes. Knowing these words helps reduce stress. Try to make a list of 5 important airport terms and use them in sentences. What's one airport word you find confusing? Improving communication skills can make a big difference in your personal and professional life. One effective way is to practice active listening, which means fully focusing on the speaker and responding thoughtfully. For example, instead of just waiting for your turn to talk, ask questions about what they said. Try this in your next conversation, and notice how it changes the interaction. What's one communication skill you'd like to improve? Understanding airport and flight vocabulary is crucial for stress-free travel. Key terms include boarding pass, which you need to board the plane, and check-in, where you get your pass. Don't forget baggage claim, where you pick up your luggage after landing. Practicing these words can help you feel more confident in an airport setting. Next time you're at the airport, spot these terms and see how they fit into your experience. What's your favorite word related to flying? Mastering essential phrases for phone and online meetings can enhance your professionalism. Start with simple greetings like, can you hear me, to check the connection. Use phrases like, let's move on to the next point, to keep the meeting flowing. When you want to clarify something, say, could you repeat that please? This will help ensure everyone is on the same page. Think about your next online meeting and try using one of these phrases. What's your go-to phrase during meetings? Understanding library and research terminology can greatly improve your study skills. Key terms include catalog, which helps you find books, and reference, a source that supports your research. Don't forget periodicals, which are magazines or journals with current information. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can make your research process smoother. Next time you visit a library, try using these words while exploring. What's a research term you find confusing? Using reported speech is a great way to tell stories more engagingly. Instead of saying, he said, I will be late, you can say, he said he would be late. This makes your storytelling smoother and more natural. Practice turning quotes into reported speech in your conversations. What's a story you've told recently that could use reported speech? When exploring a new city, knowing transportation options is essential. You can use buses, trains, taxis, or even bikes to get around. For directions, phrases like turn and left at the corner or take the second right are very helpful. Don't hesitate to ask locals for guidance. They often know the best routes. What's your favorite way to travel in a new city? The RL distinction is crucial for clear English pronunciation. Minimal pairs like light and right can help you practice. When saying light, your tongue should be closer to the front of your mouth, while for right, it should be further back. Try saying them out loud. Light versus right. Which pair do you find most difficult to pronounce? Understanding environmental consciousness vocabulary can enhance your discussions about sustainability. Words like recycle, conserve, and eco-friendly are important. For example, you might say, I recycle plastic and paper to reduce waste, or I choose eco-friendly products to help the planet. By using this vocabulary, you can express your commitment to the environment more clearly. What eco-friendly habits do you practice in your daily life? Music and entertainment vocabulary is essential for expressing your tastes and ideas. Words like genre, melody, and performer can help you describe your favorite songs and artists. For instance, you might say, I love pop music because of its catchy melodies, or my favorite performer is an amazing singer. Expanding your vocabulary will enhance your discussions and allow you to connect with others. What genre of music do you enjoy the most, and why? Scheduling meetings effectively is crucial for smooth business communication. Use clear language and be precise about the time and purpose. For example, instead of saying, can we meet next week? Try, can we schedule a meeting on Thursday at 2 p.m. to discuss the project updates? This clarity helps everyone prepare. Additionally, consider using tools like calendars or scheduling apps to avoid conflicts. What strategies do you use to ensure your meetings run smoothly? Understanding pet care vocabulary is important for being a responsible pet owner. Words like nutrition, grooming, and exercise are key to keeping pets healthy and happy. For example, saying my dog needs a balanced diet and daily walks shows you understand their needs. Remember, regular veterinary checkups are also essential for good health. What pets do you have, and what's their favorite activity? Weddings and celebrations are filled with special vocabulary that enhances the joy of the occasion. Phrases like wishing you a lifetime of happiness or let's raise a toast create a warm atmosphere. For example, saying I'm so excited to celebrate your love adds a personal touch. Remember to use polite expressions like thank you for inviting me. Your favorite word or phrase to use at celebrations? Making appointments and reservations is essential for smooth planning. Always state the date, time, and purpose clearly. For example, you might say, I'd like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. on Saturday. Don't forget to confirm details, like the reservation name or any special requests. If plans change, be polite and call to cancel or reschedule. Have you ever had to change a reservation last minute? Understanding project management terminology is crucial for successful teamwork. Terms like scope, which refers to the project's boundaries, and stakeholders, meaning anyone affected by the project, are key. For instance, you might say we need to define the project scope to avoid misunderstandings. Also, keep in mind deliverables, which are the tangible outcomes we aim to produce. Make sure to use these terms in your discussions for clarity. What project management term do you find most useful in your work? When traveling, phrasal verbs can make your conversation smoother. First, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. Next, head out indicates it's time to leave. Look for is useful when you're searching for something, like your gate or a restaurant. Using these phrases can enhance your travel experience. What phrasal verb do you find most helpful when you travel? Understanding banking vocabulary is essential for managing your finances. Words like deposit, which means putting money into an account, and withdraw, meaning taking money out, are crucial. For example, you might say, I need to deposit my paycheck and then withdraw some cash. Familiarizing yourself with terms like interest rate and loan can also help you make better financial decisions. What banking term do you find most confusing? Describing your learning experiences can help you connect with others. Sharing challenges, like struggling with vocabulary or grammar, makes your journey relatable. For instance, you might say, I found English tenses difficult at first, but practice helped me improve. Highlighting successes, like feeling confident during a conversation, shows your progress. Remember to use specific examples to illustrate your points. What has been your most memorable learning experience in English? Knowing insurance and legal document terms is vital for understanding your rights and responsibilities. Words like policy, which refers to the contract for insurance coverage, and claim, meaning a request for payment or reimbursement, are commonly used. For example, you might say I filed a claim for damages after my accident, and my policy covers it. Familiarizing yourself with terms like deductible and liability can help you navigate these documents more easily. What insurance term do you find most challenging to understand? Active participation in meetings is key to effective communication. Use phrases like I'd like to add, to share your thoughts, or can you clarify that? To ask for more information. For example, during a discussion, you might say, I'd like to add that our recent sales data supports this strategy. Additionally, summarizing points like to recap what we've discussed helps keep everyone on track. How do you usually contribute in meetings? Understanding beauty and personal care vocabulary can enhance your shopping experience. Words like moisturizer, which hydrates the skin, and exfoliate, meaning to remove dead skin cells, are essential. For instance, you might say, I need a moisturizer for dry skin, and I also want to exfoliate once a week. Familiarize yourself with terms like serum and toner to choose the right products for your routine. What beauty product do you use daily? Using the right vocabulary in dating can make a big difference. Terms like chemistry, which refers to a natural connection, and commitment, meaning a decision to be in a serious relationship, are important. For example, you might say, I feel a strong chemistry with them, and I'm ready for commitment. Understanding phrases like going on a date or casual dating also helps clarify intentions. What's a dating term you found interesting? When checking into a hotel, clear communication is key. First, greet the receptionist warmly and provide your reservation details. If you need any special requests, like extra towels or a late checkout, mention them politely. For example, you could say, I would like to request an additional pillow, please. Always thank the staff for their help. It creates a positive atmosphere. Remember, a friendly approach can lead to better service. What's the most important thing you look for when checking into a hotel? Conditional sentences are great for discussing hypothetical situations. They often use if to introduce a condition. For example, you might say, if I won the lottery, I would travel the world. This sentence imagines a future scenario that isn't real yet. You can also use the zero conditional for facts, like, if you heat ice, it melts. It's useful to practice these structures to express possibilities. Try creating your own conditional sentence about a dream vacation. What would you do if money were no object? Art and culture appreciation involves expressing your thoughts and feelings about different works. Use phrases like, I was captivated by, or this artwork evokes a sense of, to share your reactions. For instance, you might say, I was captivated by the colors in Van Gogh's Starry Night. Additionally, discussing the cultural context can deepen your understanding. You could mention how a piece reflects the artist's background. Engaging in conversation about art enriches your language skills. What piece of art or culture has inspired you recently? Articles can be tricky in English, but they help clarify meaning. Use A for consonant sounds like a cat, and N for vowel sounds, such as an apple. D is used for specific items, like the book on the table. Sometimes no article is needed, like in general statements. Dogs are friendly. What article would you use in this sentence? Sun is shining. Starting and ending a presentation effectively is essential. Open with a strong phrase like, thank you for being here today, or I'm excited to share my ideas with you. For closing, use statements such as, in conclusion, let's remember, or thank you for your attention. I welcome your questions. These phrases set a positive tone and leave a lasting impression. What opening or closing phrase do you find most powerful? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can help you communicate effectively. Words like donate, meaning to give money or goods, and volunteer, which refers to offering your time for a cause, are essential. Nonprofit describes organizations focused on helping people rather than making a profit. Knowing these terms can enhance your conversations about social issues. What is a charity or social cause that you feel passionate about? Describing your daily routine can make your conversations more engaging. Start with simple phrases like, I usually wake up at 7 a.m. or, after breakfast, I go for a walk. Use connecting words, such as after then, and finally, to create a smooth flow. For example, you might say, after I finish work, I like to relax with a book. Try to share your routine in a few sentences today. What part of your daily routine do you enjoy the most? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can boost your conversation skills. Words like cardio, which refers to exercises that increase your heart rate, and strength training, which builds muscle, are essential. You might say, I do cardio 3 times a week and strength training twice. Also, terms like reps for repetitions and sets for groups of reps are useful. Try discussing your workout routine using these terms today. What is your favorite type of exercise? Using polite language and customer service is key to creating a positive experience. Phrases like, how can I assist you today? Or, thank you for your patience, show respect and care. It's also helpful to use expressions like, I understand your concern to empathize with customers. For instance, if a customer is upset, saying, I'm sorry to hear that, let's find a solution together, can make a difference. How do you feel when you receive good customer service? Family relationships shape who we are and how we interact with others. Understanding roles like being a supportive sibling or a nurturing parent is essential. For example, if your brother helps you with homework, it strengthens your bond. Or when parents encourage their children to express feelings, it builds trust. Think about your family roles and how they influence your life. What's one quality you appreciate most in your family members? Giving clear directions is essential for guiding someone effectively. Use simple language and break the route into easy steps. For example, instead of saying, navigate through the intersection, say go straight, then turn left at the traffic light. Focus on landmarks like, you'll see a park on your right. This helps the listener visualize the path. Remember to check if they understand by asking, do you need me to repeat anything? What's the most confusing direction you've ever received? Making suggestions can help others feel supported and valued. In a casual setting with friends, you might say, how about we try that new restaurant? In a work context, a more formal approach works better. I suggest we consider this strategy for our project. When suggesting something to a family member, you could say, would you like to watch a movie tonight? Remember, the way you phrase your suggestion can set the tone. What's the best suggestion someone has ever made to you? Comparative and superlative forms help you compare things effectively. To form a comparative, add or use more for longer adjectives. For example, tall becomes taller, while beautiful becomes more beautiful. Superlatives describe the highest degree, like tallest or most beautiful. You might say, she is the tallest in our class. Practice by comparing your friends or favorite movies. What's your favorite comparison to make in English? Phrasal verbs are essential for travel conversations. First, check-in is what you do at the airport or hotel to confirm your arrival. Next, head out means to leave for a destination, like saying, let's head out to the beach. Then there's look for, which you use when searching for something like, I'm looking for my passport. Another useful one is take off, referring to when a plane leaves the ground. Lastly, getaway means to go on a trip. Which phrasal verb do you find most useful when traveling? When celebrating weddings, using the right language can add joy to the occasion. Phrases like congratulations and best wishes are essential. You can also say, may your love grow stronger every day, which is a lovely sentiment. Don't forget to compliment the couple by saying, you both look amazing. If you're giving a toast, start with, here's to a lifetime of happiness. Practice these phrases to feel more confident at celebrations. What's your favorite thing to say at weddings? Getting involved in your community through volunteering can be incredibly rewarding. It helps you connect with others and make a positive impact. For example, you could volunteer at a local food bank where you can help distribute meals to those in need. Another great option is participating in community cleanup events to beautify your neighborhood. By giving just a few hours of your time, you can create lasting change and friendships. Have you ever volunteered, and if so, what was your experience like? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. Ask your server for recommendations or specials of the day to learn more about what's tasty. You could also inquire about the ingredients if you have dietary restrictions. Complimenting the meal shows appreciation, like saying this dish is fantastic. Finally, don't forget to ask for dessert options to keep the conversation flowing. What's your favorite topic to discuss when dining out? Making appointments and reservations is an important skill for effective communication. When you call or email, be clear about the date and time you want. For instance, you might say, I'd like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. on Saturday. Always confirm the details to avoid confusion. If you need to change or cancel, do it as soon as possible and apologize for any inconvenience. Practicing this can help you feel more confident. What's your biggest challenge when making reservations? Talking about career goals can inspire clarity and direction. Start by identifying what you truly want, like advancing in your current job or changing fields entirely. Share your aspirations with friends or mentors to gain support and feedback. Practicing your pitch can also be beneficial. What's one career goal you're currently working towards? Understanding fitness and exercise vocabulary can help you navigate workouts better. Words like reps and sets refer to repetitions and groups of exercises, while cardio means activities that increase your heart rate, like running or cycling. Knowing these terms makes it easier to follow instructions in classes or with trainers. Try using at least 3 fitness terms in sentences this week. What's your favorite exercise to include in your routine? Effective team collaboration starts with clear vocabulary. Words like brainstorm mean generating ideas together, while delegate refers to assigning tasks to team members. Using terms like feedback is crucial for sharing thoughts on each other's work. Practicing these terms in discussions can improve your teamwork skills. Think about how you can use at least 2 of these words in your next team meeting. What's your favorite word for teamwork? Knowing how to communicate in emergency situations is vital for safety. Phrases like call for help or I need a doctor can be lifesavers. It's also important to understand terms like emergency exit and first aid. Practicing these phrases can prepare you for unexpected situations. For instance, if you see someone hurt, you might say, "Please, call an ambulance." This week, create a short list of emergency phrases in English and practice them with a friend. What emergency phrase do you think is the most important to know? Weather patterns have always fascinated us, but climate change is making them more unpredictable. For example, we see more intense storms, longer droughts, and rising temperatures. These changes can affect our daily lives, agriculture, and even our health. It's essential to understand terms like global warming and carbon footprint as they relate to our actions. To make a difference, think about ways to reduce energy use in your home. What steps do you take to help the environment in extreme weather? Reading recipe instructions can be a fun way to practice English while cooking. Always pay attention to measurements like cups, tablespoons, and teaspoons to get your dish just right. For instance, if a recipe says to add 2 cups of flour and 1 teaspoon of salt, make sure you measure accurately for the best results. It's also helpful to familiarize yourself with terms like simmer or whisk. Next time you cook, choose a recipe in English and follow the instructions carefully. What's your favorite recipe to make? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Use seasonal vocabulary like sunny, rainy, snowy, or windy to describe the current conditions. For example, you might say, "It's a chilly day, perfect for a hot drink." You can also ask questions like, "Are you ready for the summer heat?" Practicing this can improve your small talk skills. What's your favorite season and why? Asking for clarification shows you're engaged in a conversation. Use phrases like, "Can you explain that again?" or "What do you mean by that?" Paraphrasing is also useful. It involves rephrasing what someone said to confirm understanding. For instance, if someone says, "I love spicy food," you might reply, "So, you enjoy food with a kick." Practice asking for clarification next time you're unsure. What's a recent conversation where you needed clarification? Job interviews often include common questions that you should prepare for. One typical question is, "Tell me about yourself." Your answer should highlight your professional background and skills relevant to the job. Another common question is, "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" Focus on strengths that align with the position and mention a weakness along with how you're working to improve it. Practicing these answers can boost your confidence. What job interview question do you find most challenging? Improving communication skills is essential for effective interaction. One key tip is to practice active listening. This means fully concentrating on what the speaker is saying. You can show that you're engaged by nodding or asking follow-up questions. For example, if someone shares their weekend plans, ask, "What was your favorite part?" This not only deepens the conversation, but also helps you connect better. Try practicing active listening in your next conversation. What techniques do you use to improve your communication skills? Giving directions clearly is crucial for effective communication. Start by using simple language and clear landmarks. For example, you might say, "Go straight for 2 blocks, then turn right at the supermarket." Avoid complicated phrases and use easy-to-understand terms. It's also helpful to check for understanding by asking, "Does that make sense?" Try giving directions to a friend using simple phrases and landmarks. What's the most confusing direction you've ever received? Transportation options can vary greatly depending on where you are. You might choose to walk, take a bus, or use a bike share program. When giving directions, be clear and specific. For example, say, "Take the bus to Main Street, then walk 5 minutes to the park." Practicing this will help you navigate better. What's your favorite way to get around in your city? The pronunciation of ed endings can be tricky. They can sound like td or id, depending on the verb. For example, helped ends with T, played with D, and wanted with yd. To Practice. Try saying these 3 words together. Helped, played, wanted. This will help you hear the differences. What's a verb you find difficult to pronounce? Understanding banking vocabulary is important for managing your money. Key terms include account, which is where you keep your funds and interest, the fee for borrowing money, or the reward for saving it. You might say, I need to open a savings account to earn interest. Familiarizing yourself with these words will make every banking visit easier. Try using one of these terms in a sentence today. What financial term do you find the most confusing? Describing your symptoms to a doctor is crucial for proper diagnosis. Start by mentioning when the symptoms began, like, I've had a headache for 2 days. Then, describe the intensity and type of pain, such as it's a sharp pain, or it feels more like pressure. Don't forget to include other symptoms, like fever or nausea. Practicing this will help you communicate better during your visit. What symptom do you think is hardest to explain? Checking into a hotel can be simple if you know what to say. Start with a polite greeting and state your reservation, like, "Hello, I have a reservation under the name Smith." If you need special requests, be clear. For example, could I have a room with a sea view, please? If you need extra towels or services, just ask, can I get some extra towels sent to my room? Practicing these phrases will make your stay more enjoyable. What do you think is the most important thing to remember during check-in? Understanding idioms about time and work productivity can enhance your conversations. For instance, time flies when you're having fun means that time seems to pass quickly during enjoyable tasks. Another is strike while the iron is hot, which encourages taking action at the right moment. Using these idioms can make your speech more engaging. Can you think of a time when you felt like time flew by at work? Finding ways to manage stress is essential for your well-being. One effective tip is to practice deep breathing. Inhale deeply for 4 counts, hold for 4, and exhale for 4. This simple exercise can help calm your mind. You might also try taking short breaks during your day to relax. What's your favorite way to unwind when you're stressed? Being environmentally conscious means being aware of how our actions impact the planet. Key vocabulary includes sustainability, which refers to using resources wisely to protect the environment for future generations. Reduce, reuse, recycle highlights the importance of minimizing waste. Another term is carbon footprint, which measures how much carbon dioxide we produce. Incorporating this vocabulary can help you discuss eco-friendly practices more effectively. What's one eco-friendly habit you've adopted in your life? The tone of your emails can greatly impact how your message is received. A direct tone is clear and efficient, perfect for quick communication, but it can sometimes feel too harsh. On the other hand, a polite approach softens your message, making it more friendly and respectful. For example, instead of saying, "Send me the report," try, "Could you please send me the report?" What tone do you prefer when writing emails? Making appointments and reservations is an essential skill for effective communication. Always start by clearly stating the purpose, like, "I'd like to book a table for 2." Be sure to specify the date and time to avoid confusion. For example, you could say, "Can I reserve a table for next Friday at 7 p.m.? Remember to confirm the details before ending the conversation. What's the last appointment or reservation you made? Using modal verbs can help you express different levels of politeness in English. For example, saying, "Could you help me?" is more polite than "Can you help me?" because could sounds more tentative and respectful. Similarly, "Would you mind closing the window?" is gentler than "Close the window." This way, you soften your requests, making them more courteous. Try using a modal verb in your next conversation to see the difference it makes. What's your favorite modal verb to use? Networking is all about making connections, and good conversation starters can help. A simple way to begin is by asking about the event or location, like, "What do you think of this place?" or "How did you hear about this event?" You can also share a bit about yourself, such as your interests or project. This invites others to engage and share too. Try using one of these starters at your next networking event and see how it opens conversations. What's your favorite icebreaker? Using polite language in customer service can make a big difference in how customers feel. Phrases like, "How can I assist you today?" or "I'm here to help," create a welcoming atmosphere. It's also important to listen actively, showing customers that their concerns matter. If a problem arises, saying, "I understand your frustration," can build trust and empathy. Next time you're in a customer service situation, think about how you can use polite language to enhance the experience. What's your best customer service tip? Effective study habits can greatly improve your learning experience. One useful technique is the Pomodoro technique, where you study for 25 minutes, then take a 5-minute break. This helps maintain focus and prevents burnout. Another method is active recall, which means testing yourself on the material instead of just reading. Try these techniques in your next study session and notice how they affect your retention. What study techniques work best for you? Understanding car maintenance vocabulary is essential for every driver. Words like oil change, brakes, and tire pressure are crucial for keeping your vehicle in good shape. For example, knowing when to check your oil can prevent engine damage. Additionally, familiarizing yourself with driving terms like merge, yield, and intersection can enhance your road safety. Next time you check your car, use these terms. What car-related vocabulary do you find most useful? Phrasal verbs are a fun way to spice up your daily conversations. For example, wake up means to get out of bed, and clean up means to tidy a space. You might say, I wake up at 7 a.m. and clean up my room before breakfast. Another common one is hang out, which means to spend time with friends. Try using these phrasal verbs in your next chat. What phrasal verbs do you use in your daily life? Improving your communication skills can greatly enhance your personal and professional life. One effective tip is to practice active listening. This means fully focusing on the speaker, showing understanding, and responding appropriately. For instance, instead of just nodding, you can say, I see what you mean, to acknowledge their point. Additionally, try to expand your vocabulary by learning new words daily and using them in conversations. This will help you express yourself more clearly. What strategies do you use to improve your communication skills? Following recipe instructions and measurements is key to great cooking. Always read the recipe carefully before starting and use the correct measurements. For example, if a recipe calls for 1 cup of flour, use a measuring cup for accuracy. Additionally, don't forget to check whether the recipe asks for packed or loose ingredients, as this can change the outcome. Practice measuring ingredients for your next dish to improve your cooking skills. What is your favorite recipe to make at home? Time is money, and understanding idioms can boost your language skills. For example, burning the midnight oil means working late into the night, while time flies when you're having fun highlights how quickly time passes when you're engaged. Using these idioms can make your speech more colorful and relatable. Try using one of these idioms in your next conversation. What's your favorite idiom about time? Collocations are essential for sounding natural in English. Let's explore some common collocations with the verbs make, do, take, and give. You make a decision, do your homework, take a break, and give a presentation. These phrases help convey your ideas clearly. For instance, saying, I need to take a break sounds more fluent than saying, I need a break. Try using one of these collocations in your next conversation to practice. Which collocation do you find most useful? Friendship is a vital part of our lives, helping us to connect and grow. Building strong social connections requires effort, such as reaching out and being supportive. Simple actions like asking a friend how their day was or planning a coffee catch-up can strengthen your bond. Remember, friendships thrive on communication and understanding. What's one thing you do to maintain your friendships? The decision-making process involves several key terms that are helpful to understand. First, you identify the problem, then you gather information to explore your options. After that, you evaluate the choices based on pros and cons. And finally, you make a decision and take action. For example, if you're choosing a restaurant, you might list your preferences, compare menus, and then select one based on your findings. What decision-making term do you find most interesting? Understanding nutrition is key to healthy eating. Terms like macronutrients refer to proteins, fats, and carbohydrates that provide energy. Micronutrients, on the other hand, include vitamins and minerals essential for our body's functions. For example, fruits and vegetables are rich in micronutrients. Try incorporating more colorful veggies into meals this week. What's your favorite healthy dish? Travel planning can be exciting, but using the right language is essential. When booking flights or hotels, phrases like I'd like to make a reservation or what are the cancellation policies are very helpful. For example, when calling a hotel, you might say, I'd like to book a room for 3 nights, please. Make a list of key phrases you might need for your next trip. What travel destination are you looking forward to visiting? Job interviews often include common questions that you can prepare for. One typical question is, what are your strengths? Here, you can mention skills like teamwork or problem solving. Another common question is, why do you want to work here? A good answer might express your interest in the company's values or goals. Practicing your responses can help you feel more confident. Choose a question and write down your answer to practice. What interview question do you find most challenging? Setting goals is a powerful way to achieve success. Use clear language like I aim to improve my English by practicing daily, or my goal is to read one book each month. Break big goals into smaller, manageable tasks, such as reading a chapter each week. This makes progress easier to see. What's one goal you'd like to set for yourself this month? Opening and closing phrases are essential for a strong presentation. Start with a phrase like, "Thank you for being here today. I'm excited to share." This engages your audience immediately. For closing, you can say, "In conclusion, I hope you found this information helpful, and I welcome your questions." These phrases create a clear structure for your presentation. Practice using them to make your delivery smoother and more professional. What opening or closing phrase do you find most effective in presentations? Collocations with common verbs can make your English sound more natural. For example, we say make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give advice. These combinations help you express ideas clearly. Instead of just saying make, using make a mistake, or make a plan gives more detail. When you practice these collocations, your speaking and writing will improve significantly. So, try to use them in your conversations this week. What's your favorite collocation with one of these verbs? Linking and connected speech can make your English sound more fluent. For example, instead of saying going to, we often say gonna, and want to becomes wanna. These reductions help you speak faster and sound more natural in conversation. Try using these forms when you're speaking casually with friends. Practice by saying, "I'm gonna go to the store," instead of the full form. What's your favorite reduction in English? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. You can ask about daily specials or recommend dishes based on your preferences. For example, saying, "What do you recommend for a vegetarian option?" shows interest in the menu. It's also nice to ask about ingredients if you have allergies. Engaging with waitstaff can create a friendly atmosphere. So next time you're at a restaurant, try to connect more. What's the most interesting question you've asked at a restaurant? Understanding sports and games terminology can enhance your enjoyment and communication. For instance, in soccer, terms like offside and penalty are crucial to know. In basketball, three-pointer and rebound are important for discussing plays. Try using these terms when talking about a game with friends. What's your sport, and what terminology do you enjoy using? Conflict resolution is essential for healthy communication. A good technique is active listening, where you focus completely on what the other person is saying. You can also use I statements like, "I feel frustrated when," rather than blaming others. This helps to express your feelings without creating more tension. Try it the next time you disagree with someone. What conflict resolution techniques have you found effective? Conditional sentences are great for discussing hypothetical situations. They often start with if. For example, "If I had $1 million, I would travel the world." This structure helps us imagine possibilities. Another example is, "If it rains tomorrow, I would stay home and read." Practicing these sentences can improve your English fluency. Think about your own dreams. What would you do if you had the chance? What's a hypothetical situation you often think about? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. You might ask the waiter for recommendations or about the ingredients in a dish. Complimenting the chef or discussing your meal can also create a friendly atmosphere. For example, saying, "This pasta is delicious. What's the secret ingredient?" can lead to a nice. What's the most memorable conversation you've had at a restaurant? Making appointments and reservations is essential for staying organized. When calling, be polite and clear about your needs. For example, you might say, "I'd like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. please." Always confirm the details to avoid confusion. It's also good to ask about cancellation policies. Have you ever had a funny or interesting experience while making a reservation? Public transportation etiquette is important for a pleasant journey. Always give up your seat to elderly or disabled passengers and keep your voice down. If you're standing, hold onto the handrails and be mindful of your bag so it doesn't hit others. Remember, a polite smile can brighten someone's day. What's your best tip for using public transport politely? Discussing mental health is crucial, and using the right language makes a difference. Phrases like "I'm feeling overwhelmed" or "I need support" are honest and helpful. When someone shares their feelings, listen without judgment and respond with empathy. You can say, "It's okay to ask for help. This opens up a space for conversation. How do you express your feelings or support others in discussions about mental health? When things go wrong, complaining politely can lead to better results. Use "I'm sorry, but" instead of "you did this wrong." For example, say, "I'm sorry, but my order was incorrect," rather than blaming the staff. This shows respect and can encourage a helpful response. How do you express your concerns when something doesn't go as planned? Mastering the F sound can really improve your English pronunciation. Unlike the TT or D sounds, it requires you to place your tongue between your teeth, like in words such as think or this. For T and D, your tongue touches the roof of your mouth, as in top and dog. To practice, try saying think, top, this, and dog in pairs, focusing on the tongue position. It can make a big difference. What challenges do you face with these sounds? Shopping for clothes can be a fun way to express your style. When you try on clothes, remember to check the fit, comfort, and color. For instance, if a shirt feels tight in the shoulders, it might not be the right size for you. Also, don't hesitate to ask for help or opinions from store staff or friends. They can give you valuable feedback. Next time you shop, think about what style represents you best. What's your favorite piece of clothing that shows your personality? Understanding beauty and personal care vocabulary can help you navigate stores and conversations with confidence. Words like moisturizer, exfoliate, and serum are essential when discussing skincare. For example, a moisturizer hydrates your skin, while exfoliating products remove dead skin cells for a fresh look. When shopping, you might ask, "Do you have any serums for dry skin?" Practicing these terms will enhance your experience. What's your favorite beauty product that you can't live without? Sustainable living is all about making choices that are good for our planet. Key vocabulary includes renewable energy, which comes from natural sources like wind and solar, and recycling, the process of turning waste into new products. For example, you can use reusable bags instead of plastic ones to reduce waste. Start using these terms in your daily conversations. What sustainable habits do you practice in your life? Workplace conflict resolution is essential for a harmonious environment. Key phrases include, "Let's find a solution and I understand your perspective." For example, if a colleague disagrees with you, you might say, "I see your point, and I'd like to discuss how we can compromise." Using respectful language can make discussions more productive. How do you approach conflicts at work? Leadership and management rely on clear communication and teamwork. Important terms include delegation, which means assigning tasks to others, and vision, the guiding goal for a team. For instance, a good leader might delegate a project while sharing their vision to inspire the team. Try using these terms in your work discussions. What leadership qualities do you value most? Workplace conflict resolution requires careful language to foster understanding. Phrases like, "I see your point," help acknowledge the other person's feelings, while "let's work together on this" encourages collaboration. For example, if a disagreement arises over a project, you might say, "I understand your concerns, and I believe we can find a compromise." Using this kind of respectful language can turn conflicts into opportunities for teamwork. Think about a recent conflict at work. How did you communicate your feelings? When visiting a doctor, clearly describing your symptoms is crucial for accurate diagnosis. Start by mentioning the main issue, like "I have a headache," and then add details such as duration and intensity. For example, say, "I've had this headache for 2 days, and it's quite painful." Don't forget to include any other related symptoms, like nausea or sensitivity to light. This information helps the doctor understand what you're experiencing. What symptoms have you had to explain to a doctor before? Navigating an airport can be easier with the right vocabulary. Familiarize yourself with key terms like boarding pass, which you need to get onto the plane, and security check, where your luggage is screened. When at the airport, you might hear announcements for gate changes or delays, so staying alert is essential. Don't forget to ask about baggage claim to find your luggage after the flight. Knowing these words can make your travel experience smoother. What is the most challenging part of air travel for you? Being politically aware means understanding how decisions affect your life and community. Start by following the news and reading about local issues, as this helps you form opinions based on fact. Engage in discussions with friends to share perspectives and learn from others. Remember, being informed empowers you to make choices that align with your values. What topic in politics interests you the most? When visiting a doctor, it's helpful to know some key phrases. You might say, "I've been feeling unwell," to describe your symptoms. If you need a prescription, ask, "Can I get a prescription for this?" It's also important to understand terms like follow-up appointment for future checks. Don't hesitate to ask about treatment options by saying, "What are my choices?" Practicing these phrases can make your medical visits easier. What health-related questions do you often have when visiting a doctor? Festivals and celebrations bring people together and create a joyful atmosphere. Each culture has unique traditions, like colorful parades or delicious food. For example, during Diwali, people light oil lamps and share sweets with family and friends, symbolizing the victory of light over darkness. Similarly, at Christmas, families gather to exchange gifts and enjoy festive meals. Participating in these events helps us connect with others and appreciate diversity. What's your favorite festival or celebration, and why do you love it? Understanding project management terminology is crucial for successful teamwork. Key terms include scope, which defines what the project will achieve, and stakeholders, the people affected by the project. Another important term is milestone, which marks a significant point in the project timeline. Using these terms effectively helps everyone stay on the same page. For example, you might say, "We need to review the project scope with our stakeholders before reaching the next milestone." What project management terms are you curious about? Hobbies and interests are a wonderful way to connect with others and express ourselves. They can range from sports to arts or even reading. For instance, if you love painting, you might join a local art group to meet fellow artists. Sharing our hobbies can lead to new friendships and inspire creativity. So, think about what you enjoy doing in your free time. What hobby or interest are you most passionate about? The tone of your emails can greatly impact how your message is received. A direct approach is clear and to the point, which is useful for urgent matters. For example, saying, "Please send the report by Friday," gets straight to the request. However, a polite tone can foster goodwill, especially in sensitive situations. You might say, "Could you please send the report by Friday? I would really appreciate it." Using both tones effectively depends on your audience. Which tone do you prefer to use in your emails? Using public transportation is a great way to travel, but good etiquette is essential for everyone's comfort. Always give up your seat to elderly passengers or those with disabilities. Keep your voice down and avoid loud phone calls to respect others' space. When you board, let passengers exit first before you get on. Lastly, remember to keep your belongings close and not take up extra space. Simple actions can make the journey pleasant for all. What's your biggest pet peeve about public transport? Understanding personal finance is crucial for managing your money effectively. Start with key terms like budget, which is a plan for your income and expenses. Another important term is savings, the money you set aside for the future. Then there's debt, which is money you owe. Finally, investing means putting your money into something that can grow in value. Knowing these terms helps you create a solid financial plan. What budgeting term do you find the most confusing? Home improvement and DIY projects can be exciting and rewarding. Familiarize yourself with key terms like renovation, which means updating or improving a space, and materials, the supplies you need like wood, paint, or tools. Another important term is blueprint, a detailed plan for your project. Lastly, fixture refers to items like lights or sinks that are attached to your home. Understanding these words will help you communicate your ideas clearly. What home improvement project are you thinking about tackling next? Online shopping can be fun and convenient, but it's important to know some key e-commerce terms. Cart refers to the virtual basket where you keep items you want to buy. Checkout is the process where you finalize your purchase. Shipping means the delivery of your items, while returns are the items you send back if they don't meet your expectations. Familiarizing yourself with these terms will enhance your shopping experience. What's your favorite online store to shop at? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can help you stay motivated and informed. Key terms include cardio, which refers to exercises that increase your heart rate, like running or cycling. Strength training involves lifting weights to build muscle. Another important word is reps, which describes the number of times you perform an exercise, while sets refer to a group of reps. Understanding these terms can improve your workouts and help you communicate with others at the gym. What's your favorite way to stay active? Reported speech is a great way to share stories and information that others have said. Instead of quoting someone directly, you can change their words to fit your narrative. For example, Instead of saying, I am happy, you can say, she said she was happy. This technique allows you to convey the essence of conversations while keeping them concise. Practice by telling a friend about a story you heard using reported speech. What's a memorable story you'd like to share? Improving your communication skills can greatly enhance your personal and professional life. One effective method is to practice active listening. This means fully concentrating on what the other person is saying, instead of just waiting for your turn to speak. For instance, when someone shares an idea, try summarizing it back to them to show understanding. Additionally, engaging in conversations regularly can help you become more comfortable and confident. What is one communication challenge you face in your daily life? The RRL distinction can be tricky for many English learners, but practicing minimal pairs can help. Minimal pairs are words that differ by only one sound, like light and right. To practice, say each word slowly and focus on how your tongue and lips move. For example, try lake and rake. This will improve your pronunciation and clarity. What minimal pairs do you find most challenging? Describing your work and responsibilities clearly can help others understand what you do. Start by identifying your main tasks. For example, if you are a teacher, you might say, I prepare lessons, teach students, and assess their progress. Using action verbs like manage, coordinate, or develop can make your description more dynamic. It's also helpful to mention any teamwork involved, like collaborating with colleagues. This gives a fuller picture of your role. What do you enjoy most about your job? Linking and connected speech are essential for sounding more natural in English. Native speakers often reduce phrases, like going to into gonna and want to into wanna. For example, instead of saying I am going to eat, you might say I'm gonna eat. This makes your speech flow better and sound more fluent. To practice, try listening to conversations or songs and note how often these reductions occur. Then use them in your own speech. What phrases do you find yourself using the most? Small talk can be a great way to connect with others. Openers like, how's your day going? Or, have you seen any good movies lately? Natural follow-ups might include, what did you like about it? Or, what's your favorite part of the day so far? This keeps the conversation flowing and shows genuine interest. What's your favorite small talk topic to bring up with new people? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can help you discuss your health goals more effectively. Words like workout, cardio, and strength training are essential. For example, you might say, I do cardio to improve my stamina. Using specific terms helps express your fitness journey clearly. Start by labeling your favorite exercises and sharing them with a friend. What's your go-to exercise vocabulary? Describing your living situation can help others understand your lifestyle. For instance, you might say, I live in a cozy apartment in the city with 2 roommates. Mentioning details like the number of rooms or nearby parks adds color. You could say, we have a small kitchen but a lovely balcony. How would you describe your own living space? Networking can feel intimidating, but having good conversation starters can help you connect easily. Try asking, what inspired you to choose your current job? This question opens up a dialogue and allows the other person to share their story. Another option is to say, I read about your company's recent project. What was your role in it? This shows genuine interest in their work. Practice these starters at your next event. What's your favorite networking question to break the ice? Understanding airport and flight vocabulary is essential for smooth travels. Key words include boarding pass, which you need to get on the plane, and gate, where you wait before boarding. Another important term is departure, meaning when the plane leaves, while arrival is when it lands. Knowing these words makes navigating airports easier. Next time you're at an airport, try these terms. What's the last flight you took? Idioms can add color to your conversations about emotions and feelings. For instance, if someone says they are on cloud 9, it means they are very happy. Another example is feeling blue, which expresses sadness. You might also hear walking on eggshells, describing the nervousness of a delicate situation. Using these idioms makes your speech more engaging and relatable. Try incorporating one of these phrases into your daily conversations this week. What's your favorite idiom to describe how you're feeling? Choosing the right tone in email writing is crucial. A formal tone is used for professional communication, like starting with Dear Mr. Smith and using complete sentences. In contrast, an informal tone is friendly and casual, such as using hi and contractions like your. Remember to adjust your language based on your audience. What's your experience with formal or informal emails? Understanding insurance and legal document terms is important for clarity. For example, deductible refers to the amount you pay before insurance kicks in, while liability means being responsible for something, like an accident. Knowing these terms helps you navigate contracts better. Take a moment to look up one term you find confusing in your insurance policy. What term would you like to learn more about? Family relationships can be complex but are also rewarding. Understanding different roles, like the caregiver, the peacemaker, or the rebel, helps us navigate family dynamics. For example, a caregiver often takes on responsibilities and looks after others, while a peacemaker strives to keep harmony. Recognizing these roles can improve communication and reduce misunderstandings. Think about your own family. What role do you play? Share your thoughts on how family dynamics influence your life. Being environmentally conscious means being aware of how our actions impact the planet. Vocabulary like sustainability, which refers to meeting our needs without harming future generations, and carbon footprint, which measures the total greenhouse gases we produce, is essential. For instance, choosing to bike instead of drive reduces your carbon footprint. Take a moment to think of one eco-friendly habit you can adopt today. What's one small change you're willing to make for the environment? Describing your living situation can help others understand your lifestyle better. Start with the type of place you live in, like an apartment or a house. Then, mention the area. Do you live in a busy city or a quiet suburb? For example, you might say, I live in a small apartment in a vibrant neighborhood with lots of cafes and parks. Finally, add how you feel about your living space, comfortable, cozy, or even cramped. What do you love most about your living situation? Food and cooking terminology is essential for anyone who loves to cook or enjoy meals. Terms like sauté, which means to cook quickly in a little oil, or julienne, referring to cutting vegetables into thin matchstick shapes, are fundamental. For instance, when making a stir-fry, you might sauté your vegetables after julienning them for a beautiful presentation. Now, think about a cooking term you recently learned or want to learn more about. What's your favorite cooking term? Understanding articles is key to sounding natural in English. Use a before consonant sounds like a dog and an before vowel sounds such as an apple. The is used for specific things, like the dog in my yard. Sometimes, no article is needed, especially when talking about general concepts. For example, I love music. So, when describing a unique thing or a general idea, remember these rules. Can you think of a sentence where you're unsure about which article to use? Airport and flight vocabulary is essential for smooth travel. Words like boarding pass, which you need to get on the plane, and gate, where you wait to board, are important. You might also hear delayed if your flight is late. For example, you might say, my flight is delayed by 2 hours. Practice using these terms by describing your last travel experience or planning your next trip. What word do you find most interesting? Collocations with common verbs can make your English sound more natural. For example, we say make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give a presentation. These phrases are used often, so they're helpful to learn. Try to use one of these collocations in a sentence today. What's a collocation you've used recently? Improving your communication skills is vital for success in any area of life. Focus on active listening. This means really paying attention to what others say before responding. For instance, if a friend shares a story, wait until they finish and then ask a question about it. To practice, try summarizing a conversation you had today. What do you think is the biggest challenge in communicating effectively? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can really enhance your conversations about health. Terms like warm-up, cool-down, reps, and sets are essential. For example, before a workout, you might say, I need to do my warm-up exercises first. Understanding these words helps you follow instructions better in classes or when working out with friends. Today, try using at least 3 of these terms in your next conversation about exercise. What's your favorite type of exercise to talk about? Appreciating art and culture enriches our understanding of the world. When discussing art, use descriptive language to express your feelings about a piece. For instance, you might say, the colors in this painting are vibrant and evoke a sense of joy. Additionally, discussing the cultural context can deepen the conversation. Try to explore how culture influences artistic expression. Today, visit an art piece or cultural event and describe it using 3 descriptive words. What artwork has inspired you recently? Talking about mental health is important for creating understanding and support. Use phrases like, I'm feeling overwhelmed, or I need some time to recharge, to express your feelings clearly. For example, if you're feeling stressed, you might say, I've been feeling anxious lately. I need to take a break. This encourages open conversation and helps reduce stigma. Today, try to share your feelings with someone you trust using mental health vocabulary. How do you typically check in on your mental health? Effective problem solving requires the right vocabulary to express your thoughts clearly. Start with phrases like, let's brainstorm ideas, or we need to evaluate our options. For example, if you're facing a challenge at work, you might say, I suggest we identify the root cause and consider possible solutions. Additionally, using terms like collaborate and prioritize can enhance teamwork. Today, practice using these phrases in conversations to discuss a problem you're facing. What strategy do you find most helpful when solving problems? Weddings are filled with joy and special vocabulary. Use phrases like tying the knot or exchanging vows to describe the ceremony. For instance, you might say, they are tying the knot in a beautiful garden. Celebratory language can also include cheers for toasts and let's celebrate when marking the occasion. Today, try using these expressions when talking about a wedding you attended or plan to attend. What's your favorite wedding memory? Talking about your career goals can inspire and motivate you. It's important to be clear about what you want to achieve. For example, you might say, I aim to become a project manager in the next 3 years. Discussing ambitions like advancing in my field or gaining new skills can open doors to opportunities. Additionally, connecting with others in your industry can provide valuable insights. Today, think about your own career goals and write them down. What's one ambition you hope to achieve in the next year? Travel planning can be exciting, but using the right language is key. When booking a flight, phrases like I'd like to make a reservation or what are the available options are very helpful. For example, when you call a hotel, you can ask, do you have a room available for 3 nights? It's also good to know terms like check-in and cancellation policy. As you plan your next trip, try using these phrases in conversations. What's your dream travel destination? Understanding the difference between will and going to is essential for discussing future plans. Use will for spontaneous decisions like saying, I'll help you with that. In contrast, use going to for intentions or plans, such as, I'm going to study this weekend. This clarity can help you communicate your future actions more effectively. What future plan are you most excited to share? Improving your communication skills can transform your interactions. Start by practicing active listening. This means truly paying attention to what others say. For instance, when someone shares an idea, respond with, that's interesting. Can you tell me more? This shows you value their input. Additionally, try to speak clearly and at a steady pace. To enhance your skills, have conversations with friends or practice speaking in front of a mirror. What communication challenge do you face most often? Staying safe online is crucial in today's digital world. Always protect your personal information by using strong passwords and being cautious about what you share on social media. For example, avoid posting your address or phone number publicly. Additionally, learn to identify phishing emails or suspicious links that may try to steal your information. Regularly updating your software can also help keep your devices secure. What's one online safety tip you think everyone should know? Understanding recipe instructions and measurements is essential for successful cooking. Always read the recipe carefully before starting to ensure you have all the ingredients. Use standard measurements like cups, tablespoons, and teaspoons for accuracy. For example, if a recipe calls for 1 cup of sugar, make sure you level off the sugar with a knife for precision. When adjusting recipes, remember that 1 tablespoon equals 3 teaspoons. To practice, try converting a recipe for a different number of servings. What's your favorite recipe to cook? In our daily lives, technology vocabulary is everywhere. Words like upload, download, and stream are common when we use apps or watch videos online. For instance, when you want to watch a movie, you often need to stream it to enjoy it instantly. Additionally, terms like interface and software help us understand how devices and applications work together. To improve your tech vocabulary, try labeling the devices in your home with their names. Technology term do you use most often? In phone and online meetings, using the right phrases is key to effective communication. Start with polite greeting, like hello everyone, or thanks for joining. If you need to ask someone to speak, say, could you please share your thoughts? When summarizing, Use phrases like, to recap, or in summary. Finally, always end with a thank you, such as thank you for your time. Try practicing these phrases in your next meeting. What phrase do you find most useful? Understanding banking vocabulary is essential for managing your finances. Terms like deposit, withdraw, and balance are commonly used at banks. For example, when you deposit money, you increase your account balance. Knowing about interest rates can help you choose the right savings account. To practice, try writing down 5 banking terms you hear this week and their meanings. What banking term do you find the most confusing? Job interviews often include common questions like, tell me about yourself, or what are your strengths? When answering, keep it concise and relevant. For example, you might say, I'm a dedicated team player with experience in project management. It's also good to prepare for questions about your weaknesses. You can say, I'm working on improving my time management skills. Practice these responses to feel more confident. What job interview question do you find most challenging? The pronunciation of evet endings can be tricky but is important for clear communication. There are 3 sounds, T, D, and on DD. For example, worked ends with the T sound, played with the D sound, and wanted with the judge DD sound. To practice, say these words aloud: hunted, called, and interested. Notice how the endings change based on the last sound of the verb. Try using these words in a sentence today. What ed word do you find hardest to pronounce? Family relationships can greatly influence who we are as individuals. Understanding family dynamics helps us communicate better and build stronger connections. For example, if you notice that your sibling often feels left out, addressing it directly can improve your relationship. You might say, I've noticed you seem quiet lately. Is everything okay? Open communication fosters trust and understanding. Take a moment today to reach out to a family member and ask how they're feeling. What is one family dynamic you find interesting? Making appointments and reservations is essential for smooth planning. Always provide key details like the date, time, and purpose. For example, when booking a table at a restaurant, you could say, I'd like to reserve a table for 2 at 7 p.m. this Friday. Remember to confirm your reservation a day in advance if possible. Try to make an appointment today, whether it's for a haircut or a doctor. What's the last reservation you made? Being environmentally conscious is important in today's world. Knowing specific vocabulary can help us communicate our ideas better. Words like sustainability, which means using resources without depleting them, and recycling, the process of converting waste into reusable material, are essential. For instance, you can say, I focus on sustainability by recycling and reducing plastic use. Start using these terms in your daily conversations to raise awareness. What environmental word do you find most interesting or important? Describing your learning experiences can inspire others and help you reflect. Start by sharing what you learned, how you felt, and the impact it had on you. For example, you might say, I learned to play the guitar, which was challenging at first, but it made me feel accomplished. Sharing both successes and struggles makes your story relatable. Think about a learning experience you had and how it changed you. What was the most surprising lesson you learned? Understanding sports and games terminology can enhance your conversations and enjoyment of these activities. Terms like goal, which refers to scoring in sports, and strategy, meaning a plan to win, are essential. For instance, you might say, our team's strategy was to defend well and score goals quickly. Try using at least one new sports term in your next conversation. What's your favorite sport, and what terminology do you like to use? Describing your living situation helps others understand your lifestyle. Start by mentioning the type of place you live in, like an apartment or a house, and the location. For example, I live in a small apartment in the city, close to parks and coffee shops. You can also talk about your roommates or the atmosphere, like whether it's quiet or lively. Think about how your living situation affects your daily life. What do you love most about where you live? Using comparative and superlative forms can make your English descriptions much clearer. Comparatives compare two things, like this book is more interesting than that one. Superlatives highlight the best among many, such as this is the most exciting book I've read this year. Practice by comparing your favorite movies or songs. What's your favorite movie, and how would you describe it using comparatives or superlatives? Cultural differences shape how we interact with others and understand the world. For instance, in some cultures, making direct eye contact shows confidence, while in others, it can be seen as disrespectful. Oh, customs like greeting styles also vary. A handshake is common in many places, but others may prefer bowing. What cultural differences have you noticed in your travels or interactions? Prepositions of time, place, and movement are essential for clear communication. For time, we use at for specific times, like at 3 p.m., while in is for months or years, like in July. For place, on is used for surfaces, such as on the table, and in indicates being inside something, like in the room. Whoa, movement prepositions like to show direction, as in go to the park. Think about your daily routine and describe where you go and when. What's an example preposition you use today? Taking care of pets requires understanding their needs and using the right vocabulary. For example, dogs need regular walks, food, and grooming. You might say, I take my dog for a walk every morning. For cats, phrases like clean the litter box or provide scratching posts are essential. Remember, using the right terms helps in communicating effectively about pet care. What pets have, and how do you take care of them? Linking and connected speech make English sound more natural. For instance, instead of saying going to, we often say gonna, and want to becomes wanna. This helps words flow together in conversation. You might say, I'm gonna watch a movie instead of, I'm going to watch a movie. Try using these reductions in your next conversation. What phrases do you often hear that use these reductions? Effective time management is key to boosting productivity. Start by prioritizing tasks using a simple list. Rank them by importance and urgency. For example, complete high-priority tasks first, like finishing a report before answering emails. Break larger tasks into smaller steps to make them less overwhelming. Try setting a timer for focused work sessions. What strategies do you use to manage your time effectively? False friends can be tricky for polished learners of English. For example, actually means really, not actually, which means currently. Another one is sensible, which refers to being reasonable, not sensony. It's important to know these differences to avoid confusion. When you encounter a new word, check its true meaning in context. Have you ever used a false friend by mistake? Comparative and superlative forms help us compare people, things, or ideas. To form comparatives, add er or use more before adjectives like taller or more interesting. For superlatives, use est or the most, like the tallest or the most interesting. For example, Mount Everest is the highest mountain, compares it to all others. Try creating your own sentences using these forms about your favorite movies or books. What's the most interesting thing you've learned lately? Community involvement and volunteering are great ways to connect with others and make a positive impact. When you volunteer, you not only help those in need but also develop new skills and meet like-minded people. For instance, joining a local food bank can teach you teamwork while providing essential services to your community. Additionally, volunteering looks fantastic on a resume, showing future employers your commitment to social responsibility. Think about a cause you care about and how you could contribute. What local volunteer opportunity interests you most? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Seasonal vocabulary helps describe different weather conditions. For example, in summer, we say it's sunny and hot. In winter, it's cold and snowy. During spring, we might enjoy rain showers and blooming flowers, while autumn brings falling leaves and cooler temperatures. Try using seasonal words in your daily conversations. What's your favorite season, and how does the weather make you feel during that time? Using polite language in customer service can make a big difference in customer satisfaction. Phrases like, how can I assist you today? Or thank you for your patience show respect and understanding. For example, if a customer has a problem, saying I'm sorry for the inconvenience acknowledges their feelings and helps build trust. Try to incorporate polite phrases into your conversations with customers or clients. What polite phrase do you find most effective in your interactions? Improving communication skills is essential for success in both personal and professional life. One tip is to practice active listening, which involves fully concentrating on the speaker and responding thoughtfully. For example, when someone shares their ideas, nodding or summarizing what they said shows that you value their input. Another technique is to ask open-ended questions, which encourage deeper conversations. Try to use active listening when talking with friends or colleagues today. What strategies do you use to enhance your communication skills? Weather patterns are changing around the world due to climate change. This means we see more extreme weather, like heavier rain or longer droughts. For instance, Some areas that used to have mild winters now face severe storms. Understanding these changes helps us prepare for the future. You can start by talking about the weather with friends, noticing the differences. How have you seen weather patterns changing in your area recently? Cultural sensitivity is crucial in our diverse world. It means understanding and respecting different traditions and values. For example, when visiting a new country, learning a few local customs can show respect and help build connections. This awareness can prevent misunderstandings and create positive interactions. Try to learn about a culture that interests you and share your findings with a friend. How do you practice cultural sensitivity in your daily life? Giving directions clearly is essential for effective communication. Use simple language and specific landmarks to help others understand. For example, instead of saying go straight, you might say go straight for 2 blocks, then turn left at the red building. This makes it easier for someone to follow your instructions. Try giving directions to a friend about how to get to a local cafe. What tips do you have for giving clear directions? Using the right language when discussing mental health can make a big difference. It's important to be respectful and sensitive in our conversations. For instance, instead of saying someone is crazy, we can say they are experiencing mental health challenges. This choice of words shows empathy and helps reduce stigma. When sharing your own feelings, try using phrases like I'm feeling overwhelmed instead of I'm fine when you're not. What are some phrases you think are helpful when talking about mental health? Mastering the pronunciation of ed endings is key to sounding fluent. The ed can be pronounced in 3 ways, td or ndd. For instance, washed ends with t, played with d, and wanted with shdd. Remember, the sound depends on the final consonant of the verb. Practice by saying these words out loud and notice the differences. What other pronunciation tips would you like to know about? Asking for tourist information is a great way to connect with locals. Start with a polite greeting, then clearly state what you need. For example, you can say, "Excuse me, could you please help me find the nearest bus station?" This shows respect and makes it easier for others to assist you. Don't forget to use phrases like thank you after receiving help to show appreciation. What's the most useful question you've asked while traveling? Sharing your learning experiences can inspire others and help you reflect on your progress. For instance, think about a moment when you struggled with a new concept but eventually mastered it. Describe the challenges you faced and the strategies you used to overcome them, like practicing regularly or seeking help from a teacher. This not only reinforces your own learning, but also helps others relate to your journey. What has been your most memorable learning experience? Pronouncing the th sound can be tricky for many learners. Unlike the t and d sounds, this is made by placing your tongue gently between your teeth. For example, in the word think, you use veth, while in tin, you use t. Practice saying this and that alongside tin and din to feel the difference. Focus on the position of your tongue. It makes a big impact. Try practicing these pairs out loud today. What's a word you find challenging to pronounce? When resolving workplace conflicts, using calm and clear language is key. Start by expressing your feelings using I statements, like I feel upset when deadlines are missed. This avoids blaming others. Next, listen actively to the other person's perspective. Share possible solutions together. Practicing this approach can foster a positive environment. Techniques do you find helpful in resolving conflicts at work? Nature offers a beautiful tapestry of sights and sounds that can inspire anyone. Imagine standing in a lush green forest where sunlight filters through the leaves, creating a dance of light and shadow. You can hear the soft rustle of leaves and the cheerful songs of birds in the trees. The air is fresh and carries the scent of pine and earth. Describing nature helps you appreciate its beauty and enhances your vocabulary. What's your favorite natural place and how would you describe it? Traveling often involves using phrasal verbs that make communication easier. First, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. Next, when you head out, it means you're leaving for your destination. Another useful one is look for, which you use when seeking something, like your luggage. Don't forget take off for when a plane departs and get away when you want to escape. What travel experiences have you had with these verbs? Scheduling meetings effectively is crucial in business. To start, use clear language and propose specific times, like shall we meet on Tuesday at 10 a.m.? This shows organization and respect for everyone's time. Always confirm the agenda in advance, so participants come prepared. Additionally, use a scheduling tool like Google Calendar to avoid any confusion. Lastly, Follow up with a reminder a day before. How do you usually set up meetings in your work? Using the right language when discussing mental health is essential for creating a supportive environment. Phrases like "I'm here for you" or "it's okay to talk about it" can make a big difference. Avoiding terms that stigmatize mental health issues, such as crazy or weak, helps promote understanding. Remember, being open and using empathetic language encourages others to share their feelings. How do you talk about mental health with friends or family? Celebrating weddings and special occasions requires the right words to express joy. Use phrases like "congratulations on your beautiful day" or "wishing you a lifetime of happiness." When giving toasts, keep it heartfelt and simple, sharing a personal story or wishing the couple well. Remember to include everyone in the celebration by saying, "Let's raise a glass to love." What's your favorite memory from a wedding or celebration you attended? Sustainable living is all about making choices that protect our planet. Key vocabulary includes renewable energy, like solar and wind power, and recycling, which helps reduce waste. You can also use organic, referring to food grown without harmful chemicals. Understanding these terms can boost your eco-friendly conversations. Try using them in sentences like, "I prefer organic food because it's healthier for me and the earth." What sustainable practices do you follow in your daily life? In emergency situations, clear communication is vital. Use simple phrases like "help" or "call 911" to get attention quickly. If someone is hurt, you can say, "Are you okay?" or "Stay still. Help is on the way." Practice staying calm and using direct language to convey your needs. For example, if there's a fire, you might shout, "Fire! Everyone out now!" Think of an emergency plan for your home. How would you communicate in a crisis? When planning a trip, using the right language can make everything smoother. Start with key phrases like, "I'd like to book a room" or "Can you recommend a good restaurant?" When booking flights, remember to ask about baggage policies or cancellation fees. For example, you might say, "What time does the flight arrive?" or "Is breakfast included?" Familiarizing yourself with these expressions can help you feel more confident. What's the most important thing you consider when planning a trip? In negotiation, building rapport is essential for success. Start by actively listening and showing empathy towards the other person's needs. Use persuasive phrases like, "I understand your point, but how about," to keep the conversation collaborative. For instance, if you're discussing a raise, you might say, "Given my contributions, I believe a salary adjustment is fair." Remember to stay calm and assertive, focusing on mutual benefits. What techniques do you think work best in negotiations? When talking about future plans, we often use "will" or "going to," but they have different meanings. Use "will" for spontaneous decisions, like "I will help you." Use "going to" for plans you've already made, such as "I am going to visit my friend next weekend." Understanding these differences can improve your communication. What future plans do you have that you can share with us? Articles can be tricky in English, but they help us understand nouns better. Use a "bay" before consonant sounds, like a dog, and "an" before vowel sounds, like an apple. Use "the" when talking about something specific, such as the book on the table. Sometimes we don't use any article at all, especially with plural and uncountable nouns like "I love music." Practicing these rules helps you sound more natural in conversation. What's an example of a sentence where you're unsure about using an article? Cultural sensitivity is essential when communicating in English. It means being aware of different customs and values. For instance, in some cultures, direct eye contact is a sign of confidence, while in others, it may be considered rude. Practicing empathy and asking respectful questions can help bridge cultural gaps. How do you show respect for different cultures in your conversations? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. We use it to talk about things we've done at some point in our lives, like "I have traveled to Japan," or "She has tried sushi." It connects the past with the present and shows how experiences shape us. Think of your own life. What is one exciting experience you have had? Understanding food and cooking terminology can elevate your culinary skills. Words like sauté, which means to cook quickly in a little oil, or julienne, which refers to cutting vegetables into thin strips, are essential in recipes. For example, if a dish calls for sautéed onions, you know to cook them lightly in oil until they're soft. Try using a new cooking term this week. What is your favorite dish to prepare using these terms? Knowing basic first aid can save lives in emergencies. For example, if someone is bleeding, apply pressure with a clean cloth to stop the bleeding. If the person is unconscious but breathing, place them in the recovery position to keep their airway clear. Remember to call for professional help immediately. Practicing these steps can build your confidence in a crisis. Think about a first aid skill you want to learn or improve. What first aid scenario would you feel most prepared for? Using polite language in customer service can create a positive experience. Phrases like, "How may I assist you?" or "Thank you for your patience" show respect and willingness to help. For instance, when addressing a complaint, a simple "I understand your concern" and "I'm here to help" can ease tension. What polite phrase do you find most effective when talking to customers? Phrasal verbs can make your daily conversations more natural. For instance, instead of saying "I will start my homework," you can say "I will get started on my homework." Another example is, "I need to clean up my room," which sounds more casual. Using these phrases helps you sound more like a native speaker. What phrasal verb do you use most often in your daily life? The passive voice is useful in everyday situations when the focus is on the action rather than the doer. For example, instead of saying "the chef cooked the meal," you might say "the meal was cooked by the chef." This shifts the emphasis to the meal itself. You can also use it when you want to be more formal, like in reports. "The project was completed on time." Have you ever used the passive voice in conversation? Cultural differences can greatly affect how we communicate. For instance, in some cultures, direct eye contact shows confidence, while in others, it may be seen as disrespectful. Additionally, greetings vary. A handshake is common in many places, while bowing is customary in others. Understanding these customs can improve our interactions. What cultural difference have you found most surprising in your experiences? Shopping for clothes can be a fun way to express your personal style. When you're trying things on, remember to check how they fit and feel. It's also helpful to consider how you can mix and match items in your wardrobe. For example, a simple black dress can be dressed up with accessories or dressed down with sneakers. Take a moment to think about your favorite outfit combinations. What's your go-to style when shopping for clothes? Getting around a city can be exciting with various transportation options. You might choose buses, trains, taxis, or even bikes. When asking for directions, it's helpful to know key phrases like, "Where is the nearest station?" or "How long does it take to get there?" Think about your favorite way to travel. What's the best transportation experience you've had in a new city? Visiting a library opens up a world of knowledge and research. Familiarize yourself with terms like reference, which refers to sources you can use for information, and catalog, where you can find books based on subjects or authors. When you're doing research, always remember to evaluate your sources for credibility. Think about the last time you used a library for research. What was the topic you explored? Asking for clarification is essential for effective communication. If you don't understand something, you can say, "Can you explain that again?" or "What do you mean by that?" Paraphrasing is also useful. Repeat what someone said in your own words to confirm understanding. For example, if someone says, "I'll meet you at 3, you can reply, "So, we're meeting at 3, right?" What's the time you needed to ask for clarification? Workplace conflicts can be uncomfortable, but using the right language helps resolve issues. Start by expressing your feelings with "I feel" statements like, "I feel frustrated when deadlines are missed." This focuses on your experience rather than blaming others. Next, use collaborative phrases such as, "Let's find a solution together," to encourage teamwork. Finally, always listen actively, showing you value the other person's perspective. Think of a recent conflict. How did you handle it? What language did you use? In an emergency, clear communication is vital. Use simple phrases like "help" or "call the police" to get attention quickly. It's also important to stay calm and provide details about the situation, such as, "There's a fire in my building." Practice safety vocabulary and know how to describe your location clearly. How prepared do you feel to handle an emergency situation in English? Making decisions involves several important terms. First, we have weighing options, which means considering the pros and cons. Next is brainstorming, where you generate ideas without judgment. Then, you narrow down your choices, selecting the best options. Finally, you commit to a decision and take action. What decision-making process do you find most effective in your life? Describing your work is a great way to connect with others. Start by mentioning your job title and main responsibilities, like "I am a project manager," and I oversee team projects to ensure they are completed on time. You can also highlight skills you use daily, such as communication and problem solving. What do you enjoy most about your job? Parenting in childcare involves specific terms that can make communication clearer. For example, timeout is a discipline strategy where a child takes a break to calm down. Developmental milestones refer to key skills children should achieve at certain ages. Lastly, positive reinforcement means rewarding good behavior to encourage it. What parenting term do you find most interesting or useful? Understanding car maintenance vocabulary can help you keep your vehicle in shape. Terms like oil change refer to replacing the engine oil to ensure proper function, while tire pressure indicates the air level in your tires for safe driving. Brake pads are crucial for stopping your car effectively. Regularly checking these can save you from costly repairs later. Why not pick one maintenance term today and see how often you can use it in conversation? What's your favorite car-related word? Understanding academic language is essential for success in the education system. Phrases like critical thinking refer to analyzing information deeply, while peer review means evaluating each other's work to improve it. You might encounter curriculum, which is the set of courses offered by a school. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can boost your confidence in discussions and assignments. Try using one of these academic terms in a sentence today to practice. What academic word do you find most challenging? Restaurant conversations can be more than just ordering food. You can ask your server for recommendations, like what do you suggest for a first-time visitor? Or inquire about ingredients in a dish with, is this vegetarian-friendly? Discussing specials can also lead to interesting exchanges, such as what's the catch of the day? You might even compliment the meal by saying, this is delicious. How did the chef come up with this recipe? Try to incorporate these phrases the next time you dine out. What's your favorite way to interact at a restaurant? Making decisions involves several important terms. Brainstorming means generating ideas without judgment, while weighing options is about comparing the pros and cons of each choice. After evaluating, you might come to a consensus, which is an agreement among a group. Finally, implementation is putting your decision into action. Understanding these terms can help you communicate more clearly when discussing decisions. Can you think of a recent decision where you used any of these terms? Collocations make your English sound more natural. For example, we say make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give a presentation. These phrases are commonly used and can help you express yourself more clearly. Instead of saying make homework, just remember to say do homework. Practice these collocations in your conversations. Which collocation do you think you'll use the most this week? Collocations with common verbs can really enhance your English. For example, we make a cake, do the laundry, take a photo, and give a presentation. These phrases are used often, and they sound more natural than just using the verbs alone. Practice using these collocations in your daily conversations. Can you think of using any of these collocations right now? Ordering at a cafe politely can really make a difference. Instead of just saying, I want a coffee, try using phrases like, could I have a coffee, please? Or would you mind giving me a cappuccino? This shows respect to the staff and can create a positive atmosphere. Practice these polite requests next time you order. Which polite phrase do you think you'll use when you're at a cafe? Describing your living situation helps others understand your lifestyle. You might say, I live in a small apartment in the city with my roommate. It has a cozy living room and a tiny kitchen. Sharing details about your neighborhood can also be interesting, like mentioning nearby parks or shops. Think about what makes your living space special. How would you describe your own living situation? Understanding personal finance and budgeting terms can empower you to manage your money better. Words like budget, expenses, and savings are essential. For example, a budget is a plan that shows how much money you can spend and save each month. It's important to track your expenses to see where your money goes. Also, setting savings goals can help you prepare for future needs. Take a moment to write down your top expense category. Budgeting tips do you find most helpful? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is key to smooth conversations. When you agree, use phrases like I completely agree or that's a great point. If you disagree, try saying I see your point, but I think. This shows respect for the other person's opinion. For instance, if a friend thinks a movie is boring, you can say I can understand that, but I found it quite interesting. Practice these phrases in your next conversation. What's a recent topic where you had to agree or disagree? Phrasal verbs can make your daily conversations more natural and engaging. For example, wake up means to stop sleeping, while clean up means to tidy a space. You might say, I wake up at 7 a.m. and clean up my room before breakfast. Another useful one is hang out, which means to spend time with friends. Incorporating these phrases into your speech can make your English sound more fluent. Try using a new phrasal verb today. What's your favorite phrasal verb to use? Clear recipe instructions and correct measurements are essential for successful cooking. Always follow the steps carefully and use precise measurements like cups, tablespoons, or teaspoons. For example, if a recipe says to add 1 cup of sugar, be sure to fill your measuring cup correctly for the best results. Next time you cook, pay special attention to the instructions. What's your favorite dish to make at home? Taking care of pets is a rewarding experience that can also teach you a lot of new vocabulary. When you have a dog, for instance, you need to know words like leash, collar, and grooming. For cats, you might hear litter box, scratch post, and catnip. Understanding these terms helps you communicate better about your pet's needs. It's also great for discussing care tips with other pet owners. Try to learn one new animal word today and use it in a sentence. What pets do you have, or which ones do you love? Understanding environmental vocabulary helps us discuss important issues like climate change and sustainability. Words like recycle, biodiversity, and carbon footprint are key conversations about protecting our planet. For example, when you recycle plastic, you reduce waste and conserve resources. Next time you talk about the environment, try using one of these words to express your thoughts. What environmental issues are you most passionate about? Transportation options can vary greatly depending on where you are. You might use a bus, train, or even a bike to get around. For example, if you're in a city, taking the subway can be quick and efficient. When giving directions, use phrases like turn left or go straight. Try asking a friend for directions in English today. What's your favorite way to travel? Knowing basic first aid is crucial in medical emergencies. Simple skills like CPR or how to clean a wound can save lives. For instance, if someone is choking, performing the Heimlich maneuver can help them breathe again. Always stay calm and call for professional help when needed. Remember, having a first aid kit at home is a smart idea. Make sure you know how to use the items inside. What first aid skills do you think are the most important to learn? Shopping for clothes can be both fun and challenging. When you go shopping, it helps to know your size and style. For example, if you like casual wear, look for comfortable fabrics like cotton. Don't forget to check the return policy just in case something doesn't fit right. When trying on clothes, take a moment to see how they look from different angles in the mirror. What's your favorite clothing item to shop for? Understanding articles can make your English clearer. Use a before consonant sounds like a dog and N before vowel sounds like an apple. The is used for specific items like the book on the table. Sometimes, no article is needed, especially with general ideas, like I love music. Practice by identifying articles in sentences you read. Which article do you find most confusing? Pronouncing ed endings correctly can improve your spoken English. There are 3 sounds, T, D, E, and E, G, D. Use T for verbs like walked, D for called, and J, G, D for wanted. Remember, the sound depends on the last letter of the verb. For example, want ends with a T sound, so it becomes wanted with the HDD sound. Dicht. Try pronouncing a few adverbs yourself. Which ed ending do you find most challenging to say? Familiarizing yourself with project management terminology can boost your confidence in discussions. Key terms include scope, meaning the project's boundaries, and stakeholders, which are people invested in the project. Deliverables refer to the outcomes that need to be produced. Understanding these terms helps you communicate effectively with your team. Try using these words in sentences about a project you're involved in. What project management term do you find most interesting? Pronouncing ed endings correctly is essential for clear communication. There are 3 sounds, T as in walked, D as in played, as in decided. The sound depends on the last letter of the verb. For example, want becomes wanted with the ch-d sound. Try saying a few adverbs. Which ed ending do you find most difficult? The tone of your emails can greatly affect how your message is received. A direct approach is straightforward and efficient, often used in professional settings. For example, saying, "Please send the report by Friday" is clear and to the point. However, a polite approach adds warmth, such as, "Could you please send the report by Friday?" That would be very helpful. This shows respect and consideration. Think about which tone fits your situation best. When writing emails, do you prefer being direct or polite? Using reported speech is a fantastic way to tell stories more engagingly. Instead of saying she said, "I love chocolate," you can say she said she loved chocolate. This changes the tense and makes the story flow better. It creates a nice connection with your audience, allowing them to focus on the narrative rather than the exact words. For example, instead of quoting every character, you could say, "He asked if I wanted to join him for coffee." How do you usually incorporate reported speech into your storytelling? Social media has its own unique language full of abbreviations and slang. Understanding these can help you communicate more effectively online. For instance, BRB means be right back, and LOL means laugh out loud. Using these abbreviations can make your messages quicker and more casual. However, it's important to know your audience since not everyone may understand them. Try using 3 common abbreviations in your next social media post. What's your favorite abbreviation to use online? When discussing future plans, it's important to know when to use will and going to. Use will for spontaneous decisions, like saying, "I will help you with that." On the other hand, use going to for plans you've already made, such as, "I'm going to travel next month." Both forms are useful, but they express different levels of intention. Can you think of a sentence for each to share in the chat? Starting and ending your presentation strongly is key to engaging your audience. For openings, you might say, "Thank you for being here today. I'm excited to share my ideas with you." As you close, try a phrase like, "In conclusion, I hope you found this information useful." These phrases help frame your message and leave a lasting impression. Practice using these in your next presentation. What opening or closing phrase do you find most effective? Talking about past experiences can be fun and engaging, especially when you use the right past tenses. For completed actions, use the simple past, like "I traveled to Paris last year." For experiences that started in the past and continue to now, use the present perfect, such as "I have lived in 3 countries." Mixing these tenses adds depth to your stories. Can you share a past experience using either the simple past or the present perfect? Sustainable living is all about making choices that protect our planet. Key vocabulary includes recycle, which means converting waste into new materials, and renewable, referring to energy sources like solar and wind that can be replenished. Using compost helps turn food scraps into nutrient-rich soil. Try to incorporate these words into your daily conversations about the environment. What sustainable practice do you find most important? Conditional sentences are great for discussing hypothetical situations. The structure often starts with if, like in, "If I had $1 million, I would travel the world." This shows what could happen based on a condition. Another example is, "If it rains tomorrow, we could stay indoors." Use these structures to express your dreams or wishes. What's a hypothetical situation you often think about? Improving your communication skills can greatly enhance your personal and professional life. One effective tip is to practice active listening, which means really focusing on what the other person is saying. For example, during a conversation, repeat key points back to the speaker to show you understand. This not only ensures clarity but also builds trust. Challenge yourself to use this technique in your next conversation. How do you think better communication could change your interactions with others? In phone and online meetings, using essential phrases can make communication smoother. Start with a polite greeting like "Good morning, everyone," to set a friendly tone. If you need to interrupt, you can say, "Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to add something." To clarify a point, try, "Could you please explain that again?" Finally, wrap up with, "Thank you for your time today." Practice these phrases in your next meeting and see how they improve your conversations. What phrase do you find most helpful in meetings? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. For instance, you might ask the waiter about the specials or how a dish is prepared, like, "What's the chef's recommendation tonight?" You can also compliment the staff or share your experience, saying something like, "This is my favorite place for pasta." Engaging in small talk about the ambience or sharing your favorite dishes creates a warm atmosphere. What's the most interesting conversation you've had while dining out? As a creator, collaboration can amplify your reach and creativity. When you work with others, consider proposing a reposting agreement. This way, both parties share their audiences. Always remember to credit your collaborators properly. It shows respect and can encourage future partnerships. For example, if you create a video together, tag each other in the post and mention who contributed what. This not only builds trust but also boosts engagement. What type of collaboration do you think would fit your content the most? Describing your daily routine can make your conversations more engaging. Start with simple phrases like, "In the morning, I usually, or after work, I like to. This helps others relate to your experiences. For example, you might say, in the morning, I usually enjoy a cup of coffee while reading the news. This small detail adds personality and invites further discussion. What do you typically do in your daily routine? Understanding quantifiers like much, many, few, and little is essential for clear communication. Use many with countable nouns like many friends and much with uncountable nouns like much water. For example, you might say, I have many books, but I have little time. Remember, few suggests a small number but can be positive, like I have few worries, while few generally has a negative tone. Can you think of a sentence using one of these quantifiers? Travel safety is essential for a worry-free experience. Always keep your belongings close and be aware of your surroundings, especially in crowded places. For instance, use a money belt to carry your valuables and avoid displaying expensive items. It's also wise to research your destination safety tips, like the best neighborhoods to stay in. Additionally, share your travel plans with a friend or family member. What's one safety tip you always follow when traveling? Internet safety and digital literacy are crucial in today's online world. Always protect your personal information by using strong passwords and avoiding sharing sensitive details on social media. Additionally, be cautious of suspicious emails or links that may be phishing attempts. It's important to understand the sources of the information you find online. Always check facts from reliable sources. Finally, remember to think critically about what you see and read. How do you ensure your safety while using the internet? Family relationships can be both wonderful and challenging. Communication is key to maintaining strong bonds. For example, having regular family meetings can help everyone share their thoughts and feelings, making it easier to resolve conflicts. It's also important to respect each other's differences and find common interests, like family game nights or movie marathons, to strengthen those connections. Remember, showing appreciation for one another goes a long way. What's one tradition that helps bring your family closer together? When traveling, asking for tourist information can greatly enhance your experience. Always start with polite phrases like, "Excuse me, could you help me?" Or "Do you know where I can find?" For example, if you're looking for a famous landmark, you might say, "Can you tell me how to get to the museum?" This shows respect and makes people more willing to assist you. What's the most interesting you've ever asked for directions to? Talking about our past experiences can be very engaging. Using the past simple tense, we can share specific moments, like I visited Paris last summer. The past continuous allows us to describe ongoing actions, such as I was exploring the city when it started to rain. Combining these tenses can create vivid stories. Think of a memorable experience you'd like to share. What's a special trip or event you remember fondly? Staying safe online is crucial in today's digital world. Always use strong passwords and change them regularly. Be cautious when sharing personal information on social media, as it can lead to privacy issues. Additionally, understanding how to recognize phishing emails can protect you from scams. When browsing, make sure you're on secure websites, especially when shopping. What's one tip you follow to stay safe online? Friendship is essential for our happiness and well-being. Building strong social connections can improve our mood and provide support during tough times. To strengthen these bonds, make an effort to spend quality time together, like going for coffee or taking a walk. Also, remember to listen actively and share your thoughts openly. These actions show that you care. What qualities do you value most in your friendships? Understanding health and medical language is important for effective communication with your doctor. When making an appointment, be clear about your symptoms and any concerns you have. Use phrases like, "I have a headache" or "I need a checkup." Don't hesitate to ask questions if you don't understand something. What's one health-related term you find confusing? Starting and finishing a presentation effectively sets the tone for your audience. Begin with an engaging opening like, "Thank you for being here today," followed by a brief overview of your topic. For a strong closing, summarize your key points and end with a call to action, such as, "I encourage you to explore this further." This helps leave a lasting impression. What's your favorite opening line for a presentation? Food and cooking terminology can make your culinary experience much richer. For instance, knowing the difference between sauté and boil can change how you prepare a dish. Sautéing means cooking quickly in a small amount of fat, while boiling involves cooking food in water or broth. Familiarize yourself with terms like dice, julienne, and simmer to improve your skills. Try using one new cooking term in your next recipe. What cooking word do you find most interesting? Making appointments and reservations is essential for good planning. When you call or visit, be clear about your needs. State the time and the service, like, I'd like to book a table for 4 at 7 p.m. Always confirm the details to avoid misunderstandings. Also, ask about cancellation policies. This helps you stay flexible. Next time you need to make a reservation, practice structure. What's the most challenging part of making an appointment for you? Understanding quantifiers like much, many, few, and little is key to expressing quantity in English. Use much and little for uncountable nouns, like I don't have much time or there's little sugar left. For countable nouns, use many and few, such as I have many friends or there are few apples in the basket. Remember, few has a negative connotation, while a few is positive. Try using one of these quantifiers in a sentence today. Which quantifier do you find most useful? Getting involved in your community through volunteering is a rewarding experience. It helps you meet new people and develop new skills while making a positive impact. Start by finding local organizations that align with your interests, like animal shelters or food banks. For example, volunteering at a community garden can teach you about sustainable practices while bringing neighbors together. Remember, even small actions can lead to big changes. Consider committing a few hours this month to help out. What local causes are you passionate about supporting? Effective negotiation and persuasion techniques can help you achieve your goals. Start by actively listening to understand the other person's needs and concerns. Use I statements to express your viewpoint clearly, like, I think we could benefit from. This creates a collaborative atmosphere. Additionally, showing empathy can build trust and rapport. For example, acknowledging the other person's feelings can make them more open to your ideas. What negotiation strategies have you found most effective in your own experiences? Family relationships are often a mix of love, support, and sometimes challenges. Understanding each family member's role can improve communication and harmony. For instance, some families have a peacemaker who helps resolve conflicts, while others may have a caregiver who offers emotional support. It's important to recognize these dynamics and appreciate each person's contributions. Regular family meetings can help everyone express their feelings and strengthen bonds. How do you navigate relationships within your own? Giving clear directions is essential for helping others find their way. Start with simple language and step-by-step instructions. For example, you could say, go straight for 2 blocks, then turn left at the traffic light. Using landmarks can also help. Saying, it's next to the big supermarket, makes it easier to understand. Remember to check if the person understands by asking them to repeat the directions back to you. Practice giving directions to friends or family to build your confidence. What's the most challenging part of giving directions for you? Technology is a big part of our daily lives, and learning the right vocabulary can help us communicate better. Words like app, download, and update are essential. For example, you might say, I need to download a new app to help me with my tasks. Also, phrases like cloud storage and Wi-Fi connection are commonly used when talking about devices. Practice using these terms in sentences to improve your tech conversations. What technology term do you find most interesting or confusing? Clear recipe instructions are key to successful cooking. Use specific measurements like 1 cup of sugar or 2 tablespoons of olive oil to ensure accuracy. It's also helpful to explain techniques such as chop the onions finely or simmer for 10 minutes. This helps the cook understand exactly what to do. Try writing down a simple recipe with measurements and instructions. What is your favorite recipe to cook at home? Appreciating art and culture enhances our understanding of the world. Use phrases like, this piece evokes emotion, or the artist explores themes of identity. For example, you might say, the vibrant colors in this painting bring joy and energy. Discussing cultural experiences like music or festivals can also deepen connections. Try describing a piece of art or a cultural event you love. What artwork or cultural experience has impacted you the most? Understanding leadership and management terms can improve your effectiveness at work. Words like delegate, which means assigning tasks, and vision, referring to a clear idea of the future, are essential. For instance, a leader might say, I will delegate this project to ensure we meet our vision. These terms help clarify roles and responsibilities. Try using one leadership term in your next conversation at work. Which leadership term do you find most interesting? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you make smarter decisions in daily life. For example, the idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when you choose one option over another. If you spend money on a coffee, you miss the chance to save or buy something else. By thinking about these trade-offs, you can manage your finances better. What economic concept do you find most useful in your daily decisions? Choosing the right transportation option can make your travel smoother. Public transport, like buses and trains, is often cheaper and more eco-friendly, while taxis offer convenience. When asking for directions, phrases like, "How do I get to?" or "Is it far from here?" are very helpful. For example, you might ask, "How do I get to the nearest train station?" Practicing these phrases will boost your confidence. What's your favorite way to travel in your city? Managing your time effectively is key to boosting productivity. Start by planning your day with a simple list of tasks, prioritizing the most important ones first. For example, focus on completing work assignments before checking social media. This helps keep distractions at bay. Try setting a timer for 25 minutes of focused work followed by a 5-minute break. What's your best time management tip? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can help you communicate better about your health goals. Key terms include cardio, which refers to aerobic exercises like running, and strength training, which focuses on building muscles. You might say, "I did a cardio workout today," or "I need to increase my strength training sessions." Try using one of these phrases in a conversation about your fitness routine. What type of exercise do you enjoy the most? Pronouncing the A sound can be tricky for many English learners. Remember, place your tongue gently between your teeth for words like think or this. In contrast, for the T sound, like in top or dog, your tongue touches the roof of your mouth. Practice saying "this is a top dog" to blend both sounds. Can you think of other words that use these sounds? Discussing news and current events can enhance your vocabulary and listening skills. Focus on key phrases like breaking news, which means recent important information, and stay tuned, encouraging people to keep watching for updates. For example, you might say, "Stay tuned for updates on the latest breaking news." What recent news story has caught your attention? When things go wrong, complaining politely is essential. Start with a friendly greeting and express your disappointment without being rude. For instance, you could say, "I really enjoyed my meal, but my order was incorrect." This way, you're sharing your feelings while still being respectful. Offer a solution, like suggesting a replacement or refund. This makes it easier for the other person to help you. Have you ever had to complain politely about a service? Workplace conflicts are common, and using the right language can help resolve them. Start by acknowledging the other person's feelings, saying something like, "I understand you're frustrated." Then, express your perspective calmly, using I statements, such as "I feel overwhelmed by the workload." Finally, propose a solution together, like, "How about we discuss how to share tasks more evenly?" Have you ever faced a conflict at work, and how did you handle it? In phone and online meetings, using clear phrases can improve communication. Start with, "Can you hear me?" to check the connection, and if there's a problem, say, "Please hold on for a moment." When sharing your ideas, use "I'd like to add" to contribute smoothly. Lastly, when wrapping up, say, "To summarize, we've agreed on," to ensure everyone is on the same page. What essential phrases do you find most useful in your meetings? When making decisions, it's helpful to know some key terms. First, brainstorming means generating ideas without judgment. Next, weighing options involves comparing the pros and cons of each choice. Finally, reaching a consensus means agreeing on a decision as a group. Using these terms can clarify your discussions. What decision-making techniques do you find most effective in your own life? Starting and ending your presentation effectively is key to engaging your audience. You can open with a question like, "Have you ever wondered?" to spark interest. For closing, try summarizing with, "In conclusion, we've explored," followed by a call to action, like, "I encourage you to consider." This leaves your audience thinking. What opening or closing phrases have worked well for you in presentations? Navigating an airport can be easier with the right vocabulary. Familiarize yourself with terms like boarding pass, which you need to get on your flight, and gate, where you wait to board. Also, no security check, where bags are screened. These words will help you feel more confident. What airport terms do you find most helpful when traveling? Linking and connected speech can make your English sound more natural. For example, instead of saying "going to," you can say "gonna," and "want to" becomes "wanna." This helps your speech flow better. When you listen to native speakers, notice how they combine words, like "what do you want?" often sounds like "what do you want?" Try practicing these reductions in conversations. Which phrases do you find challenging to say quickly in English? When things go wrong, complaining politely can help you get better results. Start with a friendly greeting, then clearly explain the issue. For instance, you might say, "I'm sorry, but my meal is not what I ordered." This shows respect while stating your concern. It's also helpful to suggest a solution, like asking for a replacement. Remember, kindness goes a long way. Have you ever had to complain politely, and how did you handle it? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you make smarter daily decisions. For example, the idea of supply and demand affects prices in stores. When a product is popular and limited, its price increases. Likewise, budgeting is essential for managing your finances. It helps you track your income and expenses. How do you apply economic ideas in your daily life? Being politically aware is important for everyone. It means understanding how government decisions affect your daily life. For instance, knowing about local elections can help you choose leaders who align with your values. Staying informed about current events also allows you to engage in meaningful discussions with friends and family. You don't have to be an expert, just curious. Try reading a news article this week and reflect on how it impacts your community. What topics are you most interested in discussing? Food and cooking terminology can make your kitchen experience more enjoyable. Learning words like sauté, which means to cook quickly in a little oil, can help you follow recipes better. Another useful term is al dente, used for pasta that's cooked but still firm to the bite. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can boost your confidence in cooking. Try picking one new cooking term this week and use it while preparing a meal. What's your favorite dish to cook? Understanding library and research terminology is essential for effective studying. Terms like catalog, which refers to a list of all available books, and peer-reviewed, meaning an article is evaluated by experts, can help you navigate resources better. Familiarizing yourself with these words can save you time when searching for information. This week, try using one new term while researching a topic for school or work. What is your favorite research topic? Planning a trip can be exciting, but using the right language is key. When booking a flight, phrases like round trip for a journey to your destination and back, or layover, which means a stop between flights, are very useful. Similarly, while reserving a hotel, knowing terms like check-in and amenities can enhance your experience. This week, try practicing these terms by planning a dream trip, even if it's just for fun. Where would you like to travel next? Reported speech is a great way to tell stories more naturally. Instead of saying, "He said, I love ice cream," you can say, "He said, he's loved ice cream." This makes the narrative flow better. To practice, try telling a short story using reported speech about something fun that happened recently. What interesting stories do you have to share with us? Using polite language in customer service can create a positive experience. Phrases like, "How can I assist you today?" or "I appreciate your patience" show you care about the customer's needs. Additionally, using "I'm sorry for the inconvenience" can help calm frustrated clients. When responding to questions, always aim for clarity and empathy. Try role-playing a customer service scenario where you respond to a complaint with these phrases. It's a great way to build confidence. What's one customer service experience that stood out to you? The RL distinction can be tricky for many English learners. Minimal pairs like light and right help you practice this difference. Try saying them out loud. Light uses the L sound with your tongue touching the roof of your mouth, while right uses the R sound with your tongue pulled back. To improve, practice sentences like, "I like rice," and "I ride my bike." Focus on the sounds until they feel natural. What minimal pairs do you find most challenging? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you make better daily decisions. For example, the idea of supply and demand affects prices at the grocery store. When a product is scarce, its price usually goes up. Budgeting is another essential skill. Tracking your income and expenses can help you save money. Think about your spending habits and where you can cut back. What economic concept do you find most useful in your everyday life? Job interviews often include common questions like, "Tell me about yourself," and "What are your strengths?" For "Tell me about yourself," start with your background, then mention your skills that relate to the job. When asked about your strengths, choose one or two relevant skills and provide examples of how you've used them. Practicing these answers can boost your confidence. Remember, be honest and clear. What job interview do you find most challenging to answer? Using modal verbs can help you sound more polite in English. For example, Instead of saying, "Give me the report," you could say, "Could you please give me the report?" This small change makes your request softer. Similarly, "Would you mind helping me?" is more polite than "help me." Practice these phrases to improve your politeness. What modal verb do you like using the most? Collocations are combinations of words that often go together, and they can make your English sound more natural. For example, we say, make a decision, do your homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Using these collocations helps you sound fluent. Instead of saying make homework, use do your homework for better clarity. Practice these in sentences to help memorize them. Which collocation do you find most useful in your daily actions? The RL distinction can be tricky for many learners of English. Minimal pairs like rock and lock or right and light are great for practice. When saying rock, your tongue pulls back for the R sound, while in lock, it stays closer to the front. Try repeating these pairs: row and low, clear and near. Focus on that tongue. What other minimal pairs have you found challenging? Understanding banking vocabulary is essential for managing your finances. Key terms include account, which is where you keep your money, and interest, the fee banks pay you for using your money, or the fee you pay for borrowing. Deposit means to put money into your account, while withdraw means to take it out. Familiarize yourself with these terms to make informed decisions about your finances. Try using them in sentences about your own banking experience. What banking term have you recently learned? The education system often uses specific academic language that can feel overwhelming. Terms like curriculum, which refers to the subjects taught, and assessment, meaning evaluation of student learning, are common. Understanding these words helps you navigate school more effectively. For example, you might say the curriculum includes science and math, and my assessment will be next week. Try using one of these academic terms in your own sentence today. What academic term do you find confusing? Establishing good study habits can greatly improve your learning. Key vocabulary includes revision, which means reviewing material you've studied, and note-taking, the practice of writing down important information. Techniques like mind mapping help visualize concepts, while time management involves scheduling your study sessions effectively. For instance, you might say, I use mind mapping to connect ideas when revising. Try using these terms in your study routine this week. What study technique is best for you? Understanding comparative and superlative forms can enhance your English speaking and writing. Comparatives, like taller or smarter, compare two things, while superlatives, such as tallest or smartest, show the highest degree among three or more. For example, my brother is taller than me, but my sister is the tallest. Practice by describing your friends using comparatives and superlatives. Who is the smartest person you know? Using modal verbs can help you express politeness in English. For instance, could you help me sounds more polite than can you help me. Similarly, would you mind closing the door is softer than close the door. Using modals like might and may can also show possibility or permission respectfully. Try incorporating these into your daily conversations. For example, say, I may join you later. How do you use modal verbs to be polite in your speech? Cultural differences can significantly influence how we communicate and behave. For instance, in some cultures, direct eye contact shows confidence, while in others, it may be seen as disrespectful. Similarly, greetings can vary widely. A handshake is common in many Western countries, but in some Asian cultures, a bow is more appropriate. Being aware of these customs can help you connect better with people from different backgrounds. Have you ever experienced a surprising cultural difference while traveling or meeting someone new? Being politically aware means understanding the issues that affect our communities and the world. It helps us make informed decisions, whether voting or discussing important topics. You can stay updated by reading news articles, listening to podcasts, or participating in community events. Engaging with different viewpoints can also deepen your understanding. How to stay informed about political issues in your area. Personal development is about improving our skills and mindset to reach our goals. Some key vocabulary includes growth mindset, which means believing you can develop your abilities, and self-awareness, which is understanding your strengths and weaknesses. Another important term is goal setting, the process of defining specific, measurable targets. This vocabulary helps us discuss our journey toward personal improvement. What personal development term resonates with you the most? Understanding parenting and childcare vocabulary can make communication easier. Terms like attachment parenting focus on building strong emotional bonds with your child, while positive reinforcement means encouraging good behavior with praise or rewards. Another important term is age-appropriate, which refers to activities or expectations suitable for a child's developmental stage. Knowing these terms helps parents share experiences and seek advice more effectively. What parenting term do you find most interesting or useful in your daily life? Project management terminology is essential for clear communication. Key terms include scope, which defines the project's boundaries and deliverables, and stakeholders, the people or groups affected by the project. Another important term is milestones, which represent significant progress points in the project timeline. Understanding these terms helps ensure everyone is on the same page and can work together effectively. For example, when discussing a project, you might say, "We need to clarify the scope to meet our stakeholders' expectations." What project management term do you find most useful? Learning pet care vocabulary can greatly improve your communication with veterinarians and fellow pet owners. Words like grooming refer to cleaning and caring for your pet's coat, while vaccinations are important to keep pets healthy and safe from diseases. You should also know dietary needs, which involve a pet's nutritional requirements based on their age and breed. For example, saying your dog needs a special diet due to allergies shows awareness of their needs. What pet care term do you find most important to know? Home improvement and DIY projects can be fun and rewarding, but knowing the right terms helps. Renovation refers to making improvements to a space, while tools like drills and hammers are essential for the job. You might also hear materials, which include things like wood or paint. For example, if you're planning a renovation, you might say, "I need to buy materials for my new kitchen." What home project are you thinking about tackling next? Comparative and superlative forms are crucial for making clear comparisons. Use comparatives to show differences, like taller or smarter, while superlatives highlight the highest degree, such as the tallest or the smartest. For example, you might say, "Alice is taller than Bob, but Alice is the tallest in our class." Practice by comparing your favorite movies or books. What's your favorite movie, and how would you describe it using comparatives or superlatives? When you travel, knowing transportation options is essential for getting around easily. You can choose from buses, trains, taxis, or even bicycles depending on where you are. For example, if you're in a city, you might say, "I prefer taking the train because it's faster than the bus." If you need directions, it's helpful to ask locals. "Excuse me, how do I get to the nearest subway station?" Think about your favorite way to travel. What's your preferred mode of transportation? Libraries are treasure troves of information, and knowing some key terms can help you navigate them better. Catalog refers to the organized list of books, while reference materials include encyclopedias and dictionaries for research. When you search for information, you might use a database, which is an online collection of resources. Next time you visit a library, try to explore the catalog. What's the last book you borrowed or researched? Technology is a big part of our daily lives, and knowing some key vocabulary can make things easier. Words like download, which means to transfer files from the internet to your device, and upload, which is the opposite, are very useful. You might say, "I need to download this app to my phone." Try to use these terms in your conversations about technology. What's your favorite app and why do you like it? The tone of your emails can greatly impact how your message is received. A direct approach is clear and concise, like saying, "Please send me the report." However, a polite approach softens the request, such as, "Could you please send me the report at your earliest convenience?" Try using both styles in your next email. Which tone do you prefer when communicating through email? Making appointments and reservations is important for staying organized. When you call a restaurant, for example, you might say, "I'd like to make a reservation for 2 at 7 p.m. If you're scheduling a doctor's appointment, you can say, "I'd like to book an appointment for next week." Always include the date and time to avoid confusion. Practice making a reservation in English by choosing a place you love and imagining the conversation. What's your favorite restaurant to visit, and why do you want to go there? Traveling can be much easier with some useful phrasal verbs. First, check in means to register at a hotel or airport. For example, you might say, "I need to check in for my flight." Next, head out means to leave for a destination, like saying, "Let's head out to the airport." Another important one is look for, which means to search for something, like, "I'm looking for my passport." Using these phrasal verbs can make your travel conversations smoother. What's your favorite travel destination and why? Having good study habits can make a big difference in your learning. One effective technique is to create a study schedule, which helps you manage your time. For example, you might dedicate specific days to different subjects. Another useful method is summarizing information in your own words, which helps with retention. Using flashcards for vocabulary or key concepts can also be very beneficial. Try setting aside 20 minutes today to review something you've learned recently. What study techniques work best for you? Nature is full of beauty and wonder. From lush green forests to sparkling blue rivers, the sound of birds singing and leaves rustling creates a peaceful atmosphere. You can describe the scent of fresh flowers or the cool breeze on a warm day. Observing wildlife, like deer grazing or butterflies fluttering, adds magic to the experience. What's your favorite place in nature that you love to describe? Cultural differences can be fascinating and surprising. For example, in some countries, it's polite to finish all your food, while in others, leaving a little is a sign of satisfaction. Understanding these customs helps us connect with people from different backgrounds. Next time you meet someone from another culture, pay attention to their traditions. What's a cultural custom you find interesting? Charity and social causes often use specific terminology that can be quite impactful. Words like donation, volunteer, and campaign are commonly used. A donation refers to giving money or goods, while a volunteer is someone who helps without pay. Understanding these terms can deepen your connection to social issues. What charity or social cause are you passionate about? Quantifiers help us describe the quantity of things in English. Use much for uncountable nouns, like there's not much water left, and many for countable nouns, such as there are many books on the shelf. Few means a small number and has a negative tone, while little refers to uncountable nouns and often suggests scarcity, like there is little hope. Practice using these in sentences today. What's a sentence you can create using one of these quantifiers? The RL distinction can be tricky for many English learners, but practicing with minimal pairs can help. For example, say light and right slowly. Notice how your tongue feels different for each sound. Try practicing pairs like lake and rake or fly and fry. This repetition will improve your pronunciation. Record yourself saying these pairs, then listen to see if you can hear the difference. What minimal pairs do you find the most challenging? In emergency situations, clear communication is vital. First, stay calm and assess the situation. Use simple language to convey your message. For example, if you need help, you might say, "Call an ambulance," or "Help me, please." Remember to follow up with important details, like your location. Having a few phrases ready can make a big difference. Practice these phrases so you feel prepared. What emergency phrase do you think is most important to know? Dating can be exciting but sometimes confusing, especially with all the vocabulary. Words like date, crush, and partner are common. A crush refers to someone you like, but haven't expressed your feelings to yet. When you're dating, it means you're spending time with someone to see if you connect more deeply. Practice using these terms in sentences about your own experiences. What dating vocabulary do you find interesting or challenging? Festivals and celebrations bring people together and create joyful memories. They often include music, food, and dancing, reflecting local culture. For example, during Diwali, the Festival of Lights, families decorate their homes and share sweets. Similarly, at Christmas, people exchange gifts and gather with loved ones. These events strengthen community bonds and cultural tradition. What's your favorite festival, and how do you celebrate it? Fitness and exercise vocabulary is essential for discussing health and routines. Words like workout, cardio, and strength training are commonly used. For instance, cardio refers to exercises that increase your heart rate, like running or cycling, while strength training focuses on building muscle through weights. Try incorporating these terms into your daily conversations about fitness. What types of exercise do you enjoy most? Talking about past experiences can really bring your stories to life. Use the simple past for completed actions like, "I visited Paris last summer," while the past continuous helps describe ongoing situations, such as, "I was enjoying a coffee when I saw an old friend." Sharing your experiences makes conversations more engaging. Try telling a friend about a memorable trip or event you had. What's one of your favorite memories to share? Understanding the difference between formal and informal email tones is key to effective communication. Use formal language for business emails like, "Dear Mr. Smith, and I would appreciate your feedback." In contrast, informal emails can start with "Hi," and use casual phrases like, "Let's catch up soon." Think about your audience when choosing your tone. What type of email do you find easiest to write? Shopping for clothes can be an exciting experience, but knowing how to describe what you want makes it even better. Use adjectives like comfortable, stylish, or affordable to express your preferences. For example, you might say, I'm looking for a comfortable pair of shoes for everyday wear. Don't forget to ask for help if you need it. Try describing your ideal outfit to a friend or journal. What's the most memorable piece of clothing you've ever bought? Describing your learning experiences can help others understand your journey. Use specific adjectives like challenging, rewarding, or eye-opening. For example, you might say, learning English was challenging at first, but it became rewarding as I improved. Reflecting on these moments can also motivate you. What has been the most rewarding learning experience you've had so far? Fitness and exercise vocabulary helps you communicate your goals and activities. Use words like strength, endurance, and flexibility. For instance, you might say, I focus on building strength through weightlifting and improving my endurance with running. Learning these terms can enhance your conversations about health and fitness. What's your favorite type of exercise, and how would you describe it? Family relationships shape our lives in many ways. Understanding roles like sibling, caretaker, or mentor can help you express feelings more clearly. For example, you might say, my sister is my biggest supporter, always encouraging me. Recognizing these dynamics can improve communication and strengthen bonds. How do you describe your family relationships, and what roles do you play within them? The RL distinction is important in English because it can change the meaning of words. For example, consider the minimal pairs, light and right. When you say light, it refers to brightness, while right means correct or a direction. Practice these pairs, Reese and lice or rock and lock. Focus on the position of your tongue. For R, it curls back, and for L, it touches the roof of your mouth. Try say words out loud. What other pairs do you find challenging? Understanding airport and flight vocabulary can make your travel experience smoother. Important terms include boarding pass, which is your ticket to get on the plane, and gate, the area where you wait to board. You should also know delayed, meaning your flight isn't on time, and layover, which is a stop between flights. For example, if your flight is delayed, you might miss your layover. Familiarize yourself with these words and practice using them in sentences. What other travel vocabulary would you like to learn more about? Time management is crucial for boosting productivity. One effective technique is the Pomodoro technique, where you work for 25 minutes and then take a 5-minute break. This helps maintain focus and prevents burnout. For instance, during a study session, set a timer for 25 minutes, concentrate fully, and then reward yourself with a short break. Try this method with your next task and see how it improves your focus. What management techniques do you find most helpful? Shopping for clothes can be a fun adventure, but it's important to know your style. Start by thinking about what colors and fits make you feel confident. When trying on clothes, pay attention to how they feel and look. You want to be comfortable. For example, if you're looking for a new jacket, consider whether it matches your jeans and if you can wear it in different seasons. Next time you shop, keep your personal style in mind. What's your favorite clothing item to wear? Describing your living situation helps others understand your lifestyle. Start with the type of place you live in, like an apartment or a house. Mention the number of rooms and your favorite features, such as a garden or a balcony. For example, I live in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment with a small balcony where I enjoy my morning coffee. What most about your home? Collocations with common verbs can make your English sound more natural. For example, we say make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give a presentation. These phrases help convey clear meanings and are used often in daily conversations. You could say, I need to take a break before I can make a decision. Practice using these collocations in your sentences this week. Which collocation do you find most useful? Understanding academic language is crucial in the education system. It includes specific vocabulary and structures that help convey complex ideas clearly. For instance, instead of saying a lot, you might use a significant amount. This makes your writing more formal and precise. Try incorporating academic phrases into your next essay. What academic words do you find challenging to use? Knowing home and household vocabulary helps you describe your living space better. Words like kitchen, living room, furniture, and appliances are essential. For example, you might say, I love cooking in my kitchen with my new appliances. Try labeling items in your home with their English name. Practice. What's your favorite room in your house? Talking about past experiences can make your stories more engaging. Use the simple past tense for completed actions, like I visited Paris last year. For ongoing past actions, use the past continuous, as in I was reading when she called. These tenses help create a vivid picture of your experiences. Practice by sharing a memorable trip you took or a fun event you attended. What's one special memory you'd like to share with us? Understanding project management terminology is crucial for clear communication. Terms like scope, which refers to the work involved, and stakeholders, who are anyone affected by the project, are fundamental. For instance, you might say, the scope of our project includes developing new software for our clients. Familiarize yourself with these terms to enhance your teamwork. Can you think of a project you've managed or been involved in where these terms apply? Setting career goals helps you stay focused and motivated. Start by identifying what you really want, whether it's a specific job title or a skill you want to develop. For example, you might say, I aim to become a project manager in the next 3 years. Write down your goals and create a plan to achieve them. What's one career ambition you have for the future? Problem-solving strategies involve key vocabulary that can help you communicate effectively. Words like analyze, which means to examine closely, and brainstorm, where you generate ideas, are essential. For instance, you might say, let's brainstorm solutions to this issue. Familiarize yourself with these terms to enhance your discussions. What problem-solving strategy do you find most effective in your own life? Improving communication skills can lead to better relationships and opportunities. Start by practicing active listening, which means truly focusing on what others are saying, instead of just waiting for your turn to speak. For example, you can respond with, that's interesting. This shows you value their input. Try to engage in conversations every day to build confidence. What's one communication skill you want to improve? Effective time management is key to boosting productivity. Start by prioritizing your tasks using methods like the Eisenhower matrix, which helps you distinguish between what's urgent and important. For example, focus on completing high-priority tasks first to avoid last-minute stress. Try creating a daily to-do list to keep yourself organized. What time management technique do you find most helpful in your routine? Understanding car maintenance vocabulary is essential for every driver. Terms like oil change, brake pads, and tire pressure are important to know. For example, you should regularly check your tire pressure to ensure a safe drive. Familiarize yourself with these words and phrases, and consider keeping a maintenance log for your vehicle. What car maintenance tasks do you think are most important to keep your car running smoothly? Gardening is a rewarding hobby, but knowing the right vocabulary makes it easier. Words like pruning, fertilizer, and soil drainage are essential for plant care. For instance, pruning helps promote healthy growth by removing dead leaves and branches. Understanding these terms allows you to communicate better with fellow gardeners and seek advice confidently. What gardening term have you recently learned that has helped you in your plant care journey? Being politically aware is important for understanding the world around us. It helps us make informed decisions and understand how government actions affect our daily lives. For example, knowing about local elections can influence community services and development projects. Engaging in discussions about policies can also improve our language skills and critical thinking. Make a habit of reading news articles or watching informative videos to stay updated. How do you stay informed about political issues in your area? Understanding the education system and academic language is essential for success in school or university. Academic language often includes specialized vocabulary and formal structures that help express complex ideas clearly. For example, instead of saying a lot of, you might use a significant amount in a research paper. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can improve your writing and speaking skills. Try reading academic articles in your field to see how they use language effectively. What academic term have you found most interesting or challenging? Scheduling meetings effectively is key to successful business communication. Use clear language and specific times to avoid confusion. For instance, instead of saying let's meet sometime next week, say, can we meet on Tuesday at 3 p.m.? This clarity helps everyone prepare better. Additionally, consider time zones if you're working with international teams. Make it a habit to confirm details in advance. What strategies do you use to schedule your meetings successfully? Celebrating weddings and special events often involves specific language that adds joy to the occasion. Using phrases like congratulations and best wishes can make your greetings more heartfelt. For example, when toasting, you might say, "To a lifetime of love and happiness." This creates a warm atmosphere and shows your support for the couple. Remember to personalize your messages by mentioning the couple's names or special memories. How do you express your best wishes at weddings or celebrations? Understanding food and cooking terminology can make your kitchen experience more enjoyable. For example, knowing the difference between sauté and boil can change how you prepare a dish. When a recipe says to sauté vegetables, it means to cook them quickly in a bit of oil over high heat until they are tender. This technique brings out their flavors. Try using a new cooking term in your next meal. What's your favorite dish to cook? Staying safe online is essential in today's digital world. Always use strong passwords and be cautious about sharing personal information. For example, avoid posting your home address or phone number on social media. Additionally, be aware of phishing scams that try to trick you into giving away sensitive data. Regularly update your privacy settings to protect yourself. What steps do you take to stay safe online? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can make communication smoother with caregivers. Words like colicky describe a baby who cries excessively, while weaning refers to transitioning from breastfeeding to solid foods. Knowing these terms helps you discuss your child's needs more effectively with doctors or babysitters. For example, if you mention your baby is colicky, the caregiver can offer specific strategies to soothe them. Try using one of these terms in your conversations about childcare. What parenting term has you found most useful? Cultural differences can enrich our lives and broaden our perspectives. For instance, in some countries, it's polite to greet people with a handshake, while in others, a bow is more common. Understanding these customs helps us avoid misunderstandings. In Japan, giving and receiving business cards with both hands shows respect, while in the US, it's more casual. By learning about these differences, we can connect better with people from diverse backgrounds. Think about a cultural custom that surprised you during your travels. What was it? When things go wrong, complaining politely can help you get better results. Start by expressing understanding, like saying, "I know mistakes happen." Then, clearly state the problem. For example, "My meal was cold." Finally, suggest a solution, such as, "Could I please have a replacement?" This approach shows respect and is more likely to lead to a positive outcome. Have you ever had to complain politely? What happened? Setting clear career goals is essential for achieving success. Start by identifying what you truly want in your professional life, whether it's a specific job title or a certain income level. For example, if you dream of becoming a project manager, outline the steps you need to take, like gaining experience and networking. Write down your goals and review them regularly to stay motivated. What are your career ambitions and what steps are you taking to achieve them? Effective study habits can greatly improve your learning experience. Try using techniques like spaced repetition, where you review information at increasing intervals. For instance, if you study new vocabulary today, revisit it tomorrow, then next week. Also, create a study schedule to manage your time effectively. Lastly, consider using flashcards to make memorization easier. What study techniques have you found most helpful in your learning journey? Improving your communication skills is vital for personal and professional success. Focus on active listening. It shows you're engaged and helps you understand others better. For example, when someone speaks, nod and ask clarifying questions to show interest. Additionally, practice expressing your thoughts clearly and confidently, perhaps by joining a speaking group or rehearsing with friends. Remember, the more you practice, the better you'll become. What techniques do you use to enhance your communication skills? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for effective communication. When you agree, you can say, "I completely agree with you," or "That makes sense." If you disagree, use phrases like, "I see your point, but I think," or "That's an interesting perspective." However, this way, you show respect for others' opinions while expressing your own. How do you handle disagreements in conversations? The present perfect tense is great for talking about life experiences. We use it to connect our past experiences with the present moment. For example, you might say, "I have traveled to France," which shows that this experience is relevant now. This tense also works well for accomplishments like, "I have completed my degree." To practice, think of 3 experiences you've had and share them using the present perfect. What's one interesting thing you have done in your life? Sports and games have unique terminology that can make conversations more exciting. For instance, in soccer, terms like offside and hat trick refer to specific situations that fans love to discuss. In basketball, you might hear three-pointer or fast break. Try using these terms when talking about your favorite sport or game. What's your favorite sport, and do you have a favorite term? Sustainable living is all about making choices that are good for the planet. Key vocabulary includes recycle, which means turning waste into new products, and compost, where organic waste decomposes to enrich soil. You might also hear renewable energy, like solar or wind power, which comes from natural sources. Using these terms can help you discuss eco-friendly practices, such as reducing plastic use or conserving water. Think about one way you can live more sustainably and share it. What sustainable habit are you trying to develop? Job interviews often include common questions like, "Tell me about yourself," or "What are your strengths?" When answering, keep it concise and relevant. For example, you could say, "I'm a detail-oriented person with a passion for problem solving." This shows your skills and personality. Practice your responses to feel more confident. What's one job interview question you find challenging? Job interviews often start with questions like, "Can you tell me about yourself?" This is your chance to summarize your experience and skills. For instance, you might say, "I have 5 years of experience in marketing and love creating innovative campaigns." Another common question is, "What are your strengths?" A good answer could be, "I'm a strong communicator and enjoy working in teams." Practicing these answers can boost your confidence. What interview question do you want to practice today? Describing your work and responsibilities clearly is essential in a professional setting. Start by stating your job title and main duties. For example, you could say, "As a project manager, I oversee team projects, ensuring they meet deadlines and stay within budget." Then mention specific tasks, like coordinating meetings or analyzing progress reports. This gives a clear picture of your role. Practice this description to feel more confident in conversations about your job. What key responsibility you enjoy in your work? Being politically aware means understanding how government decisions impact our lives. It's important to stay informed about local and national issues, as they shape our communities. For example, knowing about upcoming elections helps you vote for candidates who align with your values. You can follow the news, read articles, or participate in community forums to enhance your awareness. How do you keep yourself informed about political issues in your area? Scheduling meetings effectively can save time and improve productivity. Start by proposing a few dates and times to accommodate everyone's schedules. Use clear subject lines in your emails like "Project Update Meeting." Lastly, send reminders a day before to ensure attendance. Practice this by scheduling your next meeting with these tips in mind. What tools do you use to organize your meetings? Understanding health and medical appointment language is essential for effective communication. When booking an appointment, clearly state your reason for visiting, like, "I need a checkup," or "I have a concern." During the visit, don't hesitate to ask questions about your symptoms or treatment options. Practice by role-playing a conversation with a friend about a doctor's visit. What health-related vocabulary do you find challenging? Reported speech is a great way to tell stories and share conversations. Instead of quoting someone directly, you can summarize what they said. For example, instead of saying, "I love ice cream," you can say, "She said she loved ice cream." This makes your storytelling smoother. Try practicing by retelling a recent conversation you had using reported speech. What's a memorable story you'd like to share? Understanding insurance and legal document terms is crucial for handling your personal affairs. Key terms include premium, which is the amount you pay for insurance, and deductible, the amount you must pay before your insurance kicks in. Similarly, liability refers to your legal responsibilities, while contract is a legally binding agreement. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you navigate documents more confidently. Try to find a sample insurance policy and identify these key terms within it. What legal terms do you find most confusing? Team collaboration is all about effective communication. Key vocabulary includes brainstorm, which means generating ideas together, and delegate, which means assigning tasks to team members. You'll also hear feedback, referring to giving and receiving constructive criticism. Using these terms helps clarify roles and improves teamwork. Practice using these words in a conversation with your colleagues today. What's your favorite word to describe teamwork? Appreciating art and culture enriches our lives and vocabulary. When discussing art, use terms like aesthetic, which describes beauty or taste, and interpretation, which refers to how we understand a piece. You might also hear exhibit, meaning a public display of works, and curator, the person who organizes the exhibit. To deepen your appreciation, visit a local gallery and describe your thoughts using these words. What piece of art has inspired you the most? Understanding neighborhood and community language helps build connections. Use phrases like local hangout for popular spots and block party for community gatherings. When discussing shared interests, terms like neighborhood watch promote safety, while community garden encourages collaboration. Try describing your favorite local place using some of these terms. What do you love most about your community? Navigating insurance and legal documents can be tricky but important. Familiarize yourself with terms like premium, which is the amount you pay for coverage, and deductible, the amount you must pay before insurance kicks in. Liability refers to responsibility for damage or injury, while policy is the contract outlining your coverage. To practice, try summarizing your insurance policy in simple terms. Have you ever had to deal with an insurance claim? Conflict resolution is essential for healthy relationships. One effective technique is active listening, where you focus on understanding the other person's perspective without interrupting. Another method is finding common ground, identifying shared interests or goals to encourage cooperation. For example, if you and a colleague disagree on a project, discuss what both of you want to achieve first. How do you usually handle conflicts with others? Understanding project management terminology is crucial for success. Key terms include scope, which defines what the project will deliver, and stakeholders, the people affected by the project. Milestones are significant points in the project timeline, while deliverables refer to the tangible outcomes. For instance, in a marketing project, a completed advertisement is a deliverable. Try identifying these terms in a project you're involved in. What project management terms have you encountered recently? The tone of your email is important in conveying your message. A formal tone is used in professional contexts, with polite language and clear structure. For example, instead of saying, "I need this by Friday," you might say, "Could you please provide this by Friday?" In contrast, an informal tone is friendly and casual, suitable for friends or close colleagues. You might say, "Hey, can you send me that by Friday?" What tone do you usually use in your emails? Understanding banking vocabulary is essential for managing your finances. Terms like interest rate, which is the cost of borrowing money, and credit score, a rating of your creditworthiness, are important. For example, a high credit score can help you get loans with lower interest rates. Also, savings account refers to a place where you can deposit money and earn interest. What banking terms do you find most confusing? Active participation in meetings is key to effective communication. Use phrases like "I'd like to add," to share your thoughts, or "Can you clarify that," to ask for more information. For example, if someone presents an idea, you might say, "I'd like to add that we should consider the budget." Practicing these expressions can boost your confidence. What phrases do you commonly use in meetings? Shopping for clothes can be a fun way to express your style. When you're looking for something specific, use phrases like "I'm looking for a casual shirt," or "Do you have this in a larger size?" If you're unsure about your choice, don't hesitate to ask, "Can I try this on?" This helps you feel more confident in your decisions. Remember to check the return policy just in case. What's your favorite shopping tip for finding the perfect outfit? Making suggestions can improve conversations and help you connect with others. In a work context, you might say, "How about we try a new marketing strategy?" In casual settings, you could suggest, "Why don't we go to that new restaurant this weekend?" Remember to use polite phrases like "I recommend" or "Maybe we could," to sound friendly. What's the best suggestion you've ever received from someone? Knowing basic first aid can be a lifesaver in emergencies. Start by learning how to treat cuts and burns. Clean the area, apply a bandage, and keep it dry. For more serious situations like someone fainting, check their breathing and call for help if needed. Remember, staying calm is key. Familiarize yourself with emergency numbers in your area so you can act quickly. Have you ever had to use first aid skills? Community involvement and volunteering can bring people together and create positive change. Volunteering at local shelters or participating in cleanup events not only helps others but also builds friendships and skills. It's a great way to contribute to causes you care about. Plus, it often feels rewarding to see the impact of your efforts. What local cause are you most passionate about supporting? Asking for clarification is essential for effective communication. Don't hesitate to say, "Could you please explain that again?" Or "I didn't quite understand. Can you rephrase it?" Paraphrasing shows you've understood the message. For example, if someone says, "We need to improve our teamwork," you can respond, "So you're saying we should work together better, right?" This confirms your understanding and encourages dialogue. Practice this skill in conversations today. What's a phrase you often use to ask for clarification? Starting and ending a presentation effectively can leave a strong impression. Begin with an engaging opening like, "Imagine a world where," to capture attention. For your conclusion, use a memorable phrase like, "In summary, let's take action." This reinforces your key points. Practice these phrases to make your presentations more impactful. What opening or closing phrase do you find most effective? Talking about past experiences is a great way to connect with others. Use the simple past tense for completed actions like, "I visited Paris last year." For ongoing past actions, you can use the past continuous, saying, "I was exploring the city when I found a cute cafe." Remember, using past tenses helps listeners visualize your experiences. Try sharing a short story about your last vacation using both tenses. What's a memorable experience you had that you'd like to share? Understanding car maintenance vocabulary is essential for safe driving. Familiarize yourself with terms like oil change, which keeps your engine running smoothly, and tire pressure, crucial for safe stops. Knowing these terms helps you communicate effectively with mechanics. For example, you might say, "I need an oil change and to check my tire pressure." Regular maintenance keeps your car in top shape. Next time you drive, pay attention to these terms and think about their importance. What car-related term do you find most confusing? Understanding nutrition and healthy eating terms can help you make better food choices. Words like fiber, which aids digestion, and antioxidants, which protect cells, are important. For example, eating fruits and vegetables gives you both fiber and antioxidants. Reading labels for terms like whole grain can guide you to healthier options. What's your favorite healthy food and why do you like it? Familiarizing yourself with library and research terminology can enhance your study skills. Words like catalog, where you find books, and database, which helps access articles, are crucial. For instance, when you search for a book, you might use the library catalog to locate it. Understanding these terms makes research smoother and more effective. Next time you visit a library, pay attention to the signs and terms used. What's the most interesting book you've found in a library? Language around diversity and inclusion is essential for creating a welcoming environment. Using terms like accessibility shows you value everyone's experience, while representation highlights the importance of different voices. For example, when discussing a project, saying, "We need diverse perspectives to solve this problem," encourages input from all backgrounds. It's crucial to be mindful of the words we choose, as they can foster understanding and respect. Take a moment to think about how you can use inclusive language in your daily conversations. How do you ensure everyone's included in your discussions? Linking and connected speech makes spoken English flow more naturally. For example, instead of saying "going to," we often say "gonna," and "want to" becomes "wanna." This makes conversation sound more casual and fluent. When you practice speaking, try using these reductions in sentences like, "I'm gonna go to the store," or "I wanna watch a movie." What phrases do you find yourself using connected speech? Understanding leadership and management terms can enhance your professional communication. For instance, delegation refers to assigning tasks to others, while mentoring involves guiding someone to achieve their goals. Using these terms helps clarify roles in a team. For example, you might say, "I will delegate this task to Sarah and mentor her through the process." Which leadership or management terms do you find most useful in your work? Describing your learning experiences can be a powerful way to connect with others. Think about a specific moment that challenged you. It could be a difficult project or a language class. Share how you felt and what you learned from it. For example, you might say, "I struggled with speaking English at first, but practicing with friends helped me gain confidence." This not only shows your growth, but also encourages others. What's a memorable learning experience you'd like to share? Using clear recipe instructions and precise measurements is vital for successful cooking. Always follow the sequence of steps to ensure a delicious result. For instance, if a recipe calls for 2 cups of flour, make sure to level off the flour for accuracy. Similarly, if it says 1 tablespoon of salt, use a proper measuring spoon. This helps avoid mistakes in taste and texture. Next time you cook, Pay attention to the measurements in your recipe. What's your favorite dish to make with precise measurements? Understanding leadership and management terms can greatly enhance your communication at work. Words like vision, which refers to a clear direction for the future, and delegation, the act of assigning tasks to others. For example, a good leader has a strong vision and knows how to delegate effectively to ensure team success. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you express your ideas more clearly. Which leadership term do you think is the most important in your work environment? The present perfect tense is perfect for discussing life experiences. It helps us share what we have done without focusing on when it happened. For example, saying I have traveled to Japan emphasizes the experience itself rather than the specific time. This tense connects our past experiences to our present, making conversations more engaging. Try using the present perfect to describe something interesting you've experienced in your life. What's one amazing thing you have done that you would love to share? Sustainable living vocabulary is essential for discussing eco-friendly practices. Words like recycle, which means to process materials so they can be used again, and renewable, referring to resources that can be replenished naturally, are important. For example, using renewable energy sources like solar or wind power helps reduce pollution. By incorporating this vocabulary into your conversations, you can promote sustainability effectively. What sustainable practice do you think is the easiest to adopt in daily life? Talking about career goals and ambitions helps clarify your path and motivates you to achieve your dreams. When you share your aspirations, use phrases like I aspire to be, or my goal is to. For instance, you might say, I aspire to become a project manager in the tech industry. This not only communicates your ambition, but also opens doors for networking and opportunities. Take a moment to think about your career goals. What is one ambition you are currently working towards? Restaurant conversations can be more than just ordering food. They create a social experience. You can ask about the chef's specials or the origin of a dish. For example, saying, "What do you recommend today?" shows interest and can lead to a delightful discovery of new flavors. Additionally, complimenting the staff, like saying, "This dish is fantastic," builds a positive connection. Remember, small talk about the ambience or asking about dessert can enhance your dining experience. What's your favorite topic to discuss while dining out? Shopping is a great way to practice your English vocabulary. Use phrases like "How much is this?" or "Can I try this on?" to navigate stores confidently. For example, if you see a shirt you like, you could say, "Excuse me, how much is this shirt?" Don't forget to use words like discount and bargain for a better understanding of prices. Next time you shop, try using at least 3 new phrases. What's your go-to phrase when you shop? Phrasal verbs are essential for describing daily activities in a natural way. For instance, instead of saying "I will wake up," you can say "I will get up." Another example is to clean up, which means to tidy your space. These verbs make your speech sound more fluent and casual. Try using at least 2 phrasal verbs in your conversations today. What's your favorite phrasal verb to use? Volunteering is a wonderful way to connect with your community and improve your English skills. When you volunteer, you can learn new vocabulary and practice speaking while helping others. For example, if you're helping at a local food bank, you might hear phrases like organize donations or serve meals. These experiences not only boost your language skills, but also build friendships. Next time, consider volunteering in your area and notice the language you learn. What volunteering opportunities are available in your community? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. Sharing what you enjoy can spark exciting conversations. For example, if you love painting, you might say, "I enjoy painting landscapes in my free time." You could ask a friend about their hobbies too. Try to share at least one hobby with someone today and ask about theirs. What hobby are you most passionate about? When traveling, asking for tourist information can make your experience much better. Use simple questions like, "Can you tell me where the nearest museum is?" Or "What's the best way to get to the city center?" It's polite to say please and thank you. Practice this by asking someone for directions today. What's the most interesting place you've ever asked about? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you make better daily decisions. For example, the idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when you choose one option over another, like saving money instead of spending it on a new gadget. This awareness can guide your choices for budgeting or investing. Try to think about the opportunity costs in your next purchase. What's an example of a decision made based on opportunity cost? Phrasal verbs are essential for smooth travel conversations. First, check-in means to register when you arrive at a hotel or airport. Next, head out is used when you leave a place, like saying, let's head out to the airport. Third, look for means to search for something, such as, I'm looking for my boarding pass. Fourth, take off refers to when a plane leaves the ground. Finally, pick up is used when you collect someone or something. Which phrasal verb do you find most useful when traveling? Beauty and personal care vocabulary can really enhance your conversations. Words like moisturizer refer to creams that hydrate your skin, while exfoliate means to remove dead skin cells. Foundation is makeup that creates an even skin tone, and serum is a concentrated treatment for specific skin concerns. What's your favorite beauty product to use? Social media has its own unique language filled with abbreviations that can make communication faster and more fun. For example, LOL means laugh out loud and is used to express amusement. BRB stands for be right back, perfect for letting friends know you'll step away briefly. Another common one is DM, which means direct message, a private way to chat. Lastly, FOMO stands for fear of missing out, often used in discussions about events. Try using one of these abbreviations in your next social media post. Which abbreviation do you use most often? Small talk in business is key to building relationships and creating a comfortable atmosphere. Topics like the weather, recent travel experiences, or upcoming holidays are great starters. You might say, did you enjoy the conference last week? Or, have you tried the new cafe nearby? These openers can lead to deeper conversations. Next time you meet someone new, try one of these topics. What's your small talk subject in a business setting? Gardening has its own special language that helps us understand plant care better. Words like pruning, which means cutting back plants to encourage growth, and fertilizing, which adds nutrients to the soil, are essential. When you deadhead flowers, you remove spent blooms to promote more flowers. So, if you're caring for a plant, remember to check for any dead leaves or flowers. What plant care term do you find most interesting? Music and entertainment vocabulary can really enhance your conversations about your favorite artists and shows. Words like genre, which refers to categories like rock or pop, and album, a collection of songs, are essential. When discussing a movie, you might mention the plot, the main story, or the cast, the actors in the film. Try sharing your favorite genre or album with a friend to practice. What's your favorite type of music or entertainment to talk about? Collocations with common verbs can really improve your English. For example, we often make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Each of these phrases sounds natural and is used frequently in conversation. If you're studying, you might say, I need to do my homework, or I will make a decision by tomorrow. Try creating your own sentences using these collocations today. What's a collocation you use often in your daily life? Sustainable living vocabulary can help you discuss eco-friendly habits. Terms like recycle, meaning to process materials for reuse, and compost, which refers to turning organic waste into fertilizer, are key. You might say, I recycle my plastic bottles and compost my kitchen scraps. Learning these words makes it easier to share your green practices with others. What sustainable habits do you practice in your daily life? Community involvement is a great way to connect with others and make a difference. Volunteering can include helping at local shelters, organizing events, or tutoring students. For example, you could volunteer at a food bank, which helps many families in need. It not only benefits the community, but also enriches your own life. What community service have you participated in recently? Shopping vocabulary can make your experience smoother and more enjoyable. Phrases like, can I help you? Or I'm just browsing are useful when interacting with store staff. Additionally, knowing terms like discount or return policy can help you make informed decisions. For instance, you might say, is there a discount on this item? Practicing these phrases will build your confidence while shopping. What's your favorite phrase to use when you shop? Understanding food and cooking terminology is essential for any home chef. Words like sauté, which means to cook quickly in a little oil, or julienne, which refers to cutting vegetables into thin strips, can enhance your cooking skills. For example, you might sauté onions before adding other ingredients for flavor. Learning these terms helps you follow recipes more easily. What cooking term do you find most interesting or confusing? Having good conversation starters is key for successful networking. Try asking what inspired you to work in your field. This question not only shows your interest but can lead to deeper discussions. Another option is, what projects are you currently excited about? This invites others to share their passions. Practicing these starters can make you feel more confident in networking situations. What's your go-to question when you meet someone new? Pronouncing the ed endings in past tense verbs can be tricky. They can sound like td or td. For example, walked ends with a T sound, played ends with a D sound, and wanted ends with an HTD sound. To practice, say these 3 words aloud, paying attention to how your mouth moves for each ending. Can you think of other regular verbs and their ed endings? Understanding decision-making terms can help you communicate more effectively. Words like criteria refer to the standards you use to make a choice, while alternatives are the different options available. Consensus means reaching an agreement among a group. When making decisions, outline your criteria and evaluate your alternatives. What decision are you currently facing that involves some of these terms? Small talk is a great way to connect with others. One effective opener is asking, "How has your day been so far?" This shows interest and invites a conversation. After they respond, you can follow up with, "What's been the highlight of your day?" This encourages them to share more and keeps the conversation flowing. Remember, using open-ended questions helps create a friendly atmosphere. Try it out the next time you meet someone new. What's your favorite small talk opener? Using the right vocabulary can make dating and relationships smoother. Words like chemistry describe the attraction between 2 people, while compatibility refers to how well you fit together. When talking about feelings, you might say you're falling for someone, which means you're developing strong feelings. It's also good to know phrases like going on a date or taking it to the next level. Try using these terms in your next conversation about relationships. What dating vocabulary do you find most interesting? Workplace conflict is common, but using the right language can help resolve it. Start by using I statements like "I feel frustrated when." This focuses on your feelings rather than blaming others. Next, practice active listening by repeating what the other person says to show you understand. Phrases like "Can you help me understand your perspective?" can open up the conversation. Finally, aim for a solution together with, "What can we do to improve this situation?" How do you usually handle conflicts at work? In a medical emergency, staying calm is key. First, assess the situation to ensure it's safe for you to help. If someone is unconscious, call for help and check their breathing. If they aren't breathing, begin CPR. Knowing basic first aid can save lives, so consider taking a course. Remember to practice these skills regularly. What first aid skills do you think are most important to learn? In emergency situations, quick thinking and clear communication are vital. First, stay calm and assess the scene to ensure your safety. If someone is injured, call emergency services immediately. Use simple language to explain the situation, like, "There's an injured person at a location." If you can help, apply basic first aid, but only if it's safe to do so. Practicing emergency responses can prepare you for real-life situations. What emergency skills do you think everyone should know? Customer service language can make a big difference in how customers feel. Use polite phrases like "How can I assist you today?" to show you're ready to help. It's also important to listen actively and respond with phrases like "I understand your concern." For example, if a customer is unhappy, say, "I'm sorry to hear that. Let me help resolve this issue." Practice these phrases to improve your customer interactions. What polite phrases do you find most effective in customer service? Small talk in business settings helps build relationships and create a friendly atmosphere. You can start with topics like the weather, recent events in the news, or even shared interests such as hobbies. For example, you might say, "Did you see the game last night?" This can lead to deeper conversations and help break the ice. Remember to keep it light and positive. What small talk topics have worked well for you in business situations? Describing your living situation can help others understand you better. Start by mentioning the type of place you live in, like an apartment or a house. Then, share some details about the location and nearby amenities. For example, you might say, "I live in a cozy apartment in the city, close to parks and cafes." This gives a clear picture of your environment. What do you like most about your living situation? Festivals and celebrations are wonderful ways to experience culture and community. When describing them, focus on the sights, sounds, and feelings you encounter. For instance, during Diwali, the Festival of Lights, you might see colorful decorations, hear fireworks, and feel the warmth of family gatherings. You can say, "The streets are filled with bright lights, and the air smells of delicious food. Sharing these experiences brings the festival to life. What's your favorite festival, and how do you celebrate it? Taking care of pets is a rewarding experience that requires attention and love. To describe your pet, use specific vocabulary. For example, my cat is playful and curious, or my dog is loyal and energetic. It's also important to talk about their needs, such as feeding, grooming, and exercising. You might say, I walk my dog every day to keep him healthy. Engaging with your pet enhances your bond. What pet do you have? And what do you love most about them? Technology surrounds us every day, and knowing the right vocabulary can help you communicate better. Words like app, download, and connect are essential. For example, you might say, I need to download a new app to help me track my fitness. Understanding these terms makes using technology easier and more enjoyable. What technology-related word do you find most interesting in your daily life? Travel safety is essential for a smooth trip. Always keep your belongings secure and be aware of your surroundings. For instance, when using public transport, hold your bag close and watch out for pickpockets. It's also wise to share your travel plans with someone at home and keep emergency numbers handy. By taking these precautions, you can enjoy your journey with peace of mind. What's the most important safety tip you follow when traveling? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can make communication easier for new parents. Words like diaper, nap time, and playdate are common in everyday conversations. For example, you might say, we have a playdate scheduled for Saturday, and I need to pack some snacks. Knowing these terms helps you connect with other parents and share experiences. It's also useful when discussing your child's needs with caregivers or teachers. What parenting term do you find yourself using the most? Cultural sensitivity is crucial in our diverse world. It means respecting and understanding different customs and beliefs. For example, when visiting a new country, it's polite to learn a few local phrases or understand their dining etiquette. This shows appreciation for their culture and helps build connections. Practicing cultural awareness enriches our experiences and fosters harmony. What's a cultural custom you've learned about that surprised you? Travel safety is essential for a worry-free trip. Always keep your belongings secure and be aware of your surroundings. For instance, use a money belt or a secure backpack, especially in crowded places. It's also good to have emergency contacts saved on your phone. Taking these precautions helps you enjoy your travels without stress. What safety tip do you find most helpful when traveling? Question formation is key to clear communication. In English, we often start with a question word, like what or where, followed by the auxiliary verb and the subject. For example, what are you doing? Intonation also plays a role. In yes, no questions, your voice rises at the end, like, are you coming? Practicing these patterns your confidence. What's your favorite question to ask in English? Fitness and exercise vocabulary is important for discussing health. Words like cardio, strength training, and flexibility help you communicate your goals. For example, you might say, I do cardio to improve my endurance and strength training to build muscle. Knowing these terms helps you understand workout plans and join conversations at the gym. What fitness-related word do you find most interesting or useful? Understanding transportation options is essential for navigating a new city. You can choose from buses, trains, taxis, or even bicycles. For example, if you're taking the bus, you might ask, which bus goes to the museum? It's also useful to know phrases like turn left or go straight when asking for directions. Practicing these will help you feel more comfortable when traveling. What's your preferred way to get around in a new place? Using idioms about time can improve your English and make you sound more fluent. For instance, when you say someone is burning the midnight oil, it means they are working late into the night. Another example is time flies when you're having fun, which suggests that enjoyable activities make time seem to pass quickly. Incorporating these phrases into your conversations can enhance your communication. What's your favorite idiom about time or work? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Seasonal vocabulary can help you express your thoughts clearly. For example, in winter you might say it's freezing outside, or I love the snow. In summer you could say, it's really hot today. Perfect for the beach. Using words like breezy in spring or colorful leaves in autumn can also make your speech more vivid. Try to use some seasonal vocabulary the next time you chat with someone about the weather. Your favorite season and why? When things go wrong, complaining politely can help you get better results. Start by expressing your feelings calmly, such as, I'm a bit disappointed with my order. Then, provide details about the issue, like, the food was cold when it arrived. It's important to be respectful, saying something like, I appreciate your help in resolving this. This approach shows you're serious but also polite. Next time you face an issue, practice this method. How do you usually handle problems when they arise? Using the right terminology in a library can make research much easier. Familiarize yourself with words like catalog for finding books and reference for sources you can cite. When you're searching, understand that a database is a collection of information you can access online. If you need specific materials, you might ask a librarian for interlibrary loan services to get books from other libraries. Next time you visit a library, try using these terms. What's one research term you find interesting? Using comparative and superlative forms can make your descriptions more vivid. For comparatives, add er or use more. For example, taller or more interesting. Superlatives are formed with est or the most, like the tallest or the most exciting. Practice by comparing things around you. What's the best movie you've seen, and why do you think it's the best? Choosing the right tone in emails is crucial for effective communication. A direct approach is clear and to the point, often suitable for quick exchanges. For example, saying, "Send me the report," is straightforward. However, a polite tone fosters goodwill, which can be important in professional settings. You might say, "Could you please send me the report at your earliest convenience?" This respects the recipient's time. Next time you write an email, think about your tone. Do you prefer being or polite in emails? When you visit a doctor, clearly describing your symptoms is essential. Start with what hurts or feels different. For example, say, "I have a sharp pain in my chest," or "I've been feeling very tired." Don't forget to mention when the symptoms started and how often they occur. This information helps the doctor make a better diagnosis. What symptoms have you had to describe to a doctor? Small talk in business settings can build strong connections. Topics like recent industry trends, upcoming conferences, or even weekend plans work well. For instance, you might say, "I read an interesting article about AI advancements recently. What do you think?" This encourages conversation and shows interest. Remember, a little personal touch can go a long way in business relationships. What's your small talk topic? Navigating an airport can be easier with the right vocabulary. Key terms include boarding pass, which you need to get on your flight, and gate, the area where you board your plane. You might also hear delayed, meaning your flight is running late. When at security, remember to listen for instructions about removing belts and shoes. Lastly, familiarize yourself with baggage claim, where you pick up your luggage after the flight. What's the most challenging part of flying for you? Understanding nutrition can greatly improve your health. Key terms include macronutrients, which are proteins, fats, and carbohydrates your body needs in large amounts, and micronutrients, like vitamins and minerals needed in smaller quantities. Labels often show calories, the energy you get from food, and fiber, which aids digestion. Eating a balanced diet means including a variety of foods. What's your go-to healthy meal? Giving directions clearly is essential for helping others find their way. Start with key landmarks like turn left at the bank or go straight until you see the park. Use simple language and be patient if someone looks confused. It's also helpful to use distance, saying it's about 2 blocks away. Practicing this can make a big difference. What's the most challenging direction you've had to give? Navigating an airport can be easier with some key vocabulary. Terms like boarding pass, which you need to get on the plane, and gate, where you wait for your flight, are essential. Don't forget security check, where you ensure your luggage is safe. Knowing these words will help you feel more confident when traveling. What's your favorite part of flying? Effective team collaboration relies on clear communication. Use words like brainstorm, which means generating ideas together, and delegate, which is assigning tasks to team members. Another important term is feedback, allowing team members to share their thoughts on each other's work. For example, after a meeting, you might say, "Let's brainstorm solutions and provide feedback on the project." Practicing this vocabulary will help you work better with others. What collaboration challenges have you faced while working in a team? Talking about your career goals can inspire and motivate you. It's important to clearly define what you want, like becoming a manager or starting your own business. For example, you might say, "I aim to gain leadership skills to manage a team in the next 5 years." Sharing your ambitions can also help you connect with others who have similar paths. What is one big career goal you have for yourself? In our technology-driven world, knowing key vocabulary is essential. Words like app, which refers to applications on your phone, and cloud storage, where you save your files online, are useful in daily conversations. For instance, you might say, I use a fitness app to track my workouts and I save my photos in cloud storage. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you stay updated. What technology-related word do you find most interesting? Art and culture appreciation enriches our lives and helps us connect with others. When discussing art, use descriptive language to express your feelings. For example, you might say a painting is vibrant and evokes a sense of joy. Additionally, phrases like cultural heritage or artistic expression can deepen your conversations. Engaging with different art forms, such as music or literature, opens new perspectives. Take a moment to think about your favorite artwork and describe it using vivid language. What piece of art speaks to you the most? Beauty and personal care vocabulary can really enhance your conversations. Words like moisturizer, which keeps your skin hydrated, and exfoliation, the process of removing dead skin cells, can help you discuss skincare routines. For instance, you might say, I use a gentle exfoliator once a week to brighten my skin. Familiarizing yourself with terms like serum and sunscreen can also improve your self-care discussions. Think about your personal care routines. One new word to use today. What's your favorite beauty product? Small talk is a great way to connect with others and break the ice. Start with simple openers like, how's your day going? Or what you think about the weather. These questions invite conversation and show you're interested. After that, use natural follow-ups such as, what do you like to do on weekends? Or have you tried any good restaurants lately? This keeps the dialogue flowing and allows you to learn more about the other person. Think of a small talk opener you can use today. What's your favorite way to start a conversation? Comparative and superlative forms help us compare things in English. Use E for comparatives like taller and est for superlatives like tallest. For example, you might say, my brother is taller than me, or he is the tallest in our family. Remember, for words with more than 2 syllables, use more for comparatives and most for superlatives, like more beautiful and most beautiful. Shopping vocabulary is essential for a smooth experience. Use phrases like, how much is this? When asking about prices and can I try this on? When you want to check clothing sizes? Don't forget to say, do you have this in a different color? If you want options. Practicing these phrases will boost your confidence while shopping. What's your favorite phrase to use when you shop? When planning a trip, knowing the right phrases can make booking much easier. Use questions like, what are the available dates? When checking flight options, or can I get a refund if I cancel? For important policies, if you need to book accommodation, ask, is breakfast included? To understand your options better. Additionally, saying I'd like to book a room for 2 nights clearly communicates your needs. Practice these phrases to feel more confident while traveling. What's your top tip for planning a trip? Understanding personal development vocabulary can empower your growth journey. Use terms like goal setting to describe planning your future or mindfulness to focus on the present moment. Phrases like self-reflection help identify areas for improvement. Incorporating these words into your daily conversations can deepen your understanding. What personal development terms do you find most useful? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for good communication. When you agree, you can say, I completely agree with that, or that's a great point. If you disagree, try softer phrases like, I see your point, but I have a different perspective. Or that's interesting, but I think. This approach keeps the conversation respectful. How do you usually express agreement or disagreement in discussions? Using the right vocabulary in dating and relationships can help you communicate better. For example, terms like chemistry refer to the strong attraction you feel for someone, while commitment indicates a willingness to maintain a relationship. Phrases like getting to know each other describe the early stages of a relationship. Using these words can make conversations more meaningful. Think about a relationship term you find interesting and try using it in a sentence today. What dating vocabulary do you find most useful? Music and entertainment vocabulary can make your conversations more exciting. Words like melody, which refers to a pleasant tune, or genre, meaning a category of music, help you express your taste. You can say, I love pop music because of its catchy melodies. Try using a music term in your next chat with a friend. What's your favorite genre of music? Talking about neighborhoods and communities can create a sense of belonging. Use words like local to describe nearby places or diverse to refer to different cultures in an area. For example, you might say our community is diverse, with many local cafes and parks. Try describing your neighborhood using at least 2 new words today. What do you love most about your community? Personal development vocabulary can help you express your growth journey. Words like mindset, which refers to your attitude toward challenges, and goal setting, the process of defining your objectives, are essential. For instance, you might say, I focus on a positive mindset while goal setting to achieve my dreams. Incorporating these terms can inspire others and keep you motivated. Try writing down 3 personal development goals this week using at least 1 new vocabulary word. What personal development goal are you currently working on? Talking about past experiences helps us share stories and connect with others. Using the past simple tense is key for completed actions. Like I traveled to Italy last summer. The past continuous can describe ongoing actions in the past, such as I was reading when my phone rang. These tenses add depth to your storytelling. Try to share a memorable experience from your past using both tenses today. What's one unforgettable trip you've taken? Shopping vocabulary is essential for navigating stores confidently. Words like bargain, which means a good deal, or return policy, explaining how to return items can help. Phrases such as, do you have this in my size? Or can I try this on? Are also very useful. Practice using these terms during your next shopping trip. The best bargain you've ever found while shopping. Starting conversations at networking events can feel daunting. A great opener is asking, what brings you here today? It's friendly and invites sharing. Another option is, have you read any good books lately? This can spark interesting discussions. Try using these starters at your next event to break the ice. What's your favorite conversation starter when meeting new people? Understanding sports and games terminology can greatly enhance your enjoyment of the activities. Words like offside in soccer or set in tennis have specific meanings that can change the game. For instance, saying, he was offside helps explain why a goal didn't count. Learning terms like double fault in tennis can also improve your communication when watching matches. Try to use 1 new sports term in your next conversation about a game. What's your favorite sport? And do you have any favorite terms? Talking about the weather is a great way to connect with others. Seasonal vocabulary like sunny, cloudy, and snowy helps you describe what you see. For example, you can say, it's a lovely sunny day, perfect for a picnic. Using weather talk can lead to more conversations about activities we enjoy in different seasons. What's your favorite season, and why do you like it? Making appointments and reservations is an essential skill in English. When you call or visit, use phrases like I'd like to book a table, or can I schedule an appointment? For example, saying, I'd like to reserve a table for 2 at 7 p.m. is clear and polite. Practice making a reservation in English this week. What's your favorite place to eat out? Festivals are vibrant celebrations that bring people together. They often include music, food, and traditional activities. For instance, during Diwali, families light candles and share sweets, creating a joyful atmosphere. Another example is the Rio Carnival, where colorful parades and samba dancing fill the streets. Think about a festival you enjoy and share what makes it special for you. Libraries are treasure troves of knowledge, perfect for research and study. Familiarizes yourself with terms like reference, which means a source of information, and catalog, where you find books. For example, you might search the library catalog to find a specific title or use reference materials to gather information for a project. Next time you visit a library, try to identify these terms. What's your favorite section in the library? Asking for tourist information is key to enjoying a new place. Always approach someone with a friendly smile and say, excuse me, can you help me? This opens the conversation nicely. For example, you might ask, where is the nearest bus station? All of the must-see attractions here. Practicing polite phrases will help you feel more comfortable. Next time you're exploring, try asking for information in English. What's your favorite way to get around when traveling? Time is money, especially in the world of work productivity. When you hear the idiom, time flies, it means that time passes quickly when you're busy or enjoying what you do. Another useful phrase is burning the midnight oil, which describes working late into the night. For instance, if you're finishing a project, you might say, I was burning the midnight oil to meet the deadline. Try using these idioms in your conversations about work. What's your favorite idiom related to time or productivity? Knowing basic first aid can save lives during medical emergencies. One important skill is performing CPR, which can help keep someone's heart pumping until professional help arrives. For example, if someone collapses, you should call for help and start chest compressions. Remember to push hard and fast, aiming for a rhythm of 100 to 120 compressions per minute. Practice this technique with friends or family. Have you ever learned any first aid skills, or would you like to? Libraries are treasure troves of information, and understanding research terminology is crucial for effective study. Terms like bibliography, which lists sources, and primary source, referring to original documents, are essential. For example, when writing a paper, you might need to create a bibliography to credit your sources properly. Another key term is peer-reviewed, meaning that experts have evaluated the research before publication. Familiarize yourself with these terms to enhance your research skills. What research topic are you currently interested in exploring? Car maintenance is essential for safe driving and longevity. Knowing basic vocabulary can help you understand the process better. For instance, the oil change keeps your engine running smoothly, while tire pressure ensures your tires have the right amount of air. Additionally, brake pads are crucial for stopping safely. Regular checks can help prevent bigger issues down the road. Familiarize yourself with these terms and practice discussing them with friends. What car maintenance tasks have you done recently or want to learn about? Online shopping has become a major part of our lives, and knowing e-commerce terms can make your experience smoother. For instance, shopping cart refers to the digital basket where you add items before purchase, while checkout is the process of finalizing your order. Additionally, wish list allows you to save items for later. Understanding shipping fees is also important, as it can affect your total cost. Familiarize yourself with these terms to enhance your online shopping skills. What's the last item you bought online? Insurance and legal documents can be complex, but understanding key terms can help you navigate them more easily. For example, a policy is the agreement between you and the insurance company, while a deductible is the amount you pay out of pocket before coverage kicks in. Liability refers to responsibility for damages or injuries, and premium is the amount you pay for your insurance coverage. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can make discussions smoother. Which insurance terms have you found confusing in the past? Good study habits can significantly improve your learning. One effective technique is active recall, which means testing yourself on the material instead of just reading it. Another useful method is spaced repetition, where you review information at increasing intervals. This helps strengthen your memory. Additionally, creating a study schedule can keep you organized and focused. Try implementing one of these techniques studying today. What study habits have worked best for you? Taking care of pets involves understanding some key vocabulary. For example, grooming means keeping your pet clean and tidy, while nutrition refers to the food and diet they need to stay healthy. Another important word is exercise, which ensures your pet stays active and happy. Make a list of 5 animal care terms you want to learn more about. What's your favorite pet and why? Cultural sensitivity is essential for effective communication in our diverse world. It means being aware of and respecting different customs, beliefs, and values. For example, when visiting another country, learning basic greetings in their language shows respect and openness. Additionally, understanding local traditions can prevent misunderstandings. To practice cultural sensitivity, try researching a culture different from your own and noting key customs. How have you shown respect for another culture in your life? When talking about future plans, we often use will and going to, but they have different uses. Will is used for spontaneous decisions or predictions, like saying, I will help you with that. In contrast, going to is for plans that we have already decided on, like, I am going to visit my friend this weekend. To practice, think of a future plan and decide whether to use will or going to. What's something you are looking forward to doing soon? Talking about past experiences can be exciting and helps us share stories. We often use the simple past for completed actions, like saying, I visited Paris last summer. If you want to emphasize the duration of an activity, you can use the past continuous, such as, I was exploring the city when it started to rain. Try sharing a past experience of yours using either tense. What's a memorable moment from your past that you'd like to share? When writing emails, the tone is crucial. A formal tone, like, Dear Mr. Smith, is appropriate for business or official communication, while an informal tone, like, Hi John, works well with friends. Use polite language in formal emails saying, I appreciate your help. In informal ones, feel free to be more relaxed, like, Thanks a lot. What type of email do you prefer to write? The present perfect is perfect for sharing life experiences. We use it to talk about things we've done at some point in our lives without mentioning when. For example, you might say, I have traveled to Japan, or I have tried scuba diving. This tense emphasizes your experience rather than the specific time. It's a great way to connect with others. Try writing a sentence about something you've experienced using the present perfect. What's one interesting thing you've done that you want to share? Understanding technology vocabulary is essential in our daily lives. Words like download, which means to transfer data from the internet to your device, and upload, the opposite, are fundamental. You might say, I need to download an app, or I will upload my photos. Familiar phrases like social media, referring to platforms for sharing, and streaming, for watching videos online, are also useful. Can you think of a technology word you often use? Complaining politely can help you express dissatisfaction without causing conflict. Start by using phrases like, I'm sorry to bother you, or I appreciate your help, but. This shows respect and keeps the conversation friendly. For example, if your order is wrong at a cafe, you could say, I ordered a cappuccino, but I received a latte. Could you please help me with this? Practice this approach next time something goes wrong. How do you usually handle complaints? Knowing basic first aid can save lives in emergencies. Start with learning how to perform CPR, which helps someone who isn't breathing. For example, give 30 chest compressions followed by 2 rescue breaths. Also, keep a first aid kit at home and know how to use it. Have you ever had to use first aid in a real situation? Describing your living situation can help others understand your lifestyle. For example, you might say, I live in a small apartment in the city with 2 roommates. It's cozy and close to shops and parks. Or you could describe a house with a garden saying, I enjoy living in a quiet neighborhood with a lovely backyard. What do you like most about your living space? False friends can be tricky for Polish learners. For example, the word actual in English means real, while aktualny in Polish means current. Another example is sensible, which means reasonable in English, but sensowny in Polish means meaningful. Be careful when using these words, as they can lead to misunderstandings. Try to create sentences using these false friends to practice. Have you encountered any other false friends between English and Polish? Describing your work and responsibilities helps others understand what you do every day. For instance, you might say, I work as a marketing assistant, where I help create social media content and analyze campaign results. You can also mention teamwork by saying, I collaborate with designers and sales to ensure our messages are clear and effective. This gives a fuller picture of your role. Try writing a short description of your job, including your main tasks you work with. What do you enjoy most about your work? Describing your living situation can give others a sense of your daily life. For example, you might say, I live in a cozy apartment in the city, where I enjoy the vibrant atmosphere and easy access to cafes and parks. You can also mention your roommates if you have any, like, I share my apartment with 2 friends, which makes it fun and lively. Consider adding details about your favorite aspects, such as a view or a special decoration. How would you describe your living situation? Understanding decision-making terms can improve your communication skills. Words like analyze, evaluate, and conclude are key in this process. For example, when making a decision, you first analyze the situation, then evaluate your options, and finally draw a conclusion based on the information you gathered. This structured approach helps clarify your thoughts. Try using these terms in a sentence about a recent decision you made, whether big or small. What decision-making term do you find most useful in your life? Taking care of pets is a rewarding experience that requires responsibility and knowledge. Familiarize yourself with animal vocabulary, such as grooming, nutrition, and exercise. For instance, grooming your dog regularly helps keep its coat healthy, while providing balanced nutrition ensures its overall well-being. Think about the pet you care for and use 3 vocabulary words to describe its needs. What pet do you have and how do you care for it? Describing your living situation can give others a clearer picture of your daily life. Start by mentioning the type of place you live in, like an apartment or a house. For example, you might say, I live in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment in the city. Next, describe the neighborhood and any nearby amenities such as parks or shops. You could add, there's a lovely park just a 5-minute walk away, perfect for weekend strolls. What's one feature of your living situation that you really enjoy? Shopping for clothes can be a fun way to express your style. When choosing outfits, think about both comfort and fashion. For instance, if you're going for a casual look, a pair of jeans combined with a stylish t-shirt works well. Experiment with colors and patterns that suit your personality too. Don't forget to consider the fit. Clothes should feel good while looking great. Next time you shop, pick one item that reflects your personal style and think about how you can wear it different ways. What's your favorite clothing item and why? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can help you engage more effectively with these important topics. Words like donation, which refers to giving money or goods, and volunteer, meaning to offer your time and skills for free, are essential. For example, you might say, I volunteered at the local shelter and made a donation of clothes. Familiarizing yourself with terms like nonprofit and fundraising can also empower you to discuss and support various causes. What social cause are you most passionate about? Business small talk is a great way to build relationships and ease tension. Start with simple topics like the weather or recent holidays, which everyone can connect with. You could say, did you enjoy the long weekend? Or, can you believe how hot it is today? These questions open up the conversation and allow others to share their experiences. Remember to listen actively and show genuine interest in their responses. What's your go-to small talk topic at work? Community involvement and volunteering can greatly enrich your life and the lives of others. By giving your time and skills, you can make a real difference in your neighborhood. For example, volunteering at a local food bank not only helps those in need, but also connects you with like-minded individuals. It's a great way to develop new skills and gain valuable experiences. What local volunteer opportunities have you been curious about exploring? Opening and closing phrases are crucial for a strong presentation. Start with a hook to grab attention like, imagine a world where, or, did you know that? This sets the stage for your topic. For closing, summarize key points and end with a call to action, such as, let's work together to achieve this. This leaves your audience inspired. What opening phrase have you found most effective in your presentations? Collocations with common verbs can enhance your English fluency. For instance, we say make a decision, do your homework, take a break, and give a speech. These phrases sound natural and are widely used. Remember, using the right collocation can make your speech clearer. Try creating a sentence with one of these verbs today. Which collocation do you use the most? Giving directions clearly is essential for effective communication. Use simple language and key landmarks to guide someone. For example, you might say, go straight for 2 blocks, then turn left at the bank. The restaurant will be on your right. Always check for understanding by asking if they need clarification. Today, try giving someone directions from your location to a nearby place. What's the most destination you help people find? Understanding insurance and legal document terms is crucial for effective communication. Words like premium, deductible, and liability often come up. For example, a premium is the amount you pay for your insurance policy. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you make better decisions. Today, try to learn one new insurance term and use it in a sentence. What legal term do you find most confusing? Gardening is a wonderful way to connect with nature, but it helps to know some specific vocabulary. Terms like pruning, repotting, and fertilizing are essential for plant care. For instance, pruning means trimming plants to encourage healthy growth. When you repot a plant, you move it to a larger container to give its roots more space. Take a moment today to describe your favorite plant and its care routine, using at least 2 gardening terms. What's one plant you would love to grow? Navigating phone and online meetings requires some essential phrases. Start with greetings like, can you hear me? To check your connection. Use, let's move on to the next point to keep discussions flowing. If you need clarification, say, could you repeat that, please? Practice these phrases in your next call. What phrase do you find most useful during meetings? Describing your daily routine can make conversations more engaging and relatable. Start with simple phrases like, I usually wake up around 7 a.m., followed by activities throughout your day. For example, you might say after breakfast, I check my emails and plan my tasks. When sharing about your evening, include what you enjoy. Like, in the evenings, I like to read or watch a movie. This gives others a glimpse into your life. Now, why not share one thing you do every day that you love? Understanding food and cooking terminology can really enhance your culinary skills. Start with basic words like sauté, which means to cook quickly in a little oil, or simmer, which is cooking gently just below boiling point. You might say, I like to saute vegetables before adding them to a stew. Don't forget terms like chop for cutting food into small pieces or whisk for mixing ingredients smoothly. Try using these terms the next time you cook. What's your favorite dish to prepare in the kitchen? In emergency situations, knowing how to communicate clearly is vital. Use simple phrases like, I need help, or call an ambulance. It's also important to know key vocabulary related to safety, such as fire, danger, and injury. For instance, if someone falls and gets hurt, you might say, there's been an injury. Please help. Practicing these phrases can prepare you for real situations. Think about a time you felt unsafe. How did you express what you needed? What is your go-to phrase in an emergency? Dating and relationship vocabulary can really help you express your feelings. Words like date, crush, and partner are essential. For example, if you say, I have a crush on someone, it shows your interest. Knowing terms like relationship and commitment can also clarify what you want. Try using these words when talking about your experiences. What relationship vocabulary do you find most useful? Effective study habits can transform your learning experience. Focus on techniques like active recall, where you test yourself on the material instead of just reading. Another valuable method is spaced repetition, which helps you remember information over longer periods. For example, if you're studying vocabulary, review the words daily, then gradually increase the time between reviews. What study techniques do you find most helpful when preparing for exams? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. You use it to talk about actions that happened at an unspecified time and still have relevance today. For example, saying I have traveled to France suggests that this experience influences your perspective now. It's a great way to connect with others. What experiences would you share using the present perfect tense? Understanding library and research terminology can make your study time much easier. Key terms include catalog, which refers to the organized list of all the materials a library has. Another important term is database, a collection of information that you can search for articles or books. Using these terms correctly helps you navigate resources efficiently. For instance, you might say, I found the article in the online database. What research do you use most often? Travel safety is essential to enjoy your adventures fully. Always keep your belongings close and avoid displaying valuables in public. It's wise to research your destination and understand local customs and laws. For example, knowing how to say thank you in the local language can show respect and help you connect with locals. Also, consider having a copy of your important documents saved on your phone. What safety tips do you follow when you travel? Phrasal verbs can make your travel conversations much more natural. Here are the top 5 you should know. Check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. Head out means to leave for your destination. Look for is used when you search for something like your luggage. Take off refers to when a plane leaves the ground, and pick up means to collect someone or something. Try using these in your next chat. Which phrasal verb do you find the most useful? Describing your living situation helps others understand your lifestyle. Use details about your home, like its size, style, and location. For example, you might say, I live in a cozy apartment in the city center with 2 bedrooms and a small kitchen. You can also mention your roommates or neighbors, which adds personality. Don't forget to share what you enjoy about your space, like nearby parks or cafes. What do you love most about your living situation? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can make communication smoother. Words like nap time refer to the period when children sleep during the day, while potty training is the process of teaching a child to use the toilet. Playdate is when kids meet to play together. These terms can help you connect with other parents. What childcare term do you find most interesting? Mastering personal finance starts with understanding key budgeting terms. Income is the money you earn, while expenses are your costs, like rent and groceries. A budget helps you plan how to spend your income wisely. Savings refers to the money you set aside for future needs or emergencies. Knowing these terms empowers you to take control of your finances. What budgeting term do you find most useful in your daily life? Caring for pets involves using specific vocabulary that helps us communicate effectively. For example, grooming means keeping your pet clean and tidy, while vet is short for veterinarian, the doctor for animals. Understanding terms like leash, collar, and diet is important for proper pet care. Knowing these words can help you provide the best life for your furry friend. What is your favorite animal-related word? Using modal verbs can help you express politeness in English. For example, instead of saying give me that, you can use could you give me that, please. This sounds much more polite. Similarly, would you mind helping me? Is softer than a direct request. Modals like might, should, and could allow you to communicate your needs while showing respect. Practicing these can improve your conversations. Can you think of a time when using a modal verb helped you sound more polite? When checking into a hotel, it's important to be polite and clear. Start by saying, "Hello, I have a reservation." If you need something, like extra towels or a room upgrade, ask using, "Could I please request?" This shows respect and helps ensure you get what you need. What's your top tip for a smooth hotel check-in experience? Understanding the education system is crucial for academic success. Academic language often includes specific vocabulary and structures that are different from everyday speech. For instance, instead of saying make a point, you might say present an argument. This kind of language is more formal and can help you communicate ideas clearly in essays or presentations. Additionally, using the right terminology can impress your teachers and peers. Practice by reading academic articles and noting the language used. What's one academic term you found challenging to understand? Knowing home and household vocabulary can make daily life easier. For example, in the kitchen, you have items like a blender for making smoothies and a cutting board for preparing food. In the living room, you may find a sofa to relax on and a coffee table for drinks. Try labeling objects in your home with their English names to practice. What's one household item you use every day? Technology vocabulary is essential for navigating our digital world. Words like smartphone, app, and Wi-Fi are part of everyday conversations. For instance, you might say, "I downloaded a new app on my smartphone to help with my fitness goals." Familiarizing yourself with this vocabulary can help you communicate better about technology and troubleshoot issues. Try labeling your devices and their functions in English to reinforce your learning. What tech word do you use most often in your daily life? Understanding charity and social causes terminology is important for making a difference. Words like donation, volunteer, and advocacy shape our conversations about helping others. For example, you might say, "I donated clothes to a charity to help those in need." Try using these terms in sentences when discussing your support for a cause. What charity or social issue are you passionate about? Small talk openers can make conversations feel more comfortable and engaging. Start with simple questions like, "How's your day going?" or "Did you catch the game last night?" After their response, follow up with something like, "What was the best part of your day?" or "What did you think of the final score?" This keeps the conversation flowing naturally. What's your favorite small talk opener to use? Conditional sentences are great for expressing hypothetical situations. They often follow the structure FP past simple, would-be's verb. For example, you might say, "If I had $1 million, I would travel the world." This structure helps us imagine different possibilities and outcomes. You can create your own sentences like, "If it rained tomorrow, I would stay home and read." Try making a conditional sentence about something you wish you could do. What would you do if you won the lottery? Question formation is key to clear communication in English. Start with question words like what. For example, "What are you doing?" Intonation also plays an important role. Use a rising tone at the end of yes/no questions like, "Are you coming?" This makes it feel more inviting. What's something you find tricky to ask? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can help you communicate better about kids. Words like nap time, play date, and toddler are essential. For example, nap time refers to the time when a child sleeps during the day, which is crucial for their growth. You might say, "Let's schedule a play date for Saturday." Learning these terms can make discussions with other parents smoother. Think about which childcare terms you hear most often. What's your favorite word or phrase related to parenting? Travel safety is essential for a stress-free journey. Always keep your valuables close and be aware of your surroundings. For instance, using a money belt can protect your passport and cash while you explore. It's also smart to have emergency contacts written down in case your phone dies. Before you go, research the local customs and laws to avoid unintentional mistakes. Remember, staying safe means more fun on your trip. What's one safety tip you always follow while traveling? Caring for pets requires understanding specific vocabulary. Words like grooming, diet, and exercise are vital. For example, grooming means cleaning and brushing your pet's fur to keep them healthy and happy. A balanced diet ensures your pet gets the right nutrients, while regular exercise helps to maintain their energy and mood. Take a moment to think about your pet's daily routine. What's one word related to pet care that you find most useful? The tone of your email can greatly affect how your message is received. A direct approach is clear and to the point, which works well in urgent situations. However, a polite tone creates a friendly atmosphere and is great for building relationships. For instance, instead of saying, "Send me the report," you might say, "Could you please send me the report?" Which style do you prefer when writing emails? Describing your learning experiences can help others understand your journey. Share not just what you learned, but how you felt during the process. For example, you might say, "I struggled with grammar at first, but after practice, I felt proud of my progress." Reflecting on your emotions makes your story relatable. What was a challenging learning experience that taught you something valuable? Understanding banking vocabulary is essential for managing your finances. Terms like interest rate, which refers to the cost of borrowing money, or deposit, meaning to put money into your account, are key. For example, when you open a savings account, you might ask, "What is the interest rate?" Knowing these words can help you make informed decisions. What banking terms do you find confusing? Conditional sentences are great for discussing hypothetical situations. They often follow the structure if past simple would base verb. For instance, if I had $1 million, I would travel the world. This shows a dream that isn't real yet. Using these sentences can help you express wishes or possibilities clearly. Can you think of a hypothetical situation you'd like to share using a conditional sentence? Using modal verbs can make your request sound more polite. For example, instead of saying, "Give me the report," you can say, "Could you please give me the report?" This sounds softer and more respectful. Similarly, using would as in, "Would you mind closing the window?" also adds politeness. Practicing these structures can improve your communication. What modal verbs do you use to sound polite in your conversations? Collocations with common verbs can enhance your English fluency. For example, we often say "make a decision" instead of "do a decision," and "take a break," rather than "make a break." Similarly, we say "give a presentation" and "do your homework." These phrases sound natural and help you sound more like a native speaker. To practice, try creating sentences using these collocations. For instance, "I need to take a break." What collocation find most useful in your daily conversations? Quantifiers help us express amounts in English. We use much for uncountable nouns, like "I don't have much time," and many for countable nouns, such as "there are many books on the shelf." Few indicates a small number, like "I have few friends," while little suggests a small amount, as in "there's little milk left." Try using these in your sentences today. What quantifiers do you often use? In emergency situations, knowing how to communicate clearly is essential for safety. Use simple phrases like "help" or "call an ambulance" to get attention quickly. If you can, describe the situation like "there's a fire" or "someone is injured." It's also important to know local emergency numbers. Practice these sentences so they become second nature. For instance, you might say, "I need help. There's a medical emergency." Remember, staying calm and speaking clearly can save lives. What emergency phrases do you think are most important to know? Understanding insurance and legal document terms can be tricky, but is very important. Words like "policy," which refers to your insurance agreement, and "claim," meaning a request for payment, are key. Another term is liability, which means being responsible for something. Familiarize yourself with these terms to navigate your documents better. Can you think of any other insurance or legal terms you've encountered recently? Project management has its own language that can help you communicate effectively. Key terms include scope, which defines the project's boundaries, and deadline, the date by which tasks must be completed. Another important term is stakeholder, referring to anyone affected by the project. Understanding these terms can improve your collaboration with team members. For example, you might say, "We need to clarify the project scope before we set a final deadline." What project management terms have you found useful in your work? Charity and social causes have specific terminology that helps us communicate effectively. For instance, donation refers to money or goods given to help, while volunteer means to freely offer your time for a cause. Another important term is nonprofit, which describes organizations that operate to benefit the public instead of making profits. Understanding these words can deepen your involvement in social causes. What charity work or social cause inspires you the most? Making appointments and reservations is an essential skill in English. When you call a restaurant, for example, you might say, I'd like to make a reservation for 2 at 7 p.m. It's also polite to ask if a specific time is available. For appointments, you can say things like, "Can I schedule a meeting for Thursday at 10 a.m.?" Practicing these phrases will help you feel more confident. Try making a mock reservation or appointment with a friend. What places do you love to make reservations at? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. You can say, "I enjoy painting in my free time," or "I love hiking on weekends." Sharing your passions not only builds friendships but also opens up new conversations. Think about what you like to do and share it with someone. What hobbies do you enjoy the most? Business small talk can help build relationships and ease tension in meetings. Good topics include the weather, recent holidays, or even industry news. For example, you might say, "Did you enjoy your weekend getaway?" Or, "Have you read about the new trends in our field?" These light conversations create a friendly atmosphere and make teamwork easier. Practice starting a small talk with a colleague today. What's your favorite topic to discuss during breaks? When things go wrong, it's important to complain politely. Start by using phrases like, "I'm afraid there's been a mistake," or "I would appreciate your help with this issue." This shows respect while expressing your concern. For instance, if your meal is incorrect, you might say, "Excuse me, I ordered the pasta, not the salad. Could you please help me?" A calm approach usually leads to better results. Next time you face a problem, remember to stay polite. How do you usually handle complaints? Travel planning can be exciting, but using the right language makes it much easier. When booking a flight, phrases like "I'd like to book a ticket" or "What are my options for departure times" are essential. For hotel reservations, you can say, "Do you have any rooms available?" Or "Can I have the Wi-Fi password?" These expressions help you communicate clearly. Remember to ask about cancellation policies too. Try using these phrases the next time you plan a trip. What's your favorite travel destination to explore? When navigating a new city, knowing transportation options is crucial. You can use buses, trains, taxis, or rideshare services like Uber. To ask for directions, use phrases such as, "Excuse me, how do I get to the train station?" Or "Is there a bus stop nearby?" It's also helpful to learn terms like left, right, and straight ahead. For practice, try giving directions to a friend in English. Remember, clear communication makes travel smoother. What's your favorite way to get around when visiting a new place? Taking care of pets requires understanding their needs and using the right vocabulary. For example, you should know words like leash, collar, and grooming. When you take your dog for a walk, you can say, "I need to put on the leash." For cats, terms like litter box and scratching post are essential. Regular vet visits are also important. You might ask, "When is the next vaccination?" Try to use these words when discussing pet care with friends. What kind of pet do you have or want? Understanding sports and games terminology can enhance your experience as a fan or player. For instance, in soccer, knowing terms like goal, offside, and penalty is essential. In basketball, you might hear three-pointer, rebound, or fast break. Familiarizing yourself with this vocabulary allows for better communication and enjoyment of the game. What's your favorite sport and the term you find most interesting? Talking about health and medical appointments can feel challenging, but it's important. Use phrases like "I have a sore throat" or "I need a checkup." When discussing symptoms, be specific, saying "I'm feeling dizzy" or "I have a headache." This helps the doctor understand your situation better. Next time you visit a doctor, practice describing your symptoms clearly. What medical vocabulary do you find tricky? Comparative and superlative forms are essential for comparing things. Use comparatives to show difference, like taller or smarter. For superlatives, use the tallest or the smartest to show the highest degree. For example, you might say, "My brother is taller than me, and he is the tallest in our family." Try making your own sentences using comparatives and superlatives today. What's the most interesting comparison you can think of? Job interviews often include common questions like, "Tell me about yourself," or "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" When answering, keep it brief and relevant. For instance, you might say, "I'm a detail-oriented person who enjoys problem solving," and then give an example from your past experience. Practicing these responses can boost your confidence. What job interview question do you find most challenging to answer? Being politically aware means understanding the issues that affect your community and the world. It's important to stay informed through news articles, podcasts, or discussions with friends. For example, knowing about local environmental initiatives can help you make better decisions in your daily life. like recycling or voting on important measures. You can also engage in conversations about policies to gain different perspectives. Start by reading one article on a current event this week. What topic are you curious about exploring further in the news? Online shopping is convenient, but it comes with its own vocabulary. Terms like shopping cart, checkout, and wish list are essential to know. For example, adding items to your shopping cart allows you to review before purchasing. Understanding these terms can help you navigate e-commerce websites easily and make informed decisions. Try using one new term the next time you shop online. What's your favorite item you've ever bought online? When you're traveling, asking for tourist information can enhance your experience. Use polite phrases like "Excuse me, could you help me find?" Or "Do you have any recommendations for?" This shows respect and increases the chances of getting useful tips. For example, if you're looking for a good restaurant, ask locals about their favorites. Next time you're in a new place, practice asking for advice. What's the most interesting place you've ever visited? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. Sharing what you love, like painting or hiking, can spark interesting conversations. For instance, you might say, "I enjoy painting landscapes on weekends." This not only shows your personality but invites others to share theirs too. What hobby do you find most interesting to discuss with others? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you make better daily decisions. For example, the idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when making a choice, like spending money on a coffee instead of saving for a trip. This awareness can help you budget wisely. Next time you make a purchase, think about what else you could invest that money in. How do you decide between spending and saving in your daily life? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. You might ask your server for recommendations or share your favorite dish from the menu. Complimenting the restaurant's ambience or discussing the ingredients can also create a friendly atmosphere. For example, saying "This place has a great vibe" opens the door to more conversation. What's your favorite topic to discuss at a restaurant? Describing your daily routine can make conversations feel more personal. Start with simple phrases like, "In the morning, I usually wake up at 7 a.m. and make coffee." Share small details such as, "After breakfast, I take a short walk." This adds warmth and invites others to share. Try to use the present simple tense to keep it straightforward. What part of your daily routine do you enjoy sharing the most? Understanding transportation options is essential when exploring a new city. You can use buses, trams, or even ride-sharing services to get around. For instance, you might say, "I can take the bus to the museum. It's just 3 stops away." It's also helpful to ask for directions politely, like, "Could you please tell me how to get to the nearest subway station?" Practice using these phrases to feel more confident. What's your preferred way to travel when you visit new places? Improving your communication skills can greatly enhance your connections with others. Start by actively listening. This shows respect and helps you respond better. For example, when someone shares an idea, nod and ask follow-up questions to show you care. Additionally, practice speaking clearly and at a steady pace to ensure your message is understood. Try having a short conversation with a friend and focus on listening more than talking. What communication skill do you find most challenging? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Use seasonal vocabulary to describe what you see around you. For example, in winter, you might say, "It's freezing outside and there's snow on the ground," while in summer, you could mention, "It's really sunny today, perfect for a picnic." You can also ask others about their favorite season, like, "Do you prefer the warm days of summer or the colorful leaves of autumn? What's your favorite season and why?" Team collaboration is essential for success in any project. Familiarize yourself with vocabulary like brainstorming, which means generating ideas together, and delegate, which refers to assigning tasks to team members. For example, during a meeting, you might say, "Let's brainstorm some ideas for our presentation," or "I'll delegate the research to you, and you can present the findings." Using these terms helps create a more efficient and friendly environment. Try using one of these phrases in your next group discussion. What collaboration word do you find most useful? Getting involved in your community through volunteering can be very rewarding. Not only do you help others, but you also learn new skills and meet interesting people. For example, you might volunteer at a local food bank, helping to sort and distribute food to families in need. This experience can improve your teamwork and communication skills. Plus, it looks great on your resume. Consider finding a local organization that resonates with you and reaching out to see how you can help. What causes are you passionate about supporting? Understanding the education system and academic language is crucial for success in school and beyond. Academic language includes formal vocabulary and structures that help express complex ideas clearly. For instance, instead of saying a lot, you might use numerous, or instead of think, you could say consider. This kind of language helps you sound more professional and credible in essays or presentations. To practice, try rewriting a simple sentence using more formal vocabulary. What academic vocabulary do you find challenging when writing? Checking into a hotel can set the tone for your stay. When you arrive, greet the front desk staff with a smile and say, "Hello, I have a reservation." Hello, I have a reservation. If you have any special requests, like a quiet room or extra pillows, now is the time to mention them. Remember to be polite and thank them for their help. To practice, try writing a short script for check-in at a hotel. What's the most important thing you look for when you check in? Taking care of your car is essential for safe driving. Regular maintenance includes checking the oil, tire pressure, and brakes. For example, if your engine light comes on, it means there's a problem that needs attention. Knowing driving vocabulary helps too. Words like accelerate, brake, and merge are crucial for effective communication on the road. Try listing 5 car-related words and their meanings. What's one car maintenance tip you think everyone should know? Negotiation is an art that requires good communication and persuasion technique. Start by actively listening to the other person's needs and concerns. For example, when discussing a price, express understanding of their point of view before presenting your own offer. This builds trust and shows you value their opinion. Practice this by role-playing a negotiation scenario. What's your best tip for convincing someone in a conversation? Understanding idioms about time can greatly enhance your conversations about work productivity. For instance, when someone says, "Time is money," they mean that wasting time can lead to financial loss. Another idiom, burning the midnight oil, refers to working late into the night. These expressions help convey urgency and commitment. Try using one of these idioms in your next discussion about work. What's your favorite idiom related to time or productivity? Mastering project management terminology can boost your confidence in team meetings. Key terms like scope, which refers to the project's boundaries, and deliverables, the specific results you need to produce, are essential. For example, if you're working on a marketing campaign, your deliverables might include a website and promotional material. Understanding these terms helps you communicate effectively with your team and stakeholders. Try using scope and deliverables in your next conversation about a project. What project management term do you find most interesting? Using sports and games terminology can make your conversations more lively and engaging. For example, the term home run in baseball means achieving success, while getting into the zone refers to being completely focused and performing at your best. In a game of basketball, fast break describes a quick move to score points before the opposing team can set up their defense. Try incorporating one of these phrases into your next chat about sports. What sports term do you find most exciting or useful? Talking about the weather is a great way to connect with others. Use seasonal vocabulary like blustery for windy days or balmy for warm, pleasant weather. For instance, you might say, "It's a blustery day, perfect for staying indoors with hot cocoa." Try describing today's weather using at least one seasonal word. What's your favorite season and why? Expressing your opinion politely is an important skill. Instead of saying, "I don't like your idea," try starting with a positive remark like, "I see where you're coming from, but I have a different perspective." You could also use phrases such as, "in my opinion," or "I feel that." This makes your thoughts clear without sounding harsh. Practice sharing your thoughts by discussing a topic with a friend while using polite expressions. What strategies do you use to express your opinions respectfully? Festivals and celebrations bring people together and create joyful experiences. They often feature traditional music, dance, and delicious food, making them special occasions. For example, during Diwali, people light oil lamps and exchange sweets, symbolizing the victory of light over darkness. Similarly, in the carnival, vibrant parades and colorful costumes fill the streets, showcasing diverse cultures. To practice, think of a festival you enjoy and describe what makes it unique. What's your favorite festival and what traditions do you love most? Understanding sustainable living vocabulary is essential in today's world. Words like renewable, which means energy sources that can be replenished, and recycle, which refers to turning waste materials into new products, are key concepts. Another important term is carbon footprint, which measures the total greenhouse gases produced by our activities. For example, Using public transport instead of driving reduces your carbon footprint. Try incorporating these terms into your daily conversations about the environment. What sustainable practice do you think is the easiest to adopt in your life? When visiting a doctor, using the right language is crucial. Start by describing your symptoms clearly, like saying, "I've had a headache for 3 days." It's also helpful to know terms like prescription for medication and follow-up for future appointments. For example, you might say, "I need a follow-up appointment next week." Practice these phrases to feel more confident during your visit. What's one question you would ask your doctor at a medical appointment? In emergency situations, knowing how to communicate clearly can save lives. Use direct language like "I need help" or call 911 to get attention quickly. It's also important to describe the situation. For example, "There's a fire in my building." Practicing these phrases can prepare you for real-life emergencies. What's one emergency phrase you think everyone should know? Checking into a hotel can be straightforward if you know the right phrases. Start with, "I have a reservation under your name." If you need additional services, say, "Could I get extra towels, please?" Or "Is breakfast included?" Being polite and clear helps ensure you get what you need. Remember to thank the staff for their assistance. What's one thing you always ask for when checking into a hotel? Making appointments and reservations can be stress-free with the right phrases. When calling, start with, "I'd like to make an appointment for a service on due date." If you need to change or cancel, say, "I need to reschedule my appointment." Always confirm the time and date, replying with, "Great, I'll see you then." Additionally, showing gratitude like saying, "Thank you for your help," creates a friendly atmosphere. Think of a time you made an appointment. What tips did you find helpful? Job interviews often include common questions that can help you prepare. One typical question is, "Tell me about yourself." This is your chance to summarize your background and skills briefly, focusing on how they relate to the job. Another common question is, "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" Be honest, but frame your weaknesses as areas for improvement. Prepare examples for both questions to showcase your experience. What's the most challenging interview question you've faced, and how did you answer it? Understanding insurance and legal document terms is essential for effective communication. Key terms like premium, which refers to the amount you pay for insurance coverage, and deductible, the amount you pay before your insurance kicks in, are important. Additionally, liability means being responsible for damages or injuries, while exclusion refers to specific situations not covered by a policy. Familiarizing yourself with these terms helps you navigate documents with confidence. Can you think of any other legal or insurance terms you've encountered that were confusing? Being environmentally conscious means making choices that help protect our planet. Key vocabulary includes sustainability, which refers to using resources wisely so they last for future generations. Recycling is the process of converting waste into reusable materials, while carbon footprint measures the total greenhouse gases you produce. Conservation involves protecting natural resources and wildlife. By adopting these terms, you can better discuss eco-friendly practices. What eco-friendly actions are you most passionate about? Sustainable living is all about making choices that benefit our planet. Key vocabulary includes renewable energy, which comes from sources that won't run out, like wind or solar power. Zero waste means reducing trash by reusing and recycling everything. Another important term is greenhouse gases, which contribute to climate change. Understanding these terms helps us promote eco-friendly habits. What sustainable practices do you incorporate into your daily life? Sports and games have unique terminology that can enhance your conversations. For example, offside is a crucial soccer rule, preventing players from gaining unfair advantages. In basketball, the term fast break describes a quick offensive play to score before the defense is set. Home run is a term in baseball for a hit that allows a player to round all bases and score. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can make watching or playing sports more enjoyable. What sports terminology do you find most interesting? Negotiation and persuasion are vital skills in both personal and professional settings. One effective technique is to find common ground. This helps build rapport and trust. For example, if you're negotiating a salary, highlight your shared goals with the employer, like company success and team growth. Another technique is to use open-ended questions, which encourage discussion and reveal valuable insights. Practicing these skills can lead to better outcomes and stronger relationships. What negotiation strategies have you found helpful in your experiences? Public transportation etiquette is essential for a pleasant journey. Always offer your seat to elderly passengers, pregnant women, or those with disabilities. Keep your voice down and use headphones for music or calls to respect others' space. Eating should be minimal, and if you have large bags, place them on your lap or under your seat, not on empty ones. What tips do you think are important for good public transport manners? Effective problem solving relies on clear vocabulary. Start with analyze, which means to examine the issue deeply. Use brainstorm to generate creative ideas with others. Then, evaluate the options by considering pros and cons before making a decision. Lastly, implement is the action of putting your solution into practice. What problem-solving strategies do you find most useful in your daily life? Navigating health and medical appointments is crucial for effective communication. Use clear phrases like, I have a headache, or I need a checkup. When discussing symptoms, be specific about when they started and their intensity. Don't hesitate to ask questions, such as what are my treatment options, or how long will it take to recover. This ensures you understand your health better. What phrases do you find helpful when visiting a doctor? Linking and connected speech make your English sound more natural. Instead of saying going to, we often say gonna, and want to becomes wanna. This makes conversations smoother and faster. For example, instead of saying, I am going to eat, you can say, I'm gonna eat. Practicing these reductions can help you sound more like a native speaker. Try using wanna in a sentence today, like I wanna go to the movies. What phrases do you find challenging to link? Ordering at a cafe can be a great opportunity to practice polite language. Instead of just saying what you want, try using phrases like, could I have a cappuccino, please? Or would you mind bringing me some sugar? This shows respect and makes the interaction friendly. For example, you might say, could I please get a slice of that chocolate cake? Remember, a simple thank you goes a long way. What polite phrases do you like to use? Understanding dating and relationship vocabulary is essential for effective communication. Terms like date, partner, and commitment help you express your feelings clearly. For example, saying I'm looking for a serious relationship shows you want more than just casual dating. You might also hear phrases like, let's take it slow, which means not rushing into things. Practicing these terms can help you navigate conversations about love and relationships more easily. Try using a relationship term in your next chat. What dating vocabulary do you find interesting or confusing? Idioms about time and work productivity can spice up your conversations. For example, saying time flies when you're having fun means that enjoyable moments pass quickly. Another useful idiom is the early bird catches the worm, which suggests that those who start early will succeed. You might say, I always try to be the early bird to get my work done. Incorporating these idioms can make your speech more colorful and engaging. What time-related idioms do you like to use in your conversations? Improving your communication skills is a valuable goal that can enhance both personal and professional relationships. One effective tip is to practice active listening, which means fully focusing on the speaker without interrupting. For example, when a friend shares a story, show interest by nodding or asking questions. This encourages a deeper connection and better understanding. To practice, have a conversation where you focus solely on listening. What communication skills do you want to improve the most? When visiting a doctor, it's important to know some key phrases. For instance, you can say, I've been feeling unwell, to express your symptoms. Asking questions like, what are the possible treatments? Shows you're engaged in your health. Also, don't forget to confirm your appointment by saying, I have an appointment at 3 p.m. Practicing these phrases will boost your confidence during medical visits. What health-related phrases do you find most useful? Improving communication skills can significantly impact your personal and professional life. One effective way is to practice clear and concise speaking. Try to organize your thoughts before speaking, which helps avoid confusion. For example, instead of saying, I think we should maybe consider doing that project, you could say, I recommend we start that project next week. This is much clearer. What specific communication skills are you looking to improve? Knowing health and medical appointment language can make a big difference in understanding your care. When discussing symptoms, use phrases like, I have a headache, or I've been feeling tired. It's also helpful to ask questions such as, what should I do next? Or are there any side effects? Don't forget to confirm your appointment by saying, I have an appointment at 10 a.m. Practicing these phrases can boost your confidence during visits. What medical vocabulary do you find challenging? In emergency situations, knowing the right vocabulary can save lives. Use clear phrases like, "I need help," or "call 911" to get attention quickly. It's also important to describe the situation. For example, "There's a fire," or "someone is injured." Practicing these phrases ensures you respond effectively in a crisis. What emergency situations are you most concerned about? Understanding project management terminology is essential for successful collaboration. Terms like scope, which defines the project's boundaries, and stakeholders, those invested in the project, are crucial. Additionally, milestones mark significant progress points, helping teams stay on track. Practicing these terms will enhance your communication during meetings and updates. Try using a few of these words in your next conversation about a project. What project management terms do you find most useful? Pronouncing the th sound can be tricky for many learners. Unlike the t and d sounds, it requires your tongue to touch your teeth. For example, in think, the tongue is between your teeth, while in top or dog, the tongue stays behind the teeth. To practice, say think and top alternately. Focus on feeling the difference. Can you think of other words that use the th? Conditional sentences for hypothetical situations help us explore possibilities. For example, if I had $1 million, I would travel the world. This structure shows a condition and its result. Another example is, if she were here, she would help us. Practice by creating your own conditional sentences about dreams or wishes. What would you do if you had unlimited time? Giving clear directions is essential for effective communication. When you explain how to get somewhere, use simple language and landmarks. For example, you might say, "Go straight for 2 blocks, then turn right at the big red building." This method provides clear visual cues. Remember to check if the listener understands by asking if they need clarification. You could even draw a quick map if possible. Can you think of a time when you had to give someone directions? In emergency situations, clear communication is key. Use simple phrases like "call for help" or "stay calm" to give important instructions. For example, if there's a fire, you can say, "Leave the building immediately and use the stairs, not the elevator." Practicing these phrases can prepare you for unexpected events. Think about what you would say in a real emergency. What safety tips do you think are most important to remember? Being environmentally conscious means understanding and caring for our planet. Vocabulary related to this topic includes words like sustainability, which refers to using resources wisely, and conservation, meaning protecting natural resources. For instance, you can say, "We should practice sustainability by reducing waste and recycling." Try using these terms in your daily conversations about the environment. What eco-friendly habits do you practice in your daily life? Collocations with common verbs can really enhance your English. For example, we say make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Using the right collocations makes your speech more natural. You can practice by creating sentences with these phrases, like "I need to take a break before I make a decision." Try using one of these collocations in a sentence. What collocation do you find most useful? Public transportation etiquette is important for a pleasant journey. Always give up your seat for those who need it more, like the elderly or pregnant women. Keep your voice down and use headphones for music. Additionally, remember to keep your belongings close and avoid blocking the aisles. Practicing these simple rules helps everyone enjoy their ride. What's one etiquette rule you think is the most important on public transport? Internet safety is essential in our digital world. Always use strong passwords and avoid sharing personal information with strangers online. Understand how to recognize phishing emails and suspicious links to protect yourself. It's also important to verify the credibility of sources when researching online to improve your digital literacy. For example, check the author and publication date before trusting an article. Take a moment to review your online habits and see where you can improve. What's one tip you follow for staying safe online? Effective travel planning starts with knowing the right language. When booking a flight, phrases like "I'd like to reserve a ticket" or "What are the cancellation policies?" are useful. When booking a hotel, ask, "Do you have any recommendations?" or "Is breakfast included?" These questions help clarify details and avoid surprises. Try practicing these phrases before your trip. What travel destination are you most excited to visit? Discussing career goals can inspire and motivate you. Start by identifying what you're passionate about and where you see yourself in the next 5 years. For example, if you love technology, you might aim to become a software developer or project manager. It's important to set small, achievable goals along the way, like taking courses or networking. Reflect on your ambitions regularly to stay focused. What's one career goal you're currently working towards? Setting goals is crucial for success. Use phrases like, I aim to, or my objective is, to clearly define what you want to achieve. For example, I aim to improve my English speaking skills by practicing daily. Break your goals into smaller steps to make them manageable, like reading a chapter each week. Regularly check your progress to stay motivated. What goal are you currently working towards in your life? Job interviews often include common questions like, tell me about yourself, or, when answering, keep it concise and relevant. For example, you might say, I have 5 years of experience in marketing, and my strength is creativity. Aim to connect your skills to the job. Practice these answers to feel more confident. What interview question makes you the most nervous? Many English learners struggle with the TF sound compared to T and D. To pronounce teeth, place your tongue between your teeth and blow air like in think. For T, your tongue touches the roof of your mouth, as in top, and for D, your tongue also touches, but with your vocal cords vibrating, like in dog. Practice these sounds with minimal pairs. Which sound do you find more challenging to pronounce? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. You can say, I enjoy painting because it helps me relax, or I love hiking since I appreciate nature. Share specific details to make your conversation more engaging, like your favorite painting style or hiking trail. This invites others to share their interests too. What hobbies do you enjoy sharing with friends? Staying safe online is essential in today's digital world. Always protect your personal information and be cautious about sharing details on social media. Learn to recognize phishing scams and suspicious links. For instance, check the sender's email address before clicking on any links. What steps do you take to ensure your safety while browsing the internet? In emergency situations, staying calm is crucial. Know basic safety phrases in English like call an ambulance or I need help. If you encounter someone in distress, you can say, are you okay? Or what do you need? This shows you care and can help them feel more at ease. Familiarizing yourself with emergency vocabulary can make a big difference. Have you ever had to use English in an urgent situation? Understanding economic concepts can help you make better daily decisions. For example, the idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when you choose one option over another. If you decide to spend money on coffee, you might miss out on saving for a new book. How do you weigh your choices when spending money? Conditional sentences are great for discussing hypothetical situations. They often follow the structure if all subject D verb. For example, if I won the lottery, I would travel the world. This helps you express dreams or scenarios that aren't real. Another example is, if it were sunny tomorrow, we could go to the beach. Practicing these sentences can improve your conversational skills. What's a hypothetical situation you often think about? Reported speech is a powerful way to share stories without quoting directly. Instead of saying, she said, I lost my keys, you can say, she said she had lost her keys. This shifts the focus to the story rather than the exact words. It's useful for summarizing conversations or events. For example, he told me he finished his project on time. This style makes your storytelling smoother and more engaging. Try converting a recent conversation into reported speech. What story will you share? Understanding the difference between formal and informal email tones is essential for effective communication. A formal tone uses polite language and a clear structure, for example, Dear Mr. Smith, I hope this message finds you well. In contrast, an informal tone is friendly and relaxed like, Hi John, hope you're doing great. When writing, consider your relationship with the recipient and the context. Practice by rewriting a formal email in an informal style. What situations do you think require a formal tone? Beauty and personal care vocabulary is essential for discussing routines and products. Words like moisturizer, serum, and exfoliate are common in skincare discussions. For example, you might say, I apply moisturizer after cleansing my face. In makeup, terms like foundation, mascara, and highlighter help describe products and techniques. Knowing these words can boost your confidence when talking about beauty. Try describing your daily personal care routine using at least 3 new vocabulary words. What's your favorite beauty product to use? Banking and financial services vocabulary is vital for managing your money effectively. Words like interest rate, savings account, and loan come up frequently. For instance, you might say, I opened a savings account to earn interest on my money. Understanding terms like credit score, investment can also help you make informed decisions. Practice by explaining your understanding of these terms to a friend. What financial term do you find most confusing? Workplace conflict resolution requires specific language to address issues calmly. Phrases like, I understand your perspective and let's find a solution together are essential. For example, instead of saying you always interrupt me, try, I feel overlooked during discussions. This approach fosters positive dialogue. To practice, think of a recent conflict and rephrase your response using these techniques. How do you usually handle disagreements at work? The passive voice is often used in everyday situations to focus on the action rather than who is doing it. For instance, instead of saying, the chef cooked the meal, you can say, the meal was cooked by the chef. This is useful when the doer is unknown or not important. You might hear it in news reports like, the book was published last year. To practice, try rewriting a simple sentence in the passive voice. What sentence would you change? When you're traveling, asking for tourist information is a great way to explore a new place. Use polite phrases like, excuse me, could you help me find? For example, you might say, excuse me, could you help me find the nearest museum? This shows respect and makes people more willing to assist you. To practice, think of a place you want to visit and create a question to ask someone there. What's the first thing you would like to find out? Fitness vocabulary is essential for discussing exercise and health. Words like cardio, which refers to heart-strengthening activities, and strength training, involving weights to build muscle, are common. You might say, I do cardio 3 times a week and strength training twice. Knowing terms like reps, repetitions, and sets can help you follow workout routines better. To practice, try describing your favorite exercise using at least 2 fitness terms. What's your go-to workout? Understanding personal finance is crucial for managing your money. Terms like budget, which is a plan for your income and expenses, and savings, referring to money set aside for future use, are key. For example, you might say, I set a monthly budget of $300 for groceries to stay on track. To practice, create a simple budget for your next week's expenses. What's one category you think's important to include in your budget? Collaboration is a powerful tool for creators. When you work together, you can reach new audiences and share fresh ideas. Always remember to credit each other. It builds trust and community. For example, if you repost someone's work, tag them and tell your followers why you love it. This way, everyone benefits. What's your favorite collaboration experience or a creator you admire? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for effective communication. When you agree, phrases like, I completely agree, or when you disagree, you can say, I see your point, but I feel differently about this. For example, I think we should focus on quality. However, I respect your view on the importance of quantity. How do you usually express your opinions in conversations? Home improvement projects can be exciting. Knowing some key DIY terms makes the process easier. For example, frame refers to the structure that supports walls, while drywall is the material used to create interior wall. Also, caulking is used to seal gaps, preventing air leaks. Understanding these terms helps you communicate effectively with contractors or when searching for tutorials. What home improvement project are you thinking about tackling next? Participating in meetings confidently can boost your professional image. Using phrases like, I'd like to add something, or can I share my thoughts, shows you're engaged. If you want to ask questions, try saying, could you clarify that point? Or, I have a question about what you just said. For example, if someone presents an idea, you might say, that's interesting. I think we could also consider, this invites collaboration. What phrases do you use when participating in meetings? Using comparative and superlative forms can make your English more descriptive and engaging. Comparatives like taller and smarter compare 2 things. For example, my brother is taller than I am. Superlatives, such as the tallest or the smartest, highlight one thing in a group. You might say she is the smartest student in our class. Practice by describing things around you. Try saying something like, this book is more interesting than that one, or he is the fastest runner on. What's something you would describe using these forms? Using neighborhood and community language helps build connections. Phrases like, how's it going? Or need any help? Create a friendly atmosphere. For example, when you see a neighbor working in their yard, you might say, It looks great! Do you need a hand? This simple interaction fosters a sense of belonging. What expressions do you use to connect with your community? Job interviews often include common questions that can help you prepare. One typical question is, "Tell me about yourself." You should give a brief summary of your background and skills relevant to the job. Another common question is, "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" Focus on a strength that aligns with the job and mention a weakness that you are improving. How do you usually prepare for these types of questions in an interview? Home and household vocabulary is essential for describing your living space. Words like kitchen, living room, and bedroom help you communicate about where you spend your time. For example, you might say, "I love cooking in my kitchen," or "My bedroom is my favorite place to relax." What's your favorite room in your home, and why? Travel safety is crucial for a worry-free adventure. Always keep your belongings secure and be aware of your surroundings. For instance, avoid displaying expensive items in crowded places. Additionally, have local emergency numbers saved on your phone. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, remove yourself from the situation. What are your top tips for staying safe while traveling? Team collaboration vocabulary helps improve communication and efficiency. Words like brainstorm, feedback, and delegate are essential for working together effectively. For example, during a meeting, you might say, "Let's brainstorm some ideas and get feedback from everyone." Remember, using these terms creates a more open and productive environment. What collaboration words do you find most useful in your team discussions? Handling workplace conflict requires clear and respectful language. Use phrases like, "I understand your point," or "Let's find a solution together" to promote cooperation. For example, if a colleague disagrees with you, saying, "I see where you're coming from. Can we discuss this further?" shows openness to dialogue. Remember, staying calm and using I statements helps avoid escalation. How do you typically address disagreements at work? Asking for clarification is a vital skill in communication. When you don't understand something, it's okay to say, "Could you explain that again?" This encourages clear dialogue. After receiving information, summarizing it in your own words helps confirm understanding. For example, you might say, "So you mean we should submit the report by Friday, right?" This shows you're engaged and helps avoid misunderstandings. Practice this by summarizing a recent conversation you had. What techniques do you use to make sure you understand correctly? The R and L sounds can be tricky for many learners. Minimal pairs like light and right help practice these distinctions. You can try saying each word slowly, focusing on the movement of your tongue. For example, in lake, your tongue stays down, while in rake, it curves up. Practice these words aloud and notice the difference. Which pairs do you find most challenging to pronounce? Job interviews often include common questions that you can prepare for. One typical question is, "What are your strengths?" Here you want to highlight skills relevant to the job, like teamwork or problem solving. Another question might be, "Why do you want to work here?" It's good to show knowledge about the company and express your genuine interest. For practice, write down your answers and rehearse them out loud. What interview question do you find most difficult to answer? Improving your communication skills is essential in both personal and professional settings. Start by actively listening to others, which shows respect and helps you understand different perspectives. Practicing clear and concise speaking is also important. Try summarizing your thoughts in a few key points. When you're in a conversation, make eye contact and use open body language to engage better. To practice, find a partner and discuss a topic, focusing on clarity and listening. Understanding library and research terminology can greatly help your studies. Familiarize yourself with terms like catalog, which refers to the organized list of books and resources, and database, a collection of information you can search through. Knowing how to use reference materials such as encyclopedias will improve your research skills. For practice, visit your local library and find one new term to learn. What library term do you find most interesting? Weather talk is a great way to start conversations with anyone. Use seasonal vocabulary like sunny, rainy, or snowy to describe the weather. You might say, "It's a chilly day, perfect for a warm cup of tea," or "The sun is shining, let's go for a walk." This not only helps with small talk, but also builds connections. Try to describe today's weather using at least 3 seasonal words. What's your favorite type of weather to talk about? Pronouncing the th sound can be tricky for many learners, especially when compared to the t and d sounds. To produce eth, place your tongue between your teeth and blow air gently, like in think or this. In contrast, For T and D, your tongue touches the roof of your mouth, as in top and dog. Practice by saying pairs like think and tin to notice the difference. Can you share a word that challenges you with these sounds? Clear recipe instructions are essential for cooking success. Always list measurements first, like 1 cup of rice or 2 tablespoons of olive oil, so you know exactly what to use. When giving instructions, use action verbs like mix, chop, or boil to guide the process step by step. For example, first, chop the onions, then sauté them in olive oil. What's your favorite recipe to make and how do you measure your ingredients? Talking about past experiences can be fun and revealing. Use the simple past tense for completed actions like, I traveled to Italy last summer. If you're sharing the story with details, the past continuous is helpful, such as, I was enjoying pizza when I met a local artist. Combining these tenses adds depth to your storytelling. What's a memorable experience you've had that you'd love to share? Gardening is a wonderful way to connect with nature and learn new vocabulary. When caring for plants, you often use terms like water, prune, and fertilize. For example, when you say, I need to water my flowers every morning, you're showing your routine. Additionally, pruning means cutting back plants to help them grow better. It's important to understand these terms to keep your garden healthy and thriving. What's your favorite plant to grow and how do you care for it? Effective team collaboration relies on clear vocabulary. Words like brainstorm, delegate, and feedback are essential. For instance, when you brainstorm, everyone shares ideas freely, helping to spark creativity. Delegating tasks means assigning responsibilities to team members based on their strengths, while giving feedback helps improve the work. Using these terms can enhance communication within your team. What's a word you think is crucial for successful teamwork? Knowing basic first aid can save lives in medical emergencies. Key skills include performing CPR, using the Heimlich maneuver, and treating cuts or burns. For example, if someone is choking, you can use the Heimlich maneuver to help them breathe again. It's essential to stay calm and act quickly, as every second counts. Familiarizing yourself with these techniques can empower you to handle emergencies more effectively. Have you ever had to use first aid skills in real life? Using polite language is key in customer service. Phrases like, how can I help you? Or, I'm sorry for the inconvenience show respect and understanding. For example, when a customer complains, acknowledging their feelings with, I understand how that feels, can diffuse tension and create a positive experience. Practicing these phrases can improve your interactions. What's a phrase you think is important in customer service? Talking about future plans? Let's clarify the difference between will and going to. Use will for spontaneous decisions or promises, like saying, I will help you with that. On the other hand, use going to for intentions or plans you've made in advance, such as, I'm going to visit my friend tomorrow. Remember, context matters. Try making 2 sentences about your future plans using both forms. What's something you're excited to say you will do or are going to do? Being politically aware helps us understand the world around us. It allows us to make informed choices and participate in our communities. For example, knowing about local elections can help you decide which candidates align with your values. You can stay updated by reading news articles or listening to podcasts that explain different viewpoints. Engaging in discussions with friends can also enhance your understanding. How do you keep yourself informed about political issues in your community? Prepositions of time, place, and movement are essential in English. For time, we use at, in and on, like at 3 p.m., in the morning, or on Monday. For place, think of in, on, or under, such as in the box, on the table, or under the bed. Movement uses to, from, and through, like going to the park or walking through the city. Which preposition do you find most confusing? Personal development vocabulary is key for growth and self-improvement. Words like goal setting, mindfulness, and resilience help us express our journey. For instance, goal setting means creating clear objectives, while mindfulness refers to being present in the moment. Resilience is about bouncing back from challenges. Using these terms can motivate you and help communicate your progress. Think about how these words apply to your life. What personal development word resonates most with you right now? Negotiation and persuasion are crucial skills in everyday life. One effective technique is to listen actively. This shows respect and helps you understand the other person's needs. Another method is to use I statements, like I feel or I think, which express your perspective without sounding aggressive. Practice these techniques in conversations this week. What negotiation or persuasion tactic do you find most effective? Technology vocabulary is increasingly important in our daily lives. Words like interface, download, and cloud storage help us navigate the digital world. For example, an interface is how you interact with software, while downloading refers to getting files from the internet to your device. Cloud storage allows you to save files online, making them accessible anywhere. Familiarizing yourself with these terms will make you feel more confident using technology. Try to use at least one of these words in a conversation today. What tech term are you curious about? Home and household vocabulary is essential for creating a comfortable living space. Words like kitchen, living room, and bathroom help you describe different areas of your home. Additionally, items like sofa, refrigerator, and bed are key components of everyday life. For instance, you might invite a friend to sit on your sofa in the living room, or offer them a drink from the refrigerator. Try labeling items in your home with their English names to enhance your vocabulary. What household item would you like to know more about? Fitness and exercise vocabulary is crucial for a healthy lifestyle. Words like cardio, strength training, and flexibility describe different types of workouts. For example, cardio exercises like running or cycling are great for heart health, while strength training involves lifting weights to build muscle. Flexibility exercises such as yoga or stretching improve your range of motion. To boost your fitness vocabulary, try naming your favorite exercises in English. What exercise do you enjoy the most, and how do you describe it? Shopping for clothes can be a fun way to express your style. Familiarize yourself with terms like casual, formal, and trendy to describe different outfits. For instance, a casual look might include jeans and a t-shirt, while formal attire often means a suit or a dress. When shopping, consider trying on pieces to see how they fit and feel. Next time you go shopping, describe your outfit choices in English. What's your favorite piece of clothing? Reported speech can make your storytelling more engaging. Instead of saying "he said," this helps you share conversations without quoting directly. For example, instead of quoting your friend's excitement about a movie, say, "She told me the movie was amazing." Try telling a recent story using reported speech. What's a story you can share in that way? Understanding neighborhood and community language can help you connect with those around you. Words like local, neighborhood, and community describe where we live and who we interact with. For example, you might say, "I love my local park because it's a great place to meet friends." Don't forget to use phrases like "check out" for local events. What's one thing you love about your neighborhood? Good study habits can improve your learning experience. Use techniques like summarizing, which means writing down key points in your own words, or self-testing, where you quiz yourself on the material. For instance, after reading a chapter, try to explain it to someone else. What study techniques do you find helpful in your learning journey? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you make smarter daily decisions. For example, the idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when you make a choice, like spending money on a new shirt instead of saving for a trip. This helps you weigh options carefully. Another concept is supply and demand, which influences prices. Have you ever thought about how these ideas affect your everyday purchases? Checking into a hotel can be simple if you know what to say. Start by greeting the receptionist and providing your reservation details. If you need extra towels or a late checkout, politely ask, "Could I please have some extra towels?" Or, "Is it possible to check out an hour later?" This makes your request clear and friendly. What's the most important thing you look for during a hotel stay? The difference between the th sounds and the t or d sounds can change meanings in English. For example, think with a th is very different from tink with a t. To pronounce ath, place your tongue gently between your teeth and blow air out. For t and d, just touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth. Try practicing pairs like this and dis or three and tree. Can you think of other words that show this difference? Negotiation is all about finding a win-win solution. One effective technique is to use I statements like "I feel" or "I need," which express your needs without sounding aggressive. For example, instead of saying "you must lower the price," try "I would be more comfortable if the price were lower." This approach fosters understanding. Practice this technique in your next conversation. What negotiation or persuade techniques have worked well for you? Understanding basic economic concepts can help us make better decisions every day. One important idea is opportunity cost, which is what you give up when you choose one option over another. For example, if you spend money on a new phone, you might miss out on a nice dinner. Another concept is budgeting, which means managing your money wisely. By tracking your income and expenses, you can save for future goals. Think about a choice you made recently and its opportunity cost. What economic concepts do you find most useful in your daily life? Home is a place filled with various rooms and items that create comfort. Knowing household vocabulary helps us describe our space better. For example, the kitchen has appliances like a refrigerator, oven, and dishwasher, while the living room might have a sofa, coffee table, and entertainment center. Understanding these words makes conversations about home easier. So, look around your home and name 5 items you see. What's your favorite part of your home? Networking can feel tricky, but good conversation starters make it easier. Begin with a simple question about the event, like, "What brought you here today?" This opens up a friendly dialogue. You can also ask about their work or interests, such as, "What projects are you currently excited about?" These questions show genuine interest and can lead to deeper connections. Think of a conversation starter you could use at your next event. What's your favorite way to break the ice? Sustainable living is all about making choices that protect our planet. Understanding key vocabulary helps us discuss this important topic. Words like recycle, compost, and renewable energy are essential. For instance, recycling reduces waste, while composting transforms food scraps into nutrient-rich soil. Using renewable energy sources, like solar or wind power, helps decrease our carbon footprint. What sustainable practices do you incorporate into your daily life? Collocations are phrases where certain words naturally go together. With the verb make, we say make a decision or make a mistake. For do, we use do homework or do a favor. With take, think of take a break or take a risk. Lastly, for give, we commonly say give advice or give a presentation. What collocations do you find most useful? Making appointments and reservations is essential for effective communication and planning. When you want to book a table, you might say, "I'd like to make a reservation for 2 at 7 p.m., please." Be clear about the date and time. You can also confirm details by asking, "Can you please confirm my reservation?" When scheduling an appointment, remember to mention the purpose, like, "I'd like to schedule a dentist appointment for a checkup." What tips do you have for making appointments smoothly? Negotiation is all about finding a win-win solution. One effective technique is to listen actively to the other person's needs. This shows respect and helps build trust. You can also use I statements, like "I feel that," to express your thoughts without sounding confrontational. Lastly, be open to compromise. What's one negotiation technique you found to be effective in your own experiences? Sustainable living is about making choices that protect our planet. Key vocabulary includes reduce, meaning to use less, and reuse, which is about finding new ways to use items instead of throwing them away. Recycle is another important term, referring to processing materials to create new products. What sustainable habits do you practice in your daily life? Linking and connected speech are essential for sounding natural in English. We often reduce phrases in casual conversation, like saying gonna instead of going to or wanna for want to. For example, instead of saying "I'm going to eat," you can say "I'm gonna eat," which flows better in speech. Reductions help you speak faster and sound more fluent. Try practicing with these reductions in your daily conversations. What phrases do you often shorten when speaking English? Linking and connected speech make your English sound more natural and fluent. We often use reductions like gonna for going to and wanna for want to. For instance, instead of saying "I want to go to the store," you can say "I want to go to the store," which is quicker and smoother. Practice using these reductions in your conversations, and you'll notice how much more comfortable you sound. What reductions do you find yourself using when you speak English? Language plays a crucial role in mental health awareness. Using positive and supportive words can help create a safe space for conversations about mental health. For example, instead of saying, "You shouldn't feel that way," you could say, "It's okay to feel that way. I'm here for you." This encourages openness and understanding. Try to use kind expressions when discussing feelings or mental health with friends. How do you approach conversations about mental health? Small talk is a great way to connect with others, and having good openers makes it easier. A simple question like, "How was your weekend?" can start a conversation. You can follow up with something like, "Did you do anything special?" This shows you're interested and encourages the other person to share more. Practice these openers and follow-ups in your daily life to build confidence. What's your favorite small talk opener? When traveling, Asking for tourist information can make your experience much better. A polite way to ask is, "Excuse me, could you help me find?" This shows respect and makes it more likely that the person will assist you. For example, you might say, "Excuse me, could you help me find the nearest bus station?" Practicing this phrase will prepare you for your travels. What's the most interesting place you've asked for directions to? Using inclusive language is essential for creating a welcoming environment. It helps everyone feel valued and respected. For instance, instead of saying you guys, you can use everyone or team to address a group. This small change makes a big difference in how people feel included. Additionally, using gender-neutral terms like they can help avoid assumptions about someone's identity. Practice using inclusive language in your conversations to foster understanding. How do you make sure your language is inclusive in daily situations? Home improvement projects can be exciting, but knowing the right terms makes everything easier. For example, drywall is the material used for interior walls, while paint primer helps the final color stick better. Learning terms like screwdriver, stud finder, and caulk can also help you communicate clearly when asking for advice at a hardware store. Practice using these terms when discussing your projects. What's your favorite DIY project you've completed at home? Discussing news and current events is a great way to improve your English skills. It helps you learn new vocabulary and understand different perspectives. For example, when talking about climate change, you might use terms like sustainability and renewable energy. Engaging in discussions also improves your speaking skills and confidence. Try sharing your thoughts on a recent news story with a friend or online. What current event are you most interested in discussing right now? Knowing basic first aid can save lives in emergencies. For instance, if someone is choking, the Heimlich maneuver can help dislodge the object. Remember to call for professional help immediately. Familiarizing yourself with these techniques boosts your confidence in stressful situations. Have you ever taken a first course, or do you know someone who has? Shopping vocabulary is essential for navigating stores and markets confidently. Phrases like "How much does this cost?" or "Can I try this on?" help you communicate effectively. When asking for help, you might say, "Excuse me, where can I find the shoes?" Additionally, knowing words like discount and bargain can help you spot good deals. Next time you shop, try using these phrases with the staff. What's your favorite shopping experience where you used English? Negotiation and persuasion are key skills in both personal and professional life. To be effective, start by listening actively to the other person's needs. Use phrases like, "I understand your point, but," to build rapport while presenting your ideas. For example, if negotiating a salary, highlight your achievements and how they benefit the company. Remember, a win-win situation leaves both parties satisfied. What strategies have you found helpful when negotiating or persuading others? Cultural differences can greatly influence our interactions and understanding. For example, in some cultures, direct eye contact shows confidence, while in others, it may be seen as disrespectful. When visiting another country, it's important to learn about local customs like greetings or dining etiquette. This knowledge helps avoid misunderstandings and builds respect. What cultural differences have you encountered in your experiences? Understanding transportation options is essential for navigating a new city. Public transport like buses and trains is often the most affordable choice, while taxis and ride-shares offer convenience. When asking for directions, phrases like "Excuse me, how do I get to?" are very helpful. For instance, if you're looking for a train station, you might say, "Can you tell me how to get to the nearest train station?" What's your favorite way to get around? Familiarizing yourself with banking vocabulary is crucial for managing your finances. Words like account, deposit, and withdrawal are key when visiting a bank. For example, you might say, "I want to deposit money into my savings account," or "Can I withdraw cash from my checking account?" Knowing these terms helps you communicate effectively and understand your options. Try to learn a new banking term this week. What banking vocabulary have you found useful? Discussing news and current events helps improve your English while staying informed. Focus on key phrases like breaking news, latest updates, and in-depth analysis. When sharing your opinion, you might say, "I believe that," or "in my view." This way you express yourself more clearly. Try to summarize an interesting news story this week. What current event has caught your attention lately? Shopping vocabulary is essential for a smooth experience. Use phrases like "How much does this cost?" or "Can I try this on?" to communicate effectively. When discussing discounts, you might say, "Is there a sale on this item?" Or do you have any coupons? These phrases help you navigate stores with confidence. This week, practice using one of these phrases during your next shopping trip. What's your favorite shopping phrase? Asking for clarification is a key skill in conversations. If you don't understand something, try phrases like, "Could you explain that again?" Or "What do you mean by that?" Paraphrasing is also helpful. You can restate someone's ideas to confirm understanding. For example, say, "So you're saying that this shows you're engaged." Next time, practice asking for clarification during a discussion. What's a phrase you use when you need more information? Idioms about time and work productivity can really spice up your conversations. For instance, "Time is money" emphasizes the value of using your time wisely. Another great one is "burning the midnight oil," which means working late into the night. You might also hear "the early bird catches the worm," suggesting that those who wake up early get more opportunities. These expressions make your communication more vivid and relatable. Try to use one of these idioms in a sentence this week. What's your favorite idiom about time? Phrasal verbs are essential for describing daily activities. For example, "wake up" means to stop sleeping, and "get up" means to rise from bed. You might also say "clean up" when tidying your space or "turn off" when finishing with an electronic device. Using these phrases makes your language sound more natural. Try to incorporate at least one phrasal verb into your day-to-day. What's your favorite phrasal verb? Family relationships can be both wonderful and challenging. Understanding the roles within your family helps build stronger connections. For example, siblings often share a unique bond, supporting each other through ups and downs. Parents typically provide guidance and love, while grandparents can offer wisdom and stories from the past. Communication is key, so expressing your feelings and listening to each other creates a positive atmosphere. Take a moment today to reach out to a family member and share something special. What's your favorite family memory? Negotiation is a vital skill in both personal and professional life. One effective technique is to use active listening, which shows the other person that you value their opinions. For example, nodding and repeating key points can build trust and rapport detail. Additionally, presenting clear benefits helps persuade others. If you're discussing a deal, explain how it benefits both sides. Practice these techniques in your next conversation. What negotiation tips have worked for you in the past? Clarifying who you're speaking to is essential for effective communication. When you're unsure of someone's identity, it's perfectly fine to ask for clarification. For example, you might say, "Could you remind me of your name?" Or, "Are you the manager here?" This ensures you address the right person and helps avoid misunderstandings. Try using this technique the next time you're unsure who you're speaking to. Have you ever had a funny mix with someone's name? Cultural differences can greatly impact our interactions. For instance, in some cultures, direct eye contact shows confidence, while in others, it may be seen as disrespectful. Similarly, greetings vary. A firm handshake is common in many Western countries, but a bow is preferred in Japan. Being aware of these customs can enhance communication. What cultural differences have you noticed when traveling or meeting new people? Making decisions can be complex, but using specific terms can help clarify the process. Start with brainstorming, where you generate ideas without judgment. Next, assess your options with pros and cons, listing the benefits and drawbacks. After that, prioritize your choices based on importance. Finally, once you choose, use evaluate to reflect on the outcome. This structured approach helps you make informed decisions. What decision-making terms do you find most useful in your own life? Understanding environmental consciousness starts with key vocabulary. Words like sustainability refer to using resources wisely to protect the planet. Renewable energy, such as solar or wind power, helps reduce pollution. Another important term is carbon footprint, which measures the impact of our activities on the environment. Using these terms can help raise awareness and encourage action. How do you incorporate environmentally friendly practices into your daily life? Knowing sports and games terminology can enhance your understanding and enjoyment of activities. Terms like offside in soccer refer to a player being positioned incorrectly to gain an advantage. In basketball, three-pointer describes a shot made from beyond the arc for extra points. Additionally, timeout allows teams to regroup and strategize. Familiarizing yourself with these terms helps you follow the game better and communicate with others. What sports terms have you found interesting or confusing while watching games? Question formation is essential for clear communication. In English, we often start with question words like what, where, or how. For yes, no questions, we invert the subject and auxiliary verb as in, are you coming? Intonation is also key. Raise your voice at the end of a yes, no question, but keep it steady for questions with question words. Practicing these patterns will help you sound more natural. What's a question you've been curious to ask in English? When things go wrong, complaining politely can make a big difference. Start by using I'm sorry to say or I'd like to bring this to your attention. For instance, if your meal is cold, you might say, I'm sorry, but my food is not warm enough. This approach is respectful and opens the door for a solution. Also, remember to use a calm tone and express appreciation for their help. Practicing this can improve your communication skills. How do you usually handle complaints in English? Describing your living situation can help others understand your lifestyle. Start with details about your home, like its size or style. For example, you might say, I live in a cozy apartment with 2 bedrooms and a small kitchen. Also, mention your neighborhood to add context, such as it's in a quiet area, close to parks and shops. What do you love most about where you live? Staying safe online is crucial in today's digital world. Always use strong passwords and change them regularly to protect your accounts. Be cautious of sharing personal information on social media. It can be misused. For example, instead of posting your location, share your experiences later. Lastly, think critically about the information you read online to avoid misinformation. How do you ensure your safety while browsing the internet? Ordering at a cafe politely can make a big difference in your experience. Use phrases like, could I have, or would you mind bringing me, to sound respectful. For example, instead of just saying I want a coffee, you could say, could I please have a cappuccino? This shows appreciation for the staff. Also, a simple thank you after receiving your order can brighten someone's day. How do you usually make your cafe orders polite and friendly? Effective study habits can greatly improve your learning. Start by creating a timetable to organize your study sessions. Use techniques like summarizing information or teaching it to someone else. This helps reinforce your understanding. Break tasks into smaller parts to avoid feeling overwhelmed. Finally, find a quiet space free from distractions to focus better. What study techniques have worked best for you? Online shopping has its own language, and knowing the terms can help you navigate better. Words like cart, checkout, and wishlist are essential. For example, you add items to your cart before you proceed to checkout, where you enter payment details. Understanding shipping and returns is also crucial, as they can affect your purchase decision. Familiarize yourself with these terms to shop confidently online. What online shopping terms do you find confusing or interesting? The R and L sounds can be tricky for many English learners. A great way to practice is through minimal pairs, which are words that differ by just one sound. For example, light and right or play and pray. To practice, say each pair slowly, focusing on where your tongue is positioned. Try to identify the differences in sound. Repeat them until you feel comfortable. What's your favorite minimal pair to practice with? Caring for pets involves using specific vocabulary that helps you communicate better. Words like grooming, nutrition, and exercise are key to keeping your furry friends healthy. For instance, grooming your dog regularly helps maintain its coat and prevents matting. Make sure to provide balanced nutrition and daily exercise to keep your pet happy. Learning this vocabulary will help you understand advice from veterinarians and pet care guides. What animal do you have, and what's your favorite word related to its care? When following a recipe, understanding measurements is crucial for success. Use teaspoons for small amounts, tablespoons for larger ones, and cups for liquids. For instance, if a recipe calls for 1 cup of flour, be sure to level it off for accuracy. This ensures your dish turns out perfectly every time. What's your favorite recipe that you love to cook? Describing symptoms to a doctor is essential for getting the right treatment. Start by mentioning how long you've had the symptoms and their intensity. For example, say, I've had a headache for 2 days, and it feels quite strong. Don't forget to mention any other symptoms, like fatigue or fever, to give a complete picture. How do you prepare for a doctor's visit? When things go wrong, it's important to complain politely to get a positive response. Start by expressing your feelings calmly, like saying, I'm sorry, but I have a concern. Then explain the problem clearly, such as, the food was cold when it arrived. Offering a possible solution, like asking for a replacement, shows you're reasonable. Remember, politeness can lead to better results. Have you ever had to complain about a service? Shopping for clothes can be fun and a little tricky. When trying on items, pay attention to fit and comfort. For example, if a shirt feels tight in the shoulders, it might not be the right size for you. Don't hesitate to mix and match different pieces to create your own style. Remember, confidence is the best accessory. What's your favorite clothing item that you love to wear? Making decisions can sometimes feel overwhelming, but breaking it down helps. Start by identifying your options and gathering information about each. Then weigh the pros and cons to understand the potential outcomes. Finally, choose the best option and take action. Remember, even small decisions matter. Think about a recent choice you made. What steps did you follow? Share your experiences in the chat. Social media is full of abbreviations that can make communication faster and more fun. Common examples include LOL for laugh out loud and TBT for Throwback Thursday. Learning these terms helps you connect with others and understand online conversations better. Try using one of these abbreviations in your next social media post. What's your favorite abbreviation that you see online? Social media has created a whole new language with abbreviations that make communication quick and playful. Terms like BRB, be right back, and FOMO, fear of missing out, are common. Using these can help you sound more connected and in tune with online culture. Have you used any abbreviations in your messages recently? What are your favorites? Improving your communication skills is essential for building relationships and expressing yourself clearly. One effective way to enhance these skills is through active listening, really focusing on what others say. For example, when someone shares an idea, paraphrase it back to them to show you understand. This encourages better conversations. What's one communication skill you'd like to improve? Understanding idioms about time can boost your productivity language. For example, time flies when you're having fun suggests that enjoyable work seems to pass quickly. Another is burning the midnight oil, meaning you're working late into the night. Using these phrases adds color to your communication, making it more engaging. Try incorporating them into your conversations this week. What idioms do you find most interesting or useful in your work? Comparative and superlative forms help us compare things effectively. For example, we say taller when comparing two people, like John is taller than Mike. For three or more, we use the superlative form, like Sarah is the tallest in the class. Remember, one-syllable adjectives add er and est, while longer adjectives use more and most. Try making 3 comparisons using these forms today. What's one comparison you can think of right now? Understanding project management terminology can make teamwork smoother. Terms like stakeholders refer to everyone involved in a project, while deliverables are the specific results you need to produce. Milestones are key points in the project timeline that help track progress. Using these terms helps clarify communication among team members. Try to use at least 3 of these terms in your next project discussion. What project management term do you find most useful in your work? Making suggestions can vary based on the situation. In a casual setting, you might say, "How about we try that new cafe?" At work, it's better to be more formal. "I recommend we consider this approach." When offering advice to a friend, you might say, "Have you thought about taking a break?" Adjusting your tone and phrasing helps your suggestions feel appropriate. What's the best suggestion you've ever received? Making appointments and reservations is an essential skill for effective communication. When you call or visit a place, be clear about the date and time you want, and always confirm the details. For example, say, "I'd like to book a table for 2 on Saturday at 7 p.m. If you're making an appointment, you could say, "Can I schedule a meeting on Wednesday at 3 p.m.? Don't forget to ask about cancellation policies too. Try making a mock reservation today. What's the most interesting place you've ever made a reservation at? Understanding project management terminology is key to effective communication. Words like scope, which defines the project's boundaries, and stakeholders, the people invested in the project, are fundamental. You might hear deliverables, referring to the specific outputs expected at various stages. Additionally, milestones mark important progress points. Using these terms correctly ensures everyone is on the same page. Try creating a mini project plan and use at least 5 of these terms. What project management term do you find most interesting? Personal development vocabulary can empower your growth journey. Words like mindset, which refers to your attitude towards challenges, and resilience, the ability to bounce back from setbacks, are essential. Another important term is goal setting, the process of defining what you want to achieve. Incorporating these words into your daily conversations can motivate you and others. What personal development term inspires you the most in your life? Caring for pets means using the right vocabulary to ensure they are healthy and happy. Terms like nutrition refer to the food they need, while grooming covers the care of their fur, nails, and teeth. It's also important to understand behavior, which helps you interpret your pet's actions. Regular checkups at the vet ensure they stay healthy. Try discussing your pet's care routine in these terms. What's the most interesting thing you've learned about pet care? Effective time management boosts your productivity significantly. Start by prioritizing tasks using tools like to-do lists or digital planners. Break larger projects into smaller, manageable steps to avoid feeling overwhelmed. For example, if you have a report due, outline key points and tackle them one by one. Schedule short breaks to recharge your mind. This approach helps maintain focus and efficiency. Think about your daily routine. What task do you find most challenging to manage? Weather patterns are changing due to climate change, affecting our daily lives. Increased temperatures can lead to more extreme weather events like heavy storms or droughts. For instance, a region that once had mild winters might now experience intense snowfall, disrupting travel and daily activities. Understanding these shifts helps us prepare and adapt. It's important to stay informed and discuss these changes in our communities. Take a moment to observe the weather in your area and think about how it has changed over the years. What unusual weather have you noticed lately? Workplace conflict can be challenging, but using clear and respectful language is key to resolution. Start by expressing your feelings using I statements, like, I feel frustrated when. This approach avoids blame and opens dialogue. For instance, instead of saying, you always interrupt me, try, I feel unheard when my ideas are cut off. This encourages constructive communication. Think about a recent disagreement at work. How could you rephrase your feelings to improve the conversation? What strategies do you find effective? Understanding home and household vocabulary can make daily life easier and more enjoyable. Start with basic words like kitchen, living room, and bathroom. Also, learn specific items such as refrigerator, sofa, and shower. For example, when discussing chores, you might say, I need to clean the kitchen after dinner, or the living room is cozy for relaxing. Having this vocabulary helps in conversations about home projects or inviting friends over. What new household word have you learned recently that you find useful? Effective negotiation often relies on active listening and empathy. Show you understand the other person's perspective by summarizing their points. For example, if they say, I need a lower price, you might respond, I see that budget is important to you. This builds trust and opens the door for compromise. What negotiation technique do you find most helpful in your conversations? Dating and relationship vocabulary is essential for clear communication and connection. Start with words like date, partner, and relationship. You might say, I'm going on a date this weekend, or my partner and I enjoy going to the movies together. Learning phrases like getting to know someone or moving in together can help deepen your conversations about relationships. What's a dating term you think is important to know? Discussing news and current events can help improve your English and keep you updated. Focus on key vocabulary related to politics, health, or climate. For instance, you can say, the new policy aims to reduce carbon emissions. This shows an understanding of the topic. Try summarizing a recent news article in your own words. It's a great way to practice speaking and comprehension. What current event are you following that interests you the most? Navigating hotel check-in and service requests can be easier with the right phrases. When you arrive, say, hello, I have a reservation under your name. At check-in, confirm your details and ask about amenities. If you need something like extra towels or room service, politely say, could I please have, for example, could I please have extra towels sent to my room? Practicing these phrases will make your stay more enjoyable. What's one service you always regret staying at a hotel? Pronouncing the ed endings in English can be tricky but very important. There are 3 sounds, tdd and id. If the verb ends in a voiceless sound like laugh, you say laughed with a T sound. If it ends in a voice sound like play, it's played with a DD sound. Finally, for verbs like decide, you say decided with an ID sound. Practice these by saying them out loud. Which ed word do you find most challenging to pronounce? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can help you get involved and make a difference. Words like Donation, which means giving money or goods, and volunteering, the act of offering your time for free, are essential. Advocacy involves supporting a cause to create change. For example, you might advocate for animal rights by joining a campaign. Try using one of these terms in a sentence today. What social cause are you passionate about? Using polite language is key in customer service. Phrases like, "How can I help you?" or "Thank you for your patience" create a friendly atmosphere. When addressing complaints, it's effective to say, "I understand your concern," to show empathy. For example, if a customer is unhappy with a product, reassure them by offering a solution. Practice these expressions in your conversations today. What's your favorite phrase to use when helping customers? Starting a networking conversation can feel daunting, but a good opener makes it easier. Try asking, "What projects are you currently working on?" This shows genuine interest and encourages the other person to share. Another great starter is, "What inspired you to get into your field?" It often leads to more engaging discussions. Remember to listen actively and ask follow-up questions. Practice these starters at your next networking event. What's the most interesting conversation you've had while networking? Using inclusive language is essential for promoting diversity. Start by avoiding stereotypes and using gender-neutral terms like they instead of he or she. This small change can make everyone feel welcome and respected. For example, instead of saying, "Each employee should submit his report," try, "Each employee should submit their report." This simple adjustment shows you value all identities. You can also ask people how they prefer to be addressed. What's a term you think should be used more often to promote inclusivity? Understanding academic language is crucial in navigating the education system. It often includes specific vocabulary and formal tone that can seem intimidating. For instance, instead of saying help, you might encounter assist. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can enhance your reading and writing skills. Practice by summarizing a research article in your own words using academic language. What's one academic term you found challenging when you first encountered it? Linking and connected speech can make your English sound more natural. In casual conversation, we often reduce phrases like going to into gonna and want to into wanna. For example, instead of saying, "I am going to the store," you might say, "I'm gonna the store." These reductions help with fluency and speed. Practice by listening to native speakers and repeating what they say. What phrases do you often hear that sound different from their written forms? Effective meeting participation requires specific language to express your ideas clearly. Use phrases like "I'd like to add" when you want to contribute, or "Can you clarify" when you need more information. For example, if a colleague presents an idea, you might say, "I'd like to add that we should consider the budget." This not only shows you're engaged, but also encourages dialogue. Try using these phrases in your next meeting to boost your confidence. What's a phrase you find helpful when participating in missions? In emergency situations, clear communication is vital for safety. Use simple and direct language to convey urgency. For instance, if you need help, you can say, "Call 911," or "Please help me." It's also important to stay calm and listen to instructions from authorities. If you're in a crowded place, find an exit and inform others. Practicing phrases for emergencies can prepare you for unexpected situations. Think about some safety phrases you might use in an emergency. What's one phrase you would want to remember? Understanding project management terminology can greatly improve communication with your team. Terms like scope refer to the project's boundaries, while stakeholders are people invested in the project's outcome. Additionally, milestone marks significant points along the project timeline. Using these terms helps clarify expectations and responsibilities. Try incorporating at least one of these terms in your next project discussion. What project management term do you find most interesting? Job interviews often include common questions that help employers understand candidates better. One typical question is, "Tell me about yourself." A good answer should highlight your background and skills relevant to the job. Another common question is, "Why do you want to work here?" You can express your interest in the company's values and culture. Preparing thoughtful answers can boost your confidence. Think about how you would respond to these questions. What interview question makes you the most nervous? Using the right fitness vocabulary can enhance your workout experience. Words like cardio refer to exercises that raise your heart rate, while strength training focuses on building muscle. Reps and sets are terms for counting exercises. Understanding these terms helps you follow workouts more effectively. Try to include one of these words in your next fitness conversation. What's your favorite exercise term? Setting goals is essential for achieving success in any area of life. Use specific language, like, I want to improve my English by practicing every day. Break your goals into smaller steps, such as I will learn 5 new words each week. This makes them more manageable and motivating. What's one goal currently working towards? Problem solving is a skill that can be improved with the right vocabulary. Words like brainstorming refer to generating ideas without judgment, while analyzing means breaking down information to understand it better. Another useful term is collaborate, which means working together with others to find solutions. These strategies can help you tackle challenges more effectively. Try using one of these words in your next discussion about problem solving. What strategy do you find most helpful when facing a problem? Conversations in a restaurant can go beyond just ordering food. You can ask your server about the daily specials or recommend a dish. It's also great to inquire about ingredients if you have dietary restrictions. After your meal, compliment the chef or share your thoughts on the food. These small talks can enhance your dining experience. Next time you're at a restaurant, practice these conversation starters. What's your favorite topic to discuss while dining out? Music and entertainment vocabulary can add color to your conversations. Words like melody describe a catchy tune, while genre refers to categories like pop, rock, or jazz. You might also encounter performance, which is the act of presenting music or a show live. Discussing these elements can help you express your tastes and opinions better. Try describing your favorite song using at least 2 of these words. What song would you choose to describe and why? Using modal verbs can help you express politeness in English. For example, saying "could you help me" sounds more polite than "help me." Modals like may and might also soften requests, such as "may I ask a question?" This shows respect and makes your communication smoother. Practicing these forms can improve your conversations, especially in formal situations. Try making a polite request using a modal verb today. What's a recent situation where you needed to be polite? Understanding recipe instructions and measurements is essential for cooking success. Always pay attention to units like cups, tablespoons, and teaspoons. For example, if a recipe calls for 2 cups of flour, use a measuring cup to ensure accuracy. Following these instructions closely will help you achieve the desired taste and texture. What's your favorite recipe that you love to cook? Mastering the pronunciation of "f" versus "t" and "d" sounds can greatly improve your English clarity. The sound, as in think or this, is made by placing your tongue between your teeth. In contrast, the d sound, like in top, and the dd sound, as in dog, are produced with your tongue against the roof of your mouth. Practicing these sounds can help listeners understand you better. Try saying the phrases, "this is a test," and "that dog is tall" to practice. Which sound do you find more challenging? When planning a trip, knowing travel booking language can make your experience smoother. Familiarize yourself with terms like itinerary, which is your travel schedule, and accommodation, referring to places where you stay. For example, when booking a hotel, you might say, "I'd like to reserve a double room for 3 nights." Also, don't forget to check cancellation policies to avoid surprises. As you plan your travels, try writing down a few sentences you might use when booking. What destination are you most excited to visit? Public transportation etiquette is important for a pleasant journey. Always wait for passengers to exit before you board the bus or train. Keep your voice down and avoid loud conversations, as this helps everyone enjoy their ride. If you're sitting in a priority seat, be aware of those who may need it more, like the elderly or disabled. Remember to keep your belongings close and out of the way. What's your biggest pet peeve on public transport? Discussing your career goals can inspire you and others. Start by being specific about what you want to achieve, like becoming a manager in your field or starting your own business. For instance, you could say, "I aim to advance in my company and lead a team within 5 years." Share your plans with friends or mentors to get feedback and support. What is one career goal you're currently working towards? Setting clear goals is essential for success. Use specific language like, "I want to improve my English speaking skills by practicing 3 times a week." Break your goals into smaller, manageable tasks, such as learning 5 new words each day. This makes your progress easier to track and keeps you motivated. Celebrate each small achievement to stay inspired. What's a goal you're currently working towards? Gardening can be a wonderful way to connect with nature and practice your English. Use specific terms like soil, watering, and pruning to describe plant care. For example, you might say, I need to water my tomato plants every other day. Understanding phrases like full sun or well-drained soil can improve your gardening knowledge. Start by labeling plants around your home with their names and care instructions. What is your favorite plant to take care of? Ordering at a cafe politely can make a great impression. Instead of just saying what you want, try using phrases like, "Could I please have a cappuccino?" Or "Would you mind recommending a dessert?" This shows respect and warmth. Remember to say thank you after your order too. What's your favorite way to order at a cafe? Understanding sports and games terminology can help you enjoy watching or playing them more. Words like goal, defense, and strategy are essential in many sports. For instance, in soccer, you might hear, "The team needs a strong defense to win the game." Learning these terms can also help you discuss sports with friends. Try to watch a game and write down any new words you hear. What sports do you enjoy watching or playing? Collocations with common verbs like make, do, take, and give are important for sounding natural in English. For example, we say make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give advice. These phrases are used often in daily conversations. Try to incorporate them into your speech for better fluency. Pick one collocation and use it in a sentence today. What collocation do you find most useful? Question formation patterns and intonation are key to clear communication in English. Generally, in yes-no questions, we invert the subject and the verb, such as "Are you coming?" Intonation also plays a big role. It's usually rising at the end of yes-no questions. For example, saying "you're coming" with a rising tone indicates you're seeking confirmation. 2. Practice. Create 3 yes-no questions and pay attention to your intonation. How do you feel about asking questions in English? Describing symptoms to a doctor clearly is essential for getting the right treatment. Start with the main issue, like "I have a headache." Then, include details such as the pain intensity, duration, and any triggers. For example, "The pain is sharp and lasts for 2 hours." Don't forget to mention other symptoms like fever or fatigue. Think about how you would explain your symptoms. What symptoms have you had to explain before? Using idioms about time can enhance your conversations about work productivity. For example, "Time flies" means that time passes quickly when you're focused. Another is "burning the midnight oil," which refers to working late into the night. These expressions can make your speech more colorful and engaging. Try using one of these idioms in a sentence about your own work experience. What's your favorite idiom related to time or productivity? Traveling is easier with some useful phrasal verbs. First, check-in means to register when you arrive at a hotel or airport. Next, head out refers to leaving for your destination, like saying, "We should head out early to avoid traffic." Then there's look for, which means searching for something like your luggage. Finally, set off means to start your journey, and run into means to unexpectedly meet someone. What's your favorite travel-related phrasal verb? Restaurant conversations can be more than just ordering food. You can ask the waiter for recommendations like, "What dish do you suggest?" Or comment on the ambience saying, "This place has a great vibe." Sharing your thoughts on your meal can also spark a chat like, "This pasta is delicious." Engaging in small talk makes dining more enjoyable. What's your favorite topic to discuss when eating out? Networking can be easier with good conversation starters. You might ask, "What brings you to this event?" to learn about someone's interests. Another option is, "Have you attended other events like this?" which can lead to shared experiences. Complimenting their work, such as saying, "I really enjoyed your presentation," can also build connections. Remember, the key is to listen actively and show genuine interest. What's your favorite way to start a networking conversation? Staying safe online is essential in today's digital world. Always use strong passwords and never share personal information with strangers. Be cautious of suspicious emails or messages that ask for sensitive details. It's also important to verify sources of information to avoid falling for misinformation. Using privacy settings on social media can help protect your data. Remember, being aware of your online activity is a vital part of digital literacy. What safety tips do you follow when using the internet? Understanding nutrition is key to healthy eating. Terms like balanced diet refer to consuming a variety of foods to get essential nutrients. Portion control means being mindful of how much food you eat. Additionally, whole foods are unprocessed and closer to their natural state, like fruits and vegetables. Incorporating these concepts can improve your diet significantly. What healthy eating habits do you try to maintain? Weddings and celebrations are filled with special language and phrases. You might hear "I do" during the vows or "cheers" when toasting. It's also common to use expressions like "best wishes" or "congratulations." These phrases help create a joyful atmosphere. Remember to express your happiness genuinely, whether through words or actions. What's your favorite phrase to use at weddings or celebrations? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can really enhance your workouts. Words like cardio refer to activities that get your heart pumping, such as running or cycling. Strength training focuses on building muscle through weights or resistance. Don't forget terms like reps for repetitions or sets for a group of reps. Using these terms helps you communicate better in the gym. Agreeing and disagreeing politely is crucial for healthy conversations. Use phrases like "I see your point" to show understanding when you agree. If you disagree, try saying "I understand, but I think," to express your thoughts respectfully. For example, in a meeting you might say, "I agree with your idea about the project, but I believe we should consider a different approach as well." Practicing these phrases can help you communicate effectively. What's a polite way you've disagreed with someone? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. You can ask questions like, "What do you enjoy doing in your free time?" or share your own interests, such as reading, painting, or hiking. For example, you might say, "I love painting landscapes. It relaxes me." Sharing hobbies can create a lively conversation. What's a hobby you're passionate about? Participation in meetings is essential for effective communication. You can use phrases like, "I'd like to add something," or "Can I ask a question?" to share your ideas. For instance, if someone mentions a deadline, you might say, "I'd like to suggest an earlier start date for better planning." Engaging actively makes your voice heard and helps the team. How do you usually contribute in meetings? Cultural differences can be fascinating and important to understand. For example, in some countries, it's polite to greet with a firm handshake, while in others, a bow is more appropriate. Understanding these customs helps avoid misunderstandings and shows respect. You might also notice differences in dining etiquette, like using chopsticks versus forks. What cultural custom have you found interesting or surprising in your experiences? Making suggestions can vary depending on the context. In a professional setting, you might say, "I recommend we consider a different approach to maintain formality." In casual conversations, you could use, "How about trying that new cafe?" to sound friendly. It's important to match your tone to the situation. For instance, when suggesting a movie to friends, you could say, "You have to see this one." What's your favorite way to make suggestions? Small talk in business settings can create connections and ease tension. Common topics include recent industry news, upcoming events, or even the weather. For example, you might say, "Did you hear about the new product launch next week?" Or "It's been quite rainy lately, hasn't it?" These conversations help build rapport and make future discussions smoother. Remember to listen actively and show genuine interest in what others say. What was the most interesting small talk you've had in a business situation? Understanding library and research terminology is essential for effective studying. Terms like database, which refers to organized collections of information, and index, a tool to locate specific topics, are key. For instance, when searching for academic articles, you might use a database like JSTOR. Familiarizing yourself with these terms will enhance your research skills. What term do you find most confusing when using a library? Being politically aware means understanding the issues that affect your community and country. It involves staying informed about current events, policies, and the actions of local leaders. For example, following local news can help you learn about upcoming elections and community initiatives. Engaging in discussions with friends or family can also deepen your understanding. Building this awareness helps you become a more informed citizen. What recent event have you learned about that made you think more about your community? Talking about hobbies and interests can spark great conversations. Sharing what you love to do helps you connect with others. For example, if you enjoy painting, you could mention a recent project or your favorite medium. This invites others to share their experiences too. Don't hesitate to ask questions about their interests as well. What's one hobby you're passionate about that you love to discuss? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you make better daily decisions. For instance, the idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when you choose one option over another. If you spend money on a coffee, you might miss out on saving for a new book. This awareness helps you prioritize your spending. Try to identify one choice you made today and think about its opportunity cost. What's a decision found challenging because of opportunity cost? Using library and research terminology can really enhance your academic skills. Familiarize yourself with words like catalog, which refers to the organized list of resources, and database, where you can find a wealth of information. When you search for articles, you might encounter peer-reviewed, meaning experts have checked the work for quality. This ensures you're using credible sources. Start by exploring your local library's catalog and find one resource that interests you. What's the most surprising thing you've discovered in a library? Scheduling meetings effectively is essential for smooth business operations. Always propose a clear agenda and suggest a few time options to accommodate others' schedules. For example, you might say, "Can we meet on Tuesday or Wednesday to discuss the project?" This shows respect for everyone's time. Try to schedule your next meeting using this approach. What strategies do you use to make meetings more productive? Technology vocabulary is important for our daily lives. Words like app, short for application, refer to programs we use on our devices. Another useful term is cloud, which means storing data online instead of on your computer. For instance, you might save photos in the cloud so you can access them anywhere. Start using one new tech term today in a conversation. What technology do you find most helpful in your daily routine? Idioms are a fun way to express emotions. For example, when someone says they are on cloud 9, it means they are extremely happy. Another one is feeling blue, which means feeling sad. Using idioms can make your speech more colorful and relatable. Try using an idiom to describe how you feel today. What's an idiom you love that expresses your emotions? Public transportation etiquette helps everyone have a pleasant journey. Always offer your seat to elderly passengers or those with disabilities. Keep your voice down, as loud conversations can disturb others. It's also polite to give out your space for people with large bags. For example, if the bus is crowded, hold your bag on your lap instead of taking up extra room. What is one polite behavior you think everyone should follow on public transport? Using the right vocabulary can make dating and relationships smoother. Words like chemistry refer to the connection between two people, while commitment indicates a serious intention in a relationship. Terms like break up and get together describe starting or ending a relationship. Try using these words when talking about your experiences. What's a relationship term you find interesting or confusing? Making suggestions can vary depending on the context. In a work setting, you might say, "How about we try a new marketing strategy?" This sounds professional. With friends, you can be more casual. "Why don't we grab dinner tonight?" In a family context, you could suggest, "Let's have a movie night this weekend." Tailoring your suggestions to the situation helps communicate effectively. What's a suggestion you've made recently that worked well? Understanding formal and informal tones in email writing is essential. A formal email might start with "Dear Mr. Smith" and use phrases like, "I would like to request your assistance." In contrast, an informal email could begin with, "Hi John," and say, "Can you help me with this?" Always consider your audience to set the right tone. What's your favorite tip for writing email, formal or informal? Sports and games have unique terminology that can be fun to learn. For example, in soccer, the term hat trick means a player scores 3 goals in one game. In basketball, three-pointer refers to a shot made from beyond the arc. Knowing these terms not only enhances your understanding of the game, but also helps you communicate better with fans and players. What's your favorite sports term that you think everyone should know? Setting goals is crucial for achieving success. Start by making your goals specific and measurable, like, "I want to improve my English vocabulary by learning 5 new words every week." This gives you a clear target. Break larger goals into smaller steps, which makes them more manageable. Finally, celebrate your achievements, no matter how small, to stay motivated. What is one goal you are currently working towards in your English learning journey? Fitness and exercise vocabulary is essential for discussing health and workouts. Terms like cardio, which refers to exercises that raise your heart rate, and reps, meaning repetitions of an exercise, are useful. Knowing words like warm-up and cool-down can help you create a complete workout plan. Try to incorporate these terms when talking about your fitness routine with friends. What's your favorite exercise term that you enjoy using? Making appointments and reservations is an essential skill in English. Always be clear about the date, time, and location. For example, you might say, "I'd like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. on Friday." Don't forget to ask for confirmation. What's the last appointment you made in English and how did it go? Understanding articles can really improve your English clarity. Use it before consonant sounds like a cat, and in before vowel sounds such as an apple. The is used for specific things, like the book on the table. Sometimes you don't use any articles, especially with plural nouns or uncountable nouns, like I love music. Try creating sentences using all three articles. What's a sentence you've made using an and the? Car maintenance vocabulary is essential for safe driving. Familiarize yourself with terms like oil change, brake pads, and tire rotation. For instance, you might say, I need an oil change every 5,000 miles to keep my engine running smoothly. Knowing these words helps you communicate with mechanics and understand your vehicle better. Also, practice driving phrases like turn left or accelerate. Try explaining your car maintenance routine in English. What's one car-related term you find interesting or confusing? Understanding nutrition vocabulary can help you make healthier choices. Familiarize yourself with terms like calories, macronutrients, and fiber. For example, saying, this meal is high in fiber means it can aid digestion and keep you full longer. Learning about whole foods versus processed foods helps you choose fresh ingredients over packaged options. Remember, a balanced diet includes proteins, carbs, and fats. Try describing your favorite healthy meal using some of the terms. What's one healthy food you enjoy and why? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. It connects your past with the present. For example, you might say, I have traveled to 3 countries, indicating your experiences influence who you are today. This tense helps express things you've done without focusing on when you did them. Think about your own life experiences. Have you tried or learned a skill? What's something interesting you've done in your life? False friends can be tricky for Polish learners of English. For instance, the word event in English means a planned occasion, while in Polish, ewentualnie suggests possibly or eventually. Another example is sensible, which means logical or reasonable in English, but in Polish, sensowny can imply meaningful. These misunderstandings can lead to confusion in conversation. To avoid errors, always check the meaning when you encounter similar sounding words. Have you experienced any false friends in your language learning journey? Home improvement projects can be exciting and rewarding. Knowing some key DIY terms makes the process smoother. For example, renovation means improving a space, while fixture refers to items like sinks or lights that are fixed in place. Another term is toolbox, which is where you keep your essential tools, like hammers and screwdrivers. Understanding these terms can help you communicate your ideas clearly. What home improvement projects have you tackled and to tackle soon? Libraries are treasure troves of information, and knowing some key research terminology can help you navigate them effectively. For instance, catalog refers to the organized list of all materials available, while reference materials are those you use for facts like encyclopedias. Another important term is citation, which is how you give credit to the original source of your information. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can enhance your research skills significantly. What resources do you find most helpful when conducting research? Social media has its own language, filled with abbreviations that make communication faster. For example, LOL means laugh out loud, and BRB stands for be right back. These shortcuts can help you write messages quickly and keep conversations casual. Understanding them lets you connect better with friends online. Try using one of these abbreviations in your next text. What's your favorite social media abbreviation? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can make your journey smoother. For instance, diaper is essential for babies, while toddler refers to children aged 1 to 3 years. Another key term is nap time, the crucial period when kids recharge. Knowing these words helps you communicate effectively with caregivers and other parents. Try using one of these terms in your conversations today. What parenting term do you find most interesting? Family relationships can be complex and rewarding. Each member plays a unique role, like the caregiver, the mediator, or the joker. Open communication is essential for harmony, allowing everyone to express their feelings and needs. For example, regular family meetings can help resolve conflicts and strengthen bonds. Understanding each other's perspectives is key to maintaining a supportive environment. Think about how you interact with your family members and where you can improve. What's one thing you appreciate most about your family dynamics? Leadership and management terms are vital for effective teamwork. Words like delegate mean assigning tasks to others, while vision refers to the direction a leader sets for their team. Feedback is essential for growth, as it helps improve performance. Using these terms in discussions can enhance communication and clarity. Think about how you can apply one of these terms in your next conversation. What leadership term do you find most useful? Understanding nutrition is key to healthy eating. Terms like macronutrients refer to proteins, fats, and carbohydrates that fuel our bodies. Micronutrients, such as vitamins and minerals, are essential for overall health. Incorporating a balance of these nutrients in your meals can improve well-being. Next time you plan your meal, consider how you can include both macronutrients and micronutrients. What's your favorite healthy dish? Negotiation and persuasion are powerful skills in both business and personal life. One effective technique is the principled negotiation, which focuses on interests rather than positions. This approach encourages collaboration to find a win-win outcome. For example, if you're negotiating a salary, emphasize your contributions and how they benefit the company. Remember, active listening is also crucial. It shows respect and helps you understand the other side's needs. What negotiation technique do you find most effective? Understanding charity and social causes terminology is important for effective communication. Terms like donation refer to giving money or goods to help others, while volunteering involves offering your time and skills for a cause. Nonprofit organization describes groups that operate for social good, not profit. For instance, sponsoring a local food bank means you're supporting its mission to feed those in need. Think about a cause you care about and the terminology related to it. What social cause inspires you most? Expressing your opinion respectfully is key to good communication. Start by using phrases like "I believe" or "in my opinion" to soften your statement. This shows you're sharing a personal view rather than stating a fact. For instance, instead of saying "that's wrong," you could say "I see it differently." This way you invite discussion rather than confrontation. How do you express your opinions without sounding rude? Being politically aware is important for understanding the world around us. It means staying informed about local and global issues without getting caught up in arguments. You can read the news, listen to podcasts, or join community discussions. For example, knowing about environmental policies can help you make better choices and engage in conversations about sustainability. Also, it's essential to listen to different viewpoints to broaden your perspective. How do you stay informed about political issues in your country? Understanding idioms about time can boost your productivity at work. Phrases like "time flies" remind us how quickly opportunities can pass, while "the early bird catches the worm" highlights the benefits of starting tasks early. Another useful idiom is "time is money," emphasizing the value of using every moment wisely. Try incorporating these into your conversations. Which idiom about time resonates with you the most? Understanding nutrition terms is key to healthy eating. Words like balanced diet mean consuming the right amounts of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. Whole foods refer to items that are unprocessed, like fruits and vegetables, while superfoods are nutrient-rich foods that offer health benefits, such as berries and quinoa. Start by reading food labels to familiarize yourself with these terms. What healthy food do you enjoy most? Talking about career goals is important for personal growth. Setting clear ambitions helps you stay focused and motivated. For example, if you aim to become a manager, you might seek leadership training or take on more responsibilities at work. It's also helpful to discuss your goals with mentors or colleagues for advice. Think about your own ambitions and what steps take to achieve them. What's your biggest career goal right now? Understanding sports and games terminology can enhance your enjoyment of the activities. Terms like offside in soccer mean a player is in an illegal position when the ball is played to them. In basketball, three-pointer refers to a shot made from beyond the three-point line. Knowing these phrases helps you follow the game better and communicate with other fans. Try watching a match and pay attention to the terms used. What's your favorite sport to watch? Linking and connected speech make your English sound more natural. Reductions like "gonna" for "going to" and "wanna" for "wanna" help you speak more fluidly. For instance, instead of saying "I am going to eat," you can say "I'm gonna eat." This not only speeds up your speech, but also makes it sound more conversational. Try practicing these reductions in your daily speaking. Choose a sentence you often use and try to shorten it using a reduction. What's a phrase you'd like to practice? Knowing basic first aid can save lives in emergencies. For instance, if someone is bleeding, applying pressure to the wound can help control the bleeding. If a person is choking, the Heimlich maneuver can clear their airway. These skills are valuable, and can make a big difference. Take a moment to learn these techniques or refresh your knowledge. What first aid skill do you think is the most important? Understanding environmental vocabulary is essential for discussing sustainability. Words like recycle, renewable, and conservation are key to environmental conversations. For example, recycling means turning waste into new products, while renewable refers to energy sources that won't run out, like solar and wind power. Try using these words in your daily discussions about the environment. What environmental term do you find most interesting? Phrasal verbs are super helpful when you travel. For example, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. When you're ready to explore, you can head out to your next destination. If you need something, you might look for a local restaurant or shop. These phrases make your travel conversations smoother. What travel-related phrasal verb use the most? Dating and relationship vocabulary can help you connect better with others. Words like chemistry, which describes attraction, and compatibility, meaning how well you get along, are essential. For instance, you might say, "We have great chemistry," or "We're really compatible." Additionally, terms like commitment and date are useful in conversations about relationships. Try using these words when discussing your own experiences or feelings about dating. What relationship word do you find most interesting to use? Collaborating as a creator can expand your audience and enhance your content. When you repost someone else's work, always give credit to the original creator. This builds trust and respect in the community. For example, you can say, "Check out this amazing artist. I love their piece and wanted to share it." This not only supports fellow creators but also shows your followers that you value creativity. What's your favorite way to collaborate with others in your content? Collocations are important in English because they help your speech sound natural. Let's look at some common verbs: make, do, take, and give. For example, we say make a decision, do your homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Using these collocations correctly can improve your fluency. Try to use one of these phrases in a sentence today, like, "I need to make a decision about my plans." What collocation do you find most useful in conversation? Pronouncing the EF sound can be tricky for many English learners. To say think, place your tongue between your teeth and blow out air. For T and top, just touch the top of your mouth with your tongue and release. Practicing these sounds helps with clarity. Try saying, "I think it's time to take a trip." Which sound do you find harder to pronounce? Understanding sports and games terminology can really enhance your enjoyment of the activities. For instance, in soccer, words like goal, penalty, and offside are essential. In basketball, you have three-pointer, dribble, and foul. Knowing these terms helps you follow the game better and communicate with other fans. Try to watch a game and take note of the terms used by commentators. You could even use one of these terms in a conversation about your favorite sport. What sports or games do you enjoy watching the most? Starting small talk can be easy with simple openers. You might say, "How's your day going?" Or "Have you seen any good movies lately?" These questions invite conversation and show interest. For natural follow-ups, listen closely and ask more about their answer, like, "What did you like about that movie?" Practicing these can make conversations flow smoothly. Next time you chat with someone, try using one of these openers. What's your favorite small talk question? When discussing future plans, understanding will and going to is essential. Use will for spontaneous decisions, like "I will help you." Use going to for plans you've already decided, such as, "I am going to travel next month." This distinction helps clarify your intentions. Think about your future plans and choose the correct form. What's something you're excited about doing soon? Understanding library and research terminology is key for effective studying. Terms like catalog refer to a list of available resources, while citation credits sources in your work. When you cross-reference, you check multiple sources for accuracy. Familiarizing yourself with these terms helps you navigate research better. What's a research term you found confusing? Weather talk is a great way to start conversations, especially when you use seasonal vocabulary. In spring, you might say, "It's getting warmer and flowers are blooming." In summer, you can discuss the heat by saying, "It's really hot today." As autumn arrives, you could mention the leaves are changing color. And in winter, you might say, "It's snowing outside." Using these seasonal phrases not only makes your conversation lively but also helps you connect with others. What's your favorite season and why do you like it? Travel safety is crucial for a smooth trip. Always keep your valuables close and be aware of your surroundings. Before you go, research local customs and safety tips for your destination. For example, in crowded places, use a crossbody bag to deter pickpockets. Also, share your itinerary with a friend or family member. Staying prepared helps you enjoy your travels with peace of mind. What's your top travel safety tip? Weather patterns are changing due to climate change, affecting temperatures and rainfall around the world. For instance, summers are becoming hotter, while winters may bring more unpredictable storms. This shift impacts agriculture and can lead to food shortages. It's important to stay informed about these changes and how they affect our daily lives. We can all contribute by reducing waste and using energy wisely. How have you noticed weather patterns changing in your area? The passive voice is often used in everyday situations to focus on the action rather than who did it. For example, instead of saying, "The chef cooked the meal," we might say, "The meal was cooked." This shifts attention to the meal itself. You might hear this at a restaurant. "The dessert was made fresh today." Using the passive voice can be helpful when the doer is unknown or less important. Try creating a passive sentence about your daily routine. What's one passive sentence you can think of? Workplace conflict resolution requires careful language to maintain professionalism and respect. Using I statements like, "I feel frustrated when," helps express feelings without blaming others. Additionally, phrases such as "let's find a solution together" foster collaboration. For example, instead of saying "you never listen," try "I feel unheard during meetings." This way, you encourage dialogue rather than defensiveness. Think of a recent conflict you faced. How could you rephrase your words for better understanding? Using inclusive language is essential in promoting diversity. Words matter, and choosing terms like partner instead of husband or wife makes everyone feel welcome. Also, avoid stereotypes by using neutral terms, such as people with disabilities instead of the disabled. This simple change in language can create a more inclusive environment. How do you ensure your language is inclusive in everyday conversations? Understanding banking vocabulary is crucial for managing your finances. Words like interest rate, which refers to the cost of borrowing money, and savings account, where you can earn interest on your deposits, are key. Additionally, credit score helps lenders decide your creditworthiness. Try using these terms in conversations about your finances. What banking terms do you find most confusing or interesting? Conflict resolution is essential for healthy relationships. One technique is active listening, which means truly hearing the other person's perspective without interrupting. Another is finding common ground, where both parties identify shared interests or goals. Using I statements like "I feel" instead of "you" always can also reduce defensiveness. Practice these techniques in your next disagreement. How do you usually approach conflicts in your life? Public transportation etiquette is important for a pleasant journey. Always offer your seat to elderly passengers or those with disabilities. Keep your voice down and use headphones for music. Avoid blocking the doors and let passengers exit before you board. Remember to keep your belongings close and not take up extra space. How do you practice good manners when using public transport? Understanding articles can improve your English fluency. Use a before consonant sounds, like a cat, and an before vowel sounds, such as an apple. These used for specific items, like the book on the table. While the is used for specific items, like the book. Sometimes, no article is needed, especially with plural and uncountable nouns, like water or books. For example, say "I love apples" instead of "the apples." Try to notice how you use articles in sentences today. What article do you find most confusing? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is key to good communication. When you agree, you can say, "I completely agree," or "That's a great point." If you disagree, use phrases like, "I see your point, but," or "That's interesting, however." This shows respect for the other person's opinion. For example, if someone says, "I think we should go to the beach," you could respond, "I agree, but I also think the park could be nice." How do you usually express your agreement or disagreement? Choosing the right tone in emails is essential. For formal emails, use polite language and complete sentences, like, "I hope this message finds you well." In contrast, informal emails can be more relaxed, starting with greetings like "hi" or "hey." For example, a formal request might say, "Could you please send me the report?" While an informal one could be, "Can you send me the report?" How do you usually decide on the tone for your emails? Workplace conflict resolution requires careful language to maintain professionalism. When addressing issues, use I statements like, I feel frustrated when deadlines are missed, instead of blaming others. This approach encourages dialogue and understanding. For example, if a colleague interrupts you, you might say, I'd appreciate the chance to finish my thoughts. This helps express your feelings without escalating the situation. Remember to listen actively and acknowledge the other person's perspective as well. How do you usually handle conflicts at work? Giving directions clearly is vital for effective communication. Use simple language and break instructions into easy steps. For example, instead of saying, turn left at the second traffic light, you could say, go straight until you see the first traffic light, then turn left. Adding landmarks helps too, like, it's next to the supermarket. To make sure the listener understands, ask if they have questions. Practice giving directions to a friend or even out loud to yourself. What's the most challenging part for you when giving directions? Reported speech is a great way to tell stories and share what others have said. Instead of quoting someone directly, you can say, he said that he was going to the park, rather than, he said, I am going to the park. This makes your storytelling smoother and more engaging. Remember to change the verb tense and pronouns. For example, if someone says, I love ice cream, you would report it as, she said she loved ice cream. What story do you want to share using reported speech? Using the right vocabulary in dating can help you connect better. Words like date, crush, and partner are common. When you have a crush, you like someone but are not yet dating. A partner refers to someone you are in a committed relationship with. You might say, I have a crush on her, or he is my partner. Try using these terms when talking about your own experiences. What dating vocabulary do you find most interesting? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. Sharing what you love can spark interesting conversations. For example, you might say, I enjoy painting in my free time, or I love hiking in the mountains. This not only shows your personality, but also invites others to share their hobbies. You can ask someone, what do you love to do in your spare time? It opens the door for a lively exchange. What hobby are you passionate about? Beauty and personal care vocabulary can help you express your preferences and needs. Terms like moisturizer, serum, and exfoliate are key when discussing skincare. For example, you might say, I use a moisturizer every day to keep my skin hydrated, or I exfoliate once a week for a fresh look. Practicing these terms will make you feel more confident during conversations about beauty. What's your favorite beauty product that you can't live without? Knowing technology vocabulary is essential in our daily lives. Words like update, download, and connect are commonly used. For instance, you might say, I need to update my software to improve performance, or can you download that app for me? Using these terms can help you navigate tech conversations more smoothly. Try using one of these words in your next chat about technology. What technology do you use the most every day? Understanding dating and relationship vocabulary can strengthen your conversations. Words like chemistry, date, and commitment are important. For example, you might say, we have great chemistry and I really enjoy our dates, or I'm looking for someone who values commitment. These expressions help you communicate your feelings and intentions clearly. To practice, describe a past or future date using one of these words. What's a word or phrase you find challenging when talking relationships? Negotiation is a key skill in many areas of life. One effective technique is to listen actively. This shows you value the other person's perspective. For example, during a salary discussion, you might say, I understand your budget concerns, but my experience can bring value to the team. Remember to find common ground to build rapport. Try using active listening in your next conversation. What negotiation strategy do you find most useful? Giving directions clearly is essential for effective communication. Use simple language and landmarks to help. For example, you can say, go straight for 2 blocks, then turn left at the bank. The cafe will be on your right. This way, the listener can easily visualize the route. Practice giving directions to a friend using nearby places. What tips do you find helpful when someone asks you for directions? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Use seasonal vocabulary like sunny, rainy, or snowy to describe the current conditions. For instance, you might say, it's a chilly autumn day, perfect for a warm cup of coffee. This engages your listener and can lead to more discussion. What's your favorite season and why? Getting involved in your community is a rewarding way to connect with others. Volunteering can help you develop new skills and meet people who share your interests. For example, you might join a local cleanup event or help at a food bank. Not only do you make a difference, but you also gain valuable experiences. Think about a cause you care about and find a way to volunteer. What's a volunteer experience that has impacted you? The present perfect tense is perfect for discussing life experiences. Use it to share what you've done without focusing on when you did it. For example, you can say, I have traveled to 3 countries, which highlights your experiences rather than specific dates. Try sharing your own experience using the present perfect. What's something exciting you've done in your life? Small talk can help break the ice and create connections. A great opener is to ask about the weather. Isn't it a lovely day? After that, you can follow up with something like, do you enjoy this kind of weather? This keeps the conversation flowing naturally. You might also comment on the setting, saying, this cafe has a nice vibe, and follow up with, what do you usually order here? Practice these techniques to make your conversations more engaging. What's your favorite small talk opener? Online shopping has its own language. Familiarize yourself with terms like cart for items you wish to buy and checkout for completing your order. You might also hear discount when a product is cheaper than usual. For example, you can say, I added a dress to my cart before checking out with a 20% discount. What's your favorite online shopping term? The present perfect tense is perfect for discussing life experiences. It connects your past with the present. For example, you can say, I have traveled to 3 countries, which shows your experiences are relevant now. When talking about things you haven't done, you might say, I have never tried sushi. This helps convey your unique journey. What life experience would you like to share using the present perfect? Prepositions can be tricky, but they're essential for clear communication. Use in for months and years, like in July or in 2023. For specific days, use on, as in on Monday. When talking about places, use at for precise locations, such as at the park. For movement, to shows direction, like I'm going to the store. So, you might say, I'll visit my friend on Saturday at her house. Try using a preposition of time, place, or movement in a sentence today. Sentence did you create? Effective team collaboration relies on clear vocabulary. Words like brainstorm encourage creativity, while delegate helps distribute tasks. When you convene, you gather to discuss ideas, and feedback is crucial for improvement. Using phrases like let's touch base keeps communication open. For instance, saying, let's brainstorm ideas in our next meeting promotes teamwork. What collaboration word do you find most useful in your projects? Describing your daily routine can help others understand your lifestyle. Start with your morning. Maybe you wake up, have breakfast, and check your emails. Then, talk about your work or study hours and what you do during breaks. In the evening, you might relax with a book or watch TV. For example, I usually start my day with coffee and finish it by reading a chapter before bed. What does your typical day look like? Making appointments and reservations is essential for planning ahead. Always be clear about the date and time you want. Use polite phrases like, I would like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. please. Confirm details to avoid confusion. For example, you might say, can you please confirm my appointment for Thursday at 3 p.m.? This helps ensure everything is organized. Have you ever faced any challenges when making a reservation? Pronouncing the TF sound can be tricky for many English learners. To make this sound, place your tongue between your teeth and blow gently. For example, in the word think, you create a soft sound, unlike the T in top, which is a harder sound made by closing your mouth briefly. Also, the D in dog is voiced, meaning your vocal cords vibrate. Practice by saying pairs like think and tank. Can you share which sound you find more challenging? Talking about hobbies and interests can help you connect with others. Share what you enjoy, like painting, hiking, or reading. Use phrases such as, I love to, or I'm really into, for example. I love to cook new recipes on weekends. This invites conversation and can lead to discovering shared interests. What hobbies do you enjoy that you'd like to share with others? Shopping can be a fun experience, especially when you know the right vocabulary. Use phrases like how much does this cost? Or can I try this on when you're in a store? Also, don't forget to ask for help if you need it, like saying, excuse me, where can I find the shoes? What's your favorite item to shop for? Friendship is essential for our happiness and well-being. To build strong connections, listen actively and show genuine interest in others. For example, you can say, "I really enjoyed our chat. Tell me more about your weekend plans." This encourages openness and deepens your bond. Remember to reach out and check in with friends regularly. Who is someone you'd like to reconnect with today? Dating can be exciting and a bit tricky, especially when it comes to vocabulary. Use terms like getting to know each other, going on a date, or having chemistry to express your feelings. For example, you might say, "I really enjoy spending time with you. I feel we have great chemistry." What's a phrase you think is important when talking about dating? When traveling, asking for tourist information can make your trip smoother. Always be polite and clear with your questions. For instance, you could say, "Excuse me, could you help me find the nearest museum?" This shows respect and makes it easier for locals to assist you. Don't forget to listen carefully to their directions or suggestions. What's the most interesting place you've ever asked about while traveling? Weddings are joyful occasions, and using the right language can enhance the celebration. You might express your happiness by saying, "Congratulations on your special day," or "Wishing you a lifetime of love and happiness." During the ceremony, common phrases include "I do," and "We are gathered here today." Remember to use heartfelt words when giving toasts, like "Here's to love." What's your favorite wedding memory or phrase you've heard at a celebration? Understanding leadership and management terms is essential in any workplace. Words like delegation means assigning tasks to others, while vision refers to the goals and direction of a team. Motivation is about inspiring team members to succeed. Using these terms correctly can improve communication and teamwork. What leadership term do you find most interesting or challenging? Team collaboration is crucial for success, and knowing the right vocabulary can help. Terms like brainstorming refer to generating ideas together, while feedback is about giving constructive opinions on a project. Synergy describes when a team works so well together that the result is greater than their individual contributions. Using these words can enhance your discussions. What collaborative term do you think is most important for teamwork? When visiting a doctor, clear describing your symptoms is key. Start with the main issue, like "I have a headache" or "I feel dizzy." Then, explain additional details, such as when the symptoms began or if they worsen at certain times. Mention any related symptoms, like feeling nauseous or having a fever. Clear descriptions help the doctor understand your condition better. Practice describing a symptom you've had recently. How do you usually communicate your health issues to a doctor? Understanding the difference between formal and informal email tones is essential for effective communication. A formal email uses polite language, structure, and a respectful greeting, such as "Dear Mr. Smith." In contrast, an informal email can be friendly and casual, starting with "Hi John." For example, you might say, "I hope you're doing well," in an informal message, while a formal one could state, "I hope this message finds you well." Think about the recipient and adjust your tone accordingly. What tone